Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1009, Volume 12, Chapter 86, ORT, 2. As the signal from the heart disappeared and her body could no longer sense the missing organ, it began regenerating on its own. Only then did Olga Marie finally recover from the debilitated state caused by losing her heart. She opened her eyes in utter exhaustion, only to see a sight so bewildering it was enough to make her mind shut down. She was lying in the arms of another herself. You stared at Olga Marie in disbelief. You're awake. This is the deck of the storm border. Olga Marie looked down at her. I'm not sure what I should call you, so I'll just call you. You can call me Asmlight. Olga Marie Asmlight Animusphere. That name suddenly surfaced in Yu's mind, striking her with a shock unlike anything she had ever felt before. They were only fragments. Incomplete scraps of information. And yet the amount of data packed into them far exceeded what she could bear. Her thought circuits were pushed into near paralysis. She pulled herself out of Olga Marie's arms and tried to stand, but could not manage it. I'm telling you, you really shouldn't move around yet. Olga Marie tried to stop her, sounding somewhat helpless. At least wait until teacher comes back. Teacher? You jolted. Where is that person? He's still underground, settling things with Tezcatlipoca. Kirsteria, who had been helping look after her, spoke up at that moment. The others are already preparing for battle. On the deck were only the members of Team A, along with Daybit, who had just voluntarily become a prisoner. It's coming out. Daybit suddenly spoke. Everyone turned toward the withered fantasy tree. The temple beneath its roots collapsed with a roar, and the storm border rose even higher, trying to put as much distance between itself and the ground as possible. Romani's voice came urgently through the communicator. Maximum alert from the control room. Gravitational fluctuations detected in the deepest layer of Mictlan. They've already exceeded the instrument's measurement range. Estimated spirit origin scale is increasing from satellite class to stellar class. At the same time, we've confirmed another replacement of physical laws rising from the deepest layer toward the surface. Spacetime overwrite speed, -3.6 seconds per second. Chaldea had already observed it once before, when Tezcatlipoca activated his noble phantasm. But that had been caused by a divine spirit's noble phantasm, something still within acceptable limits. This time, however, even the results brought about by Tezcatlipoca's noble phantasm were being overwritten again. Fantasy tree. You struggled to rise, forcing that one phrase from her lips. I can see it. Kirsteria tightened his grip on his staff. You really did awaken something monstrous, Daybit. As an accomplice who once agreed with your plan, I'm prepared to fight to the death. What about you? I don't care. Daybit answered flatly. If you want to fight, I'll play along. But, don't expect my special ability to beat ORT. That trait of his, the one that adjusted his power in accordance with the strength of his opponent, was basically useless against something so far beyond all standards. The golden sea of trees across all of Mictlan was being transformed into a sea of fantasy trees. After awakening, ORT was rapidly eroding Mictlan's environment and converting the entire region into its own territory. After devouring the Lost Belt's fantasy tree, ORT's reality marble had changed into a form completely different from the ORT of proper human history. It transformed the plants of Earth into fantasy trees, creating an environment suited to its own survival. That was the kind of invasive life form Mictlan's ORT was. This was no longer the golden sea of trees. It was now the sea of fantasy trees, ORT Xibalba. At that moment, a ray of light burst through the underground temple and shot into the sky. In the very next second, an even greater explosion erupted from below. ORT broke through to the surface, extending and lengthening its tentacles without end as it chased that earlier light. Or rather, the retreating unity god, Morgan. That's enough, knock it off already. Morgan sounded more than a little annoyed. She spun around and flung out a hand, trying to blast away the pursuing tentacles. But those tentacles were even tougher than expected. Morgan's estimate had been off, and the output of her demonic lance was not enough to inflict effective damage. That strike failed not only to repel the pursuit, but even cost her half a second of speed. ORT's encroaching tentacles were already right in front of her. To ORT's predatory instincts, the mana reaction of the Unity God was without question the perfect prey. And naturally, the first meal after waking ought to be something special. The distance was too great, and the speed too fast. For the storm border, there was simply no way to provide effective support. The ley line blockade armament had already been fully loaded, but it was impossible to maximize both firing range and destructive power at the same time. The Holy Lance bombardment, pushed to maximum scale, severed most of the tentacles, but it still failed to stop the remainder completely. It was a razor-thin escape. Teacher. Olga Marie cried out in alarm. Use an arm as bait and break out of their encirclement. Shiomi had just told Morgan to sacrifice the lesser part to save the whole when two green wheels of light shot in diagonally and cleanly sliced through the remaining tentacles. That bought the Unity God precious time to retreat. Morgan was able to widen the gap, forcing ORT to abandon this method of predation. Instead, it began reinforcing its own power, carrying along fantasy tree seeds as it moved toward Miklin's upper layers. Thank you for the help, Kukulkan. Hovering high in the sky, Morgan turned to thank Kukulkan at her side. But Kukulkan showed no sign of happiness. She stared at her own trembling fingers. This feeling. Am I not Miklin's representative after all? Once, I told a certain knight something. Shiomi's voice spoke. Who your parent is doesn't matter. Who you are matters more. The same goes for you. What? Kukulkan froze. This may be overly familiar of me to say, but you truly did live up to your own will, as a companion to the Danos, as Miklin's guardian, and as an ally of this planet. You've done many things and continued existing until now. None of that has anything to do with your origins. Those things are yours. Morgan spoke gently. As a fairy from the inner sea of the planet, I understand that much. We don't want to ask you to fight for us, or trouble you with anything. Shiomi's voice rang out again. What comes next belongs to us. It is the order of the new Chaldea. If you are a god who watches the future, Morgan said softly, then bear witness to the end of this battle. Pass down the tale of our war with ORT to the generations to come, to the lifeforms that will one day visit Miklin and this planet. After saying that, the Unity God Morgan turned toward the storm border, descended rapidly, and finally landed on the deck. Teacher. Morgan. Don't you need to separate first? Olga Marie hurried over, full of concern. There's no time for that, Morgan said. Tezcatlipoca blocked the first wave for us, which is the only reason we managed to get out. From here on, we stop ORT's advance and prevent it from crossing Miklin to reach the surface. Shiomi's voice echoed through the wind, reaching every person aboard the storm border. Chapter 1010, Volume 12, Chapter 87, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree Sea, 1. As a former savior who had undergone a pilgrimage spanning thousands of years, Morgan's words alone carried a stirring power. Just hearing them was enough to encourage the Chaldea group, who stood tense and uneasy as they prepared for an unknown final battle. It calmed them more than a little. Even so, doubts still remained. Can something like that really be stopped? Standing on the deck, Olga Marie watched ORT as it advanced. A life form beyond comprehension. An absolute predator. Just looking at it was enough to awaken the instinctive fear of death engraved into human genes. And not even an ordinary death. Judging from the Clock Tower's expedition into the South American forest several centuries ago, whether being turned into crystal could even be called an easy death was something neither Olga Marie nor anyone else wanted to imagine. With only the strength of the people on this ship, it's honestly not enough. Morgan watched ORT's path of advance, then turned her voice toward the bridge. Have you calculated it yet? How long until ORT breaks through Miklin? At its current speed, if nothing obstructs it, ORT will pass through Miklin and reach the surface in 20 hours. Romani relayed the calculation from Trismegistus. But Miss Shaun just brought us some good news. The 4 underworld lines are free zones where heroic spirits of proper human history are allowed to respond to summons. If we use the Chaldea summoning formula and have Storm Border's 3 deuterium core engines provide supplementary mana support to all masters, then large-scale warfare using an army of servants is possible. Shaun immediately followed with that report. Summoning servants for large-scale combat. Olga Marie turned and looked at the members of Team A. This is practically a repeat of the battle at the Temple of Time. And with Scáthach and Scotty operating the ley line blockade armament for fire support. Morgan smiled faintly. That is good news. But if we limit the battlefield to the 4 underworld lines, we'll be far too passive. What do you mean? Ophelia could not help but ask. But Morgan gave no answer. She had already flown from the deck and stopped directly in ORT's path. Behind Chaldea lay the 4th underworld, Yayaki. Piling up like rainfall, gathering like dust, melting like snow, vanishing like lies. This is the hope set aside beyond reach, this is the sin buried by time. This is the homeland engraved within our ancient memories. Morgan softly chanted the incantation. Her voice intertwined with Shiomi's, like a song without melody. This was the incantation needed to unfold Shiomi's reality marble. Now that he had ascended as a god and become the Unity God together with Morgan, the precision and concept of that reality marble had far surpassed anything it had once been. This was no longer a matter of pulling ORT into the reality marble. Instead, the reality marble would erode reality itself, clash directly against ORT's reality marble, and carve out within Mictlan a domain permitted by the Unity God. Detected a new large-scale reality marble deployment. This is. Another report rang out from the bridge. Eternal Orkney, open. The two voices sounded at once. Within less than a minute, the whole of Mictlan, which had already been eroded by ORT, was covered once more in an entirely new color. A pure white land of snow. A land of forgotten sorrow. No matter how many more beautiful memories they might create in the future, Orkney, where Shiomi and Morgan first met, would always remain an unforgettable time for both of them. And now, they would use that remembered land to cover Mictlan itself. They would rewrite the laws of this land, transforming it into a place where the boundary record belt of proper human history was permitted to manifest. Tezcatlipoca really is a good teacher. Every time I fight him, I end up learning all sorts of things about what it means to be a god. Shiomi could not help sounding impressed. Though it is rather hard to thank him for it, even if he did help us drive back the newly awakened ORT. Morgan shook her head. It was precisely because Tezcatlipoca had helped the Unity God deal with the newly awakened ORT in the underground temple that ORT had temporarily stalled before starting up again, raising its spirit origin scale from satellite level to stellar level. But that was not Smoking Mirror's fault. Once Chaldea had displayed enough power to defeat an opponent at satellite level, as long as ORT itself was not killed, it was hardly surprising that it would restart. Still, having your reality marble eroded feels awful. Like swallowing a rag that's been used to wipe up vomit. Shiomi added. My husband really doesn't need to make it sound quite that vivid. Morgan had little room to spare for commentary, but even so, she could not resist teasing Shiomi for how calm he was. Shall we switch? Shiomi suddenly asked. He meant handing control over to him, which would naturally bring a change in form. It only changes who has to work a little harder. It won't affect our overall strength, Morgan said. I'll do it. Understood. Then I'll focus on supporting my wife's mind. Shiomi accepted Morgan's choice and turned his attention to protecting her will. A reality marble was the manifestation of one's inner landscape. If the marble was being eroded, then naturally that erosion would also affect its user in turn. Fortunately, the two of them had the benefit of 2 minds worth of resistance. At the same time, aboard the storm border, we have confirmed that Mictlan's environmental laws have been altered. Even the areas outside the underworld lines have been rewritten by the Unity God's laws and turned into a special domain where servants are permitted to manifest. We still don't know how long it can be maintained. Romani reported. Do we really need to ask? That depends on whether Teacher and Morgan can keep the reality marble going without distraction. Olga Marie stepped forward. Behind her stood Chaldea's masters. Heroic Spirit Summoning System, activate. Excluding Daybit, the 6 who had once been cryptors stepped forward first. They would be the first masters to carry out the servant summons. I hereby declare. Your body shall be under my command. My fate shall rest upon your sword. If you heed the Holy Grail's call and follow the course of human order, then answer. You who are bound by the star-watching words of the 7 heavens. Run. Fall. And deliver judgment. O guardian of the scales. As they chanted in unison, the servants who had once served as each of their blades manifested once more, gathering upon the deck of the storm border. Scáthach looked at the servant who had answered his summons. Anastasia. He had thought she had remained behind upon that snowy plain, yet now they were meeting again. After meeting her gaze, Scáthach gave a silent nod. In the name of Olga Marie Asmlight Animosphere, Director of New Chaldea, I hereby issue the operation order. Battle of the Sea of Fantasy Trees, begin. Chapter 10-11, Volume 12, Chapter 88, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree Sea, 2. Never thought being summoned would drop me straight into a spectacle like this. You really are a master who never lets me get bored, you bastard, Kirsteria. Kaney stared at ORT's moving form. Primal fear and the exhilaration of facing a powerful enemy mingled in her blood. A battle that's basically suicide, what a hassle. The older of the Dioscuri complained, yet he was the first to rush forward, his sister following right behind him. Among the servants who had appeared, most had once fought alongside the cryptors. However, a few came from proper human history rather than the Lost Belts. The Dioscuri charging at the front were one such example. Hear this, heroes currently manifest in this world. The enemy before you is a threat from the cosmos capable of devouring planets. Its name is ORT. Shiomi's voice echoed across the battlefield. If you are defeated, you will not simply retreat. ORT will consume you, preventing you from manifesting again, unless we ultimately defeat it. So it's a one-way battle, then. Sigurd ran across the deck with Brynhildr beside him. The two of them leapt down from the deck together and rushed straight toward ORT. But if we abandon the fight now and lose in the end, then the planet and proper human history will both disappear, Brynhildr said. Therefore, Sigurd. I understand, my love. That's the situation. You get it now, Esvathaman, Peperoncino said. Anyway, the old men and Karna are waiting in the third netherworld, right? Esvathaman declared arrogantly. Watch me hold this monster back so they never even get the chance to show up. With a loud battle cry, he sprinted forward, catching up with the servants who had already begun fighting. Xiang Wang, I will also. Hinako Akuta intended to join the battle herself. But Lanling Wang stopped her. You must not, master. Leave this to us, the shadows of humanity's order. You still have a long road ahead. Exactly, Xiang Yu said. Live on with the companions you trust and witness the victory of this battle. That is my only wish for you, my wife. Then I'll move out. Even as a caster, I can't hit ORT from that far away. Anastasia nodded to Scáthach. Scáthach clenched his fist and entrusted the mana of his command spell to her. The Lost Belts princess then followed Xiang Yu and Lanling Wang into the battlefield. Too few. With just this many servants, how could we possibly stop ORT? Forced to remain on the deck at Xiang Yu's insistence, Hinako Akuta turned to the others. The first round of heroic spirit summoning had already ended. The cryptors were all exceptional. Even relying solely on their own mana, they could still support several more summonings. Not to mention the magical support provided by Storm Border. The combat strength before them was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. They've arrived. Artoria's voice suddenly rang out. 12 streaks of light cut across the sky. The Knights of the Round Table of King Arthur descended like meteors, charging fearlessly toward ORT. Attention all servants fighting on the front lines. This vessel will deploy the ley line blocking armament and begin full fire coverage. Temporarily disengage from ORT and wait until the first wave of attacks is complete. Storm Border's broadcast suddenly echoed across the battlefield. However, the announcement did not truly deter the servants. They simply avoided the trajectory of the artillery as the ley line blocking armament fired, then continued their relentless assault on ORT. The alien life form, made of an unknown substance that felt both soft and rigid, gave a bizarre sensation when struck. The only saving grace was that their attacks could still deal effective damage. At the same time, any attack from ORT that landed would inflict irreversible and irreparable harm. Once fatally wounded, they would transform into crystal-like matter and be absorbed by ORT. Even with firepower at this level, it still isn't enough, Morgan murmured. The ley line blocking armament was not lacking in power due to the operator. Rather, ORT itself was simply too strong. Even that overwhelming barrage felt like scratching through a shoe, leaving only wounds that could easily regenerate. ORT's mana output is still rising. Shiomi said quietly. With every step the massive alien spider took, their reality marble suffered backlash and gradually weakened. Normally, a reality marble of this scale would trouble even a grand servant manifesting within it with its extreme cold. But ORT had completely avoided the possibility of being frozen at the very source. You call that fire coverage? An arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Morgan, maintaining the reality marble in the sky, looked up in surprise. Countless golden gates opened across the heavens. From within them, top-class noble phantasms shot forth, racing toward ORT. Gilgamesh. Shiomi looked up in astonishment. Consider it repayment for the favor you left behind in Uruk. Gilgamesh explained calmly from atop the Vimana. This was not the one beside Hakuno Kishinami, but another Gilgamesh who had manifested here. Morgan glanced toward the deck. It was probably the result of Sakura and the others performing the second round of summoning. Standing beside Gilgamesh on the Vimana was Enkidu. Drawing two of the best possible servants right at the start was certainly encouraging. Enkidu chuckled softly. Please forgive Gil's attitude. That is simply his style. Gilgamesh clearly did not care. But still, this hunt is far more difficult than hunting the bull of heaven. Enkidu's voice carried a faint excitement. Gil, what do you think our chances of victory are? Since this king has taken the field himself, defeat is impossible. Gilgamesh drew EA from the treasury. Well then, Unity God. Can your reality marble withstand the noble phantasms of this king and my friend? Morgan smiled faintly. You only need to concern yourselves with ORT. Maintaining the reality marble is a matter for my husband and me. Then we can fight without worry. Enkidu rose from the Vimana. Gilgamesh followed beside him. Before the king. Halt your steps, ORT. He shouted as he raised EA, narrate the origin. When heaven and earth were first split apart, even the void offered praise. With my sword of separation, I tear the world asunder. The star-encircling mortar, the hell of the heavens, marks the end of the night before creation. What awakens is the breath of the planet. I will advance alongside humanity. Therefore. Enuma Elish, the star of creation that split heaven and earth. Enuma Elish, oh humans, let us restrain the gods. The hero king and his closest friend unleashed their noble phantasms together. The moment Morgan heard the true names of those noble phantasms, she knew Shiomi could no longer hold back. While ORT hasn't fully activated yet, we still have some room to act. The Unity God summoned Marduk's axe and brought it crashing down toward ORT. The poem of heaven and earth creating new life. Chapter 1012, Volume 12, Chapter 89, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C, 3. With Gilgamesh and Enkidu as harbingers, the heroic spirits who had once forged bonds with Chaldea during the long journey answered the summons of the Chaldean expedition, manifesting here one after another. Taking ORT's predatory nature into account, the opening phase of this decisive battle would be led by the servants who answered the summons, forming the vanguard against the enemy. Chaldea's own retained combat strength was held in reserve as the final trump card. If a servant were defeated, they would be devoured. Their spirit origin records would be damaged, making it impossible to summon them again. The number of servants connected to Chaldea was ultimately limited. Even if every master and combatant aboard the ship performed summoning rituals, there was still a clear upper limit. Even after committing such overwhelming force, the ley line sealing armament aboard the Storm Border had already entered its second cooldown cycle. Despite the obstruction, ORT continued its slow advance, eventually reaching the boundary between the 4th Netherworld line and the 9th layer. The Netherworld line, now covered twice by reality marbles, was ultimately nothing more than a somewhat tall obstacle to ORT. Karna, Duryodhana, and Isvathaman. Arjuna and Bhima. Rama. The heroes of India, blessed by the Trimurti, unleashed a relentless assault on ORT with power surpassing that of ordinary servants. Even when its legs were severed, ORT could regenerate new ones almost immediately. And so the battle dragged on without pause. You've been making quite a commotion since earlier. Has ORT really pushed you this far? As exhaustion spread through the surviving servants and the Chaldean group alike, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Kamasat stood atop the snow-covered peak of Yayaki, speaking with detached calm. His voice carried no excitement, yet it reached the ears of Morgan, the Unity God, with perfect clarity. Kamasats. Shiomi sounded slightly surprised. Simply maintaining the reality marble at full power to grant the fighting servants a territorial advantage, while coordinating with the ley line sealing armament and repeatedly launching interceptions through the reality marble, had already consumed nearly all of Shiomi and Morgan's attention. Kamasats had merely been defeated. He had not died on Yayaki. Perhaps he had originally intended to wait for Chaldea to finish dealing with ORT's remains. Once this lost belt lost the foundation that sustained it, it would naturally disappear. At that point, Kamasats could finally rest after his long wandering, sinking into eternal sleep. But reality, clearly, was not so simple or accommodating. I am Kamasats, the king who forgot his nation and his people. The last hero. Kamasats spoke quietly as immense mana once again enveloped his body, swelling and expanding. Ort. If you want to pass through here, you must leave behind the proper price. Last time it was my heart. This time, leave that body behind. Transforming once more into a colossal bat, Kamasats leapt from the peak of Yayaki and dove toward ORT. The crystalline tentacles capable of devouring and absorbing servant spirit origins were violently severed before they could even touch his body. The last hero of the kingdom of Caren met once again the enemy from 6.6 million years ago and charged forward without hesitation. In his beast form, Kamasats' size was nearly equal to ORT's. The scene looked like two gigantic beasts tearing into each other, yet it did not feel that way at all. It felt more like a life born from the planet itself, pouring out its final strength to destroy a long-standing foe. As an enemy, Kamasats was a troublesome opponent even for Shiomi. Yet when he stood on the same side as Chaldea for his own reasons, he brought with him a strange and stirring sense of encouragement. Rage. Resolve. Mourning. All these emotions surged within Kamasats. He would use this body, created from the sacrifice of the entire kingdom of Caren, for one purpose alone. To completely destroy his ancient enemy. At last, ORT's advance was halted. It could no longer move forward. Every strike thundered across the sky. Every impact shook the earth. A myth that had endured through 66 million years of Miklan's history was being reenacted once more in this dying world. Kamasats' stand bought precious breathing room for the surviving servants. His desperate battle also rekindled the fighting spirit of those who had begun to tire. Kamasats, you're right. This is still far from over. The real battle is only just beginning, isn't it, my wife? Shiomi's spirit surged again with renewed determination, no longer weighed down by caution and constant calculations for a way to break the deadlock. As one body and mind with him, Morgan sensed the change immediately. She raised her hands and clasped them together, fingers interlocking. Despite the immense mana consumption, they were still far from being exhausted. Kamasats also sensed the enormous surge of mana behind him. With a sudden swing of his claws, he unleashed a storm of attacks in an instant. The barrage nearly tore off all of ORT's legs, preventing it from advancing any further. From what seemed to be its head, ORT fired a concentrated beam of mana. It pierced through the joint where Kamasat's wing connected to his body, blasting a massive hole through him. Not bad, ORT, but... With a roar that burst into a wave of sound, Kamasat suddenly leapt upward and shot into the sky. As the largest target on the battlefield, his presence successfully drew most of ORT's attention. Vasvi Shakti, oh, son, abide to death. Pashupada, raised hand of the destruction god. After Karna and Arjuna raced to release the true names of their noble phantasms, Bhima, Duryodhana, Asvathaman, and Rama followed suit, each unleashing their own. At the cost of releasing their spirit origins, they launched an enormous combined assault, heavily damaging ORT just as it was preparing to fire a second beam at Kamasat's. At last, ORT's movements faltered. Not merely slowed. It truly stopped. Morgan had finished her preparations as well. Witness the planet's primordial origin, ORT. Earth Mother's feast. The earth trembled with a different kind of resonance. It was the planet's anger. A faint response against the invader eroding it. Under that power, ORT could no longer maintain its original form. Its body began to fracture and break apart. The result caught both Shiomi and Morgan by surprise. Chaldea had already committed a tremendous amount of force. In a short time, dozens of servants had manifested for this battle only to fall soon after. Those still capable of fighting were only a few top-tier servants such as Gilgamesh and Enkidu, and even they were covered in wounds. What are you staring at? It's far too early to relax. Gilgamesh shouted sharply. Enkidu quickly gathered mana, but his brow furrowed. No, we won't make it in time. So you've finally shown your true form, ORT. Take this. Scythe that beheads those who cannot worship the sun. Kamasat's roared the true name of his noble phantasm as he descended from the sky, his fury twisted and ferocious. Chapter 1013, Volume 12, Chapter 90, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C4. Whether it was Shiomi and Morgan, or the crew aboard the Storm Border, they had all misjudged one crucial fact. ORT's true body was not the colossal spider-like form everyone had previously observed. Attached to that spider-like torso was an equally massive disc-shaped structure. That disc was the true core of ORT. The entity that fought Chaldea earlier, the one that forced such enormous sacrifices, had only been ORT's keratin layer. It was nothing more than a byproduct produced through the metabolism of this alien invader. Like human fingernails, it could be trimmed away at any time or used as a weapon. Except ORT's fingernails were terrifyingly powerful. Internal temperature rising. Energy from nuclear fusion is generating hypergravity along with multiple cosmic rays. Romani struggled to steady the tremor in her voice. The temperature has already reached 10,000 degrees. The estimated limit is 1 million degrees. No, once expansion begins, it won't stop at that level. It's like a thundercloud cluster in outer space, a Kalatiga supercell. Da Vinci murmured in amazement. At the same time, Shiomi reacted immediately. She descended onto the storm border and deployed a defensive barrier. Abnormal thermal rays were pouring out from ORT's disc-shaped core. If the timing caught Scotty and Scáthach before they fully shifted to maintaining the defensive field, the storm border would be ignited by the extreme heat and fall from the sky. Shiomi had intended to order Kamasat's to retreat as well. But she saw his noble phantasm being swallowed by the rays emitted from ORT's core, evaporating little by little. Now, while you can, get the hell away. Those were the final words Kamasat's left behind. His enormous body and overwhelming magical energy signature slowly disappeared within the supergalactic scale eruption unleashed by ORT. The storm border had already begun turning, preparing to distance itself from ORT while maintaining flight, keeping its speed high enough to hold a relative distance of more than 2 kilometers. Morgan had redirected the mana of the Unity God to maintaining the defensive barrier. Yet the heat still penetrated the conceptual defenses, scorching this special divine body. The reality marble could no longer be sustained. When ORT's spider form keratin shell was destroyed and control shifted to its true body, the tremendous eruption completely overwhelmed the previous clash of erosion. The Unity God's reality marble was already collapsing. Stopping its maintenance merely accelerated the inevitable while reducing unnecessary mana consumption. 5 seconds until the storm border completes its turn. Morgan's brows drew tighter. The heat from the rays grew more and more intense. It felt as if she were holding a blazing iron pot with her bare hands. Except the burning sensation wasn't limited to her arms. Her entire body could feel it. Although Gilgamesh and Enkidu were providing support through the noble phantasms of the treasury of the king, and wisdom of the people, both of them were severely exhausted and unable to block the attack effectively. Enkidu, you remain here to support Chaldea. This place will be handled by this king. Gilgamesh raised EA, the blade beginning to rotate. But another proud voice interrupted him. Unfortunately, Golden King. The role of shield shall be claimed by this pharaoh. You may rest for now and prepare for the battles to come. A colossal flying temple suddenly appeared between the storm border and ORT. The radiance of the sun isolated the eruption, allowing Morgan to feel a moment of relief. Yet merely coming into contact with the explosion caused Ozymandias' solar temple to begin collapsing uncontrollably. Since you insist, Sun King, this king will reluctantly yield for once. The sight of the sun charging forward and burning itself away, this king shall remember it well. Gilgamesh slowly lowered EA. Both he and Enkidu were heavily drained and needed time to recover. The storm border completed its turn and rapidly escaped ORT's radiation range, reaching a safe distance. Even after discarding the keratin layer and switching to independent flight, ORT's speed had not increased dramatically. Originally, it was estimated that it would take 20 hours for ORT to pass through the entirety of Mictlan and reach the surface. Now, at the speed of its true body, it would take only 5 hours to travel from the 8th layer, Yayaki, and fully pass through Mictlan. Please rest for now. If you require mana replenishment, I'll have the Storm Borders reactor convert magical energy and send it to you through the Master, Morgan said to Gilgamesh and Enkidu. Enkidu answered on their behalf. Then we'll take you up on that. I didn't expect the losses to be this severe. Now only Gil and I are still able to fight. The damage to the boundary records is a major issue, Shiomi said. Servants who have already been summoned once cannot be called again. Most of the servants who once formed bonds with us have already entered battle. Perhaps it's time for us to step onto the field ourselves. Aren't there still a few who haven't shown up? For example, that Magus of Flowers. And his sister. Gilgamesh glanced across the people gathered on the deck. The exhausted Chaldea personnel were seizing this brief moment to rest. The next engagement was expected to begin in 10 minutes. Following Da Vinci's suggestion, they would adopt a new rhythm for the battle against ORT, fight for 30 minutes, then rest for 5. They might arrive soon, Morgan said as she stared at ORT's disc-shaped core. Or perhaps they plan to stay hidden from beginning to end. Either way, that choice is theirs. That's quite a harsh thing to say. We do enjoy watching stories unfold, but if the protagonists themselves disappear, what is left of the story? A leisurely male voice sounded out, completely at odds with the tense situation. Merlin. Artoria, who had been tending to the injured and overseeing supplies, cried out in surprise. Long time no see, my king. The situation is urgent, so I brought her along as well. Merlin gestured toward the female incubus beside him. The one who insisted on calling herself Lady Avalon, yet introduced herself to Romani as Magic Merlin. Even though it hasn't been that long, I'm truly delighted to fight alongside you again, Tenkei. Taigong Wang. Shiomi stared in astonishment at the servant who manifested together with Merlin and his sister. Then more figures appeared. Orion, who had once fought beside them in the Atlantic. And the old men of the mountain, who had previously assisted them during the restoration of the human order journey and entrusted Shiomi with handling the matter of Tiamat. Both arrived on the deck one after another. It's still too early to be surprised, my child. If the enemy is this troublesome, then it's only natural for your mother to take the liberty of appearing here to help. Just as the voice declared, Shiomi and Morgan stared in shock at the girl slowly descending from the light. The primordial mother, Tiamat, had arrived. Chapter 1014, Volume 12, Chapter 91, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C, 5. The war against ORT had already reached its most intense stage. They had thought they'd destroyed its true body, only to learn that the spider-shaped mass was nothing more than a keratin shell. After that, the real core erupted with a galaxy-class output of cosmic rays. If Kamisatsu had not attacked the core with the resolve to die for his revenge, Shiomi and Morgan would never have had time to organize the first line of defense. And without Ozymandias commanding the Sun Temple to carry out a second round of defense and by time for the storm border, the situation would have been even worse. Most of the servants who answered the summons had already fallen, and the boundary records had been damaged, making resummoning impossible for the time being. So when Merlin and his sister appeared, followed by Taigong Wang and the old men of the mountain, it was an enormous encouragement to Chaldea in itself. It meant they had not yet reached the point of staking everything on one final desperate battle. But Tiamat's appearance carried another meaning entirely. Shiomi and Morgan separated from their fusion, and he stared in astonishment at the slowly approaching Tiamat. Mother. You're surprised, aren't you, my child? If you were destroyed, then the choice I made would lose all meaning. So I decided to personally lend my child a hand. Tiamat looked at Shiomi with gentle eyes. By the way, the one here is only a split body of the goddess Tiamat, a divided spirit she created to support her child, Merlin added at that moment. Her true body is still in the sea of imaginary numbers, watching all of this. Of course I know that. Shiomi dropped to one knee and let Tiamat embrace him in greeting. Merlin's sister watched the scene with great interest. My, this is quite something. I wonder what Lady Nuwa would think if she saw this. There's no need to worry about that. Taigong Wang looked toward ORT's true body. Who would come forward to help was already decided after Lady Nuwa and the goddess Tiamat negotiated it in person. The implication was obvious. Lady Nuwa had yielded. So there was something like that going on behind the scenes. Morgan was so shocked she was nearly speechless, managing only a faint remark. Shiomi didn't know what to say either. Only now did he realize it hadn't been a dream. Something like that had actually happened. As for the details, Shiomi neither found it convenient to ask nor dared to. Matters between Earth Mother goddesses were best left to Earth Mother goddesses. Even as a god himself, he was still just a junior before them. After exchanging greetings with Tiamat, Shiomi and Morgan took a brief rest while continuing to monitor ORT's route, just in case the disc-shaped core suddenly accelerated and caught the storm border off guard. Shiomi had wanted to help treat Gilgamesh and Enkidu's injuries, but it seemed they had almost fully recovered through their own abilities alone. With Chaldea's contracts and mana supply supporting them as well, there was nothing Shiomi needed to worry about. He only nodded with a complicated expression. You look like you have something you want to ask. What, do you have no faith in this king and my friend's power? Gilgamesh teased, noticing Shiomi's expression. I don't think that's it. Enkidu smoothly stepped in to defuse things. If you ask me, it looks more like he has a question only Gil, or perhaps the servants here, could answer. Shiomi pressed his lips together. Something like that. While we still have time, I want to ask the King of Heroes this. Do you know why ORT came to this planet? Of course, I mean in proper human history. So it's that kind of question. Gilgamesh let out a lazy laugh. For a question on that level, haven't you already figured out most of the answer? No. I only have a few guesses, Shiomi said. My eyes still aren't capable of seeing through the future. But what if your guesses are already very close to the truth? Merlin walked over at that moment and picked up Shiomi's question. Shiomi looked at him in surprise. So the Magus of Flowers knows the answer too? I just happen to. Merlin smiled. Since King Gilgamesh refuses to answer, then I shall. As those quiet words left his lips, even the fierce wind sweeping across the deck seemed to grow less noisy, as if they had arrived in that ideal land far removed from the world of dust. The life of a planet is not endless. One day, it too will come to an end. And when a planet dies, it is no longer fit for life to survive upon it. But there is one kind of life that may stubbornly continue on. Merlin spoke calmly, almost gently. Shiomi thought of the answer at once. Humanity, right? Humanity's strength exceeds not only the god's imagination, but the planet's as well, Gilgamesh said. Once a dying planet realizes that even after its own death, the humans living on it will not perish, the only thing it can do is send out a cry for help to other planets. Those other planets then dispatch their strongest species to exterminate the life on Earth. That's exactly how it is. ORT came here for that very outcome. Merlin smiled quietly. However, from the looks of things now, the ORT of unknown origin arrived on Earth earlier than expected, and so it had no choice but to go dormant in the Crystal Valley of South America. And then, the ORT of this lost belt fell to the planet even earlier than the ORT of proper human history. Shiomi turned and looked toward ORT's true body, overflowing with utterly abnormal magical energy. Are you afraid? Gilgamesh looked at Shiomi with amusement. As a god of the new age, you are destined to remain with this planet. Do you think you alone cannot deal with a thing like that? No. I just don't know. Shiomi shook his head. When the planet dies, and humanity can still survive without relying on the planet's resources, I don't know whether that is right or wrong. And I don't know whether I'll still be able to stand on humanity's side when that time comes. That is a matter for a future so distant it may as well be unreachable. If you can't even return to proper human history, then none of it matters in the first place, God of Chaldea, Enkidu said. Gil once told me this before. To humanity, the planet is only a cradle. One day, humanity will have to leave that cradle and explore a far broader universe. Heh. Gilgamesh only gave a faint laugh and said nothing more. But Shiomi more or less understood. To prevent that worst possible future, the answer was not to find a way to defeat the ORT of proper human history, nor to choose between humanity and a dying planet. What should be done was to guide humanity, so that before the day the planet reached its end, humanity could chart a brand new course and sail toward the distant sea of stars. Shiomi believed humanity truly had the potential. In the end, ORT was only something that would arrive for the sake of the worst possible future, and for some reason, it had descended upon Earth ahead of time. Chapter 1015, Volume 12, Chapter 92, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree Sea, 6. After clearing up a few questions that hadn't really mattered, yet kept lingering in the back of his mind, Shiomi felt noticeably lighter. After making some minor adjustments for everyone whose magic circuits had been overloaded, the 30 minutes of rest were gone in the blink of an eye. Feeling better. With 3 minutes left before they were due to head out again, Shiomi spoke to Olga Marie, who had remained alone on the deck the whole time, keeping her distance from the people of Chaldea. Or rather, refusing to speak with them. And with the battle in such a critical state, even Olga Marie, the one who most wanted to talk to her, had no energy to spare for it. Although ORT used my heart as a substitute to activate itself, Olga Marie said quietly, "It's fine now. Since I know my heart was taken, I just have to regenerate and repair it. You don't need my help?" Shiomi asked again. "You have more important things to worry about, don't you?" Olga Marie glared at him. Even she didn't know what she was thinking. There was so much she wanted to say to him, yet once they were face to face, she couldn't get any of it out. So all she could do was remind Shiomi in that stiff, awkward way that instead of worrying about her, he should be thinking about how to deal with ORT. Shiomi nodded in understanding. "It's almost time. Never mind. Whatever it is, we can talk after we deal with ORT." Without wasting another second, he turned and headed toward the front of the deck. The others, who had more or less recovered enough to carry out the summoning ritual again, also rose to their feet and waited for his orders. Shiomi nodded to them, then gave Sakura, Caren, and the others a quick pat on the head as encouragement before walking straight over to Morgan. At the moment, Morgan was talking with Tiamat alongside Artoria and the others. It seemed they were each introducing themselves to Tiamat. Tiamat looked less than pleased, but there was no time for any kind of Tiamat inspection to judge whether they were fit to be Shiomi's partners. "It's time." As Shiomi spoke, he took Morgan's hand. The Unity God manifested. Before Shiomi could say anything else, Gilgamesh and Enkidu had already seized the initiative, leaping from the deck and closing in on ORT through the raging wind. Compared to the moment when it had first switched to acting through its true body, ORT was still giving off intense radiation, but not to the point that Chaldea could no longer approach it. "So this is the Unity God." Tiamat touched Morgan's arm and shoulder. "How nice, to be able to understand each other so completely like this." Then the Unity God jumped from the deck. Merlin and the others followed one after another, drawing closer to ORT and preparing to match the pace Gilgamesh and Enkidu had set as they launched their attack. According to the plan, once the battle began again, the people remaining on deck would prepare to perform the summoning ritual. It was already more or less certain that the servants they had previously summoned could no longer manifest again. From this point on, everything would depend on the will and strength of those still standing. "It's coming." As Gilgamesh and Enkidu bombarded ORT's true body with a storm of noble phantasms, Morgan, who was steadily closing the distance, suddenly sensed something unusual in its magical energy. ORT, which had been passively taking hits up until now, was about to counterattack now that more magical energy signatures had moved within range. 7 or 8 golden tentacles, like mechanical arms, extended from the top of the disc and lashed out at them all at once. "Oh dear, that won't do." Riding atop Sibuxiang, Taigong Wang deftly slipped past one of the mechanical arms trying to seize him. The old man of the mountain swung his sword and knocked aside one coming straight at him. "It seems, it means to hunt us down as prey." "Well, it is a predator. That's simply its nature." Even as Morgan spoke, she was dodging and coordinating support with the other servants, making sure that no matter how ORT's tentacles struck, they couldn't catch any of them. "It's not just that." Merlin drifted through the gaps between the tentacles like a flower petal. "There's no awareness of communication, no will to engage. It's unlike what happened with Tiamat, unlike what happened with Goetia, and even unlike what happened with Koyanskaya." Tiamat's eyes widened as she fixed her gaze on ORT. Her eyes of the stars were of an even higher order than Shiomi's, and they exerted overwhelming suppression and interference on ORT's movements. Since it has no intention of listening, then there is no need to hesitate. As she said that, she brought her hands together and fired an intensely concentrated beam of magical energy. A single blast on a scale large enough to wipe out half a city left only a few visible wounds on ORT's true body. And, even if you avoid a direct hit, just being exposed to the cosmic storm ORT is creating causes constant damage. Morgan raised her hand and glanced at the back of it, where the radiation had eroded her skin, only for it to rapidly heal again through her self-repair ability. It wasn't just the Unity God. The servants on the front line were dealing with the same thing. They endured the erosion of the cosmic wind on their spirit origins while continuing to launch their strongest attacks without hesitation. "Don't worry. Leave things like injuries to us." Mari spoke softly then. For once, even her usual flippant tone was tinged with seriousness. Standing back to back on a path of flowers that stretched into the sky, the two magi of flowers faced the battlefield. This is the primordial sky, without walls, without cities, without nations. The origin star that shines in the depths beneath the earth. Witness the form the soul takes to exist. Garden of Avalon, the ever-distant utopia. Distant paradise, opened hope, let me offer you a breath of fragrance. Even far beyond reach, it surely exists there. Go forward with your budding hope. Winds of Avalon, the utopia beckoning from afar. Two noble phantasms, similar yet not quite the same, unfolded at that moment. The paradise of the inner sea of the planet, the ideal land known as Avalon, spread out within the fantasy tree sea ravaged by ORT. Within it, they received the protection of that ideal land, healing their wounds and restoring their magical energy. Clearly, the release of those two noble phantasms' true names had stimulated ORT to some extent. Its enormous disc-like body began to tremble. This is interference across a wide area to seize magical energy. Morgan saw the flow of magical energy in the air change, surging violently toward ORT's position, and couldn't hide her shock. That won't do. At some point, Taigong Wang had already risen to a position higher than ORT itself. Fall, God striking whip. The long whip that Taigong Wang usually kept in hand, even using it as a fishing rod at times, descended from warped space and struck directly above ORT. The immense disc lurched violently from the blow, its flight posture thrown badly off balance as it began to list and wobble in midair. Chapter 1016, Volume 12, Chapter 93, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree Sea, 7. After the two Magi of Flowers deployed their noble phantasms, the relentless, high-intensity cosmic storm spreading through the airspace around ORT and pouring from its disc-shaped core was greatly weakened. Watching ORT's true body lose control of its flight posture and slow down after being caught by Taigong Wang's noble phantasm, Shiomi spotted an opening and immediately told Morgan to get ready to attack. Wait. Enkidu suddenly called out to Morgan. Something's wrong. Oh. Taigong Wang slowly opened his narrowed eyes, calm light glinting in his purple pupils. As expected of one of the primordials from another planet. It was never going to be that simple. ORT quickly endured Taigong Wang's noble phantasm, and the flight speed it had lost from being thrown off balance gradually began to recover. The still unfinished barrage from God's smiting whip continued to follow Taigong Wang's will, its weight increasing without pause. For an instant, its force was already enough to crush mountains tens of thousands of feet high, yet all it managed to do was push ORT slightly lower. And that was not all. Once ORT adapted to Taigong Wang's noble phantasm, it immediately launched a counterattack against the owner of that noble phantasm. Humph. Gilgamesh gave a cold snort, and countless top-tier noble phantasms flew out from the golden gates, smashing into the tentacles striking back at Taigong Wang. ORT began to shake even more violently, and its magical energy reaction surged harder than before. Then an even more terrifying phenomenon appeared. Every attack that landed on ORT's true body produced a wound that healed the very instant it appeared, over and over in an endless cycle. Beneath the disc, a crystalline keratin layer was continuously being generated. If ORT fully adapted to their attacks, then the moment its regeneration outpaced their offensive power, a new spider-like keratin shell would be born. And when that happened, every sacrifice made so far would lose its meaning, and everything would return to the beginning. This regenerative ability already surpasses divine authority itself. Morgan lifted a hand, sending a dense bombardment of magic spears crashing into ORT's body. Taigong Wang's noble phantasm would only last a few more seconds. The concept of death, Tiamat murmured. What? Morgan froze for a moment. ORT, one of the primordials from the cosmos, does not possess the concept of death, Tiamat said. Its scale is different from mine. The goddess Tiamat also lacked the concept of death, but that result came with conditions. As long as living life still remained on the planet, she would not die. But ORT was different. It was one of the strongest beings born of its planet, an absolute existence that stood above all life. Invincible in an altogether different sense. If it knows no death and therefore no fear, then let me expose its weakness. The deep voice of the Gravekeeper rang out. Every time the old man swung his sword, the wounds he left on ORT became harder to recover from. But it still was not enough. Simply attaching the concept of death to it could not spread through the whole of ORT. It only needed to treat the dead parts as metabolic waste, turn them into keratin, and cast them off. What they needed was a single decisive blow. Then, suddenly, a bell tolled. Can that old man become the god of death who can kill even ORT? Morgan crossed her arms, gathering magical energy as she waited for her moment, all while keeping up her uninterrupted assault. How should I put it? Even Merlin did not know the answer. Still, it was worth trying. Even the Gravekeeper himself believed that. The evening bell has revealed thy name. Primordial of the distant cosmos, type, ORT. By the heavenly fate of men, I shall strip thee of thine immortality. Azrael. It was an astonishingly plain, unadorned sword strike. From above, it drove straight through ORT's true body, the blade sinking completely into the disc, nearly piercing it clean through. With that one strike, the immortal nature within ORT began to collapse at a frightening rate. Sensing overwhelming danger, ORT suddenly erupted with a violent cosmic gale, forcing everyone back. Even the noble phantasms of the Magi of Flowers were affected in turn, and their effectiveness began to weaken. First Hassan. Enkidu tried to warn the Gravekeeper to get away from ORT, but it was already impossible. He had not manifested here with a grand spirit origin. He had only answered Chaldea's call through his own will. And now, in order to push the battle against ORT forward, the first Hassan Isaba had resolutely paid the price with his own spirit origin and unleashed the full power of his noble phantasm. It seems my task ends here. Go, and fulfill thy heavenly fate. The Gravekeeper looked toward Morgan's side, but he was speaking to Shiomi. Then his spirit origin was swallowed up by ORT in turn, and he vanished from the battlefield. Even after being given the concept of death, ORT still doesn't seem willing to let us get close. Morgan expanded her conceptual defense to block the unprecedented cosmic gale. If she failed to stop it, ORT's cosmic wind would swallow the entire storm border whole. Wait, Merlin. Mari suddenly cried out. ORT, is it trying to expel the concept of death that was imposed on it? Am I seeing things? So it's reached even that point? Merlin sounded genuinely surprised as well. No choice. We'll have to increase the sustained output of our noble phantasms even further. Can you work with me, my lady? He was speaking to Mari at his side. Of course. But if we want to get close to ORT, just resisting the cosmic gale alone will already lower our offensive efficiency. Leave getting close to it to Mother. Tiamat cupped her hands and lowered her head slightly. Negagenesis, deploy. Let the tides of chaos appear here. As she spoke, Tiamat's small figure rapidly descended and sank into the surging tide of chaos rising below. That black flood which had once swept across Mesopotamia had now become the omen that would protect humanity's future. A dragon body spirit origin that towered between heaven and earth manifested there. In this form, speaking is difficult. Tiamat's voice echoed through the sky. She moved slowly, pressing toward the ORT flying in their direction. Clearly, even the dragon body spirit origin of the primordial mother was not something ORT viewed as a pure threat. It even regarded her as prey to be devoured. The goddess Tiamat need only fight. I will support your direction and defense. Morgan landed on Tiamat's shoulder, synchronizing Shiomi's mind with Tiamat's. On the side of the disc, a green crystal-shaped cannon muzzle was beginning to glow. ORT is about to attack. We strike first, Mother. Shiomi said. That was already my intention. Magical energy continuously gathered and compressed within Tiamat's mouth. Here I go. Oh, child, abide the laws of creation, Namu Duranki. Chapter 1017, Volume 12, Chapter 94, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C, 8. With her colossal dragon body spirit origin, she unleashed magical energy to crush the enemy's physical attacks. This was the only offensive noble phantasm that the goddess Tiamat herself permitted after manifesting as a servant. She finished charging before ORT did, and fired first. Yet just as it was about to hit ORT, it stopped. ORT had completed its own shot as well. It did not seem to be attacking at full power, but even so, it managed to block the strike effectively. What followed was a contest of endurance. Whichever side ran out of magical energy first and got pushed back would lose. ORT, are you really going to forget all about us? That's a little lacking in charm, don't you think? Gilgamesh looked down at ORT coldly. Enkidu's expression had turned razor-sharp as well. The last time he had looked like that was when he hunted the bull of heaven released by Ishtar. ORT could not be judged as if it were just another lifeform from Earth. Its attention was indeed focused on Tiamat, but only because she was the target it had decided had to be dealt with first. That did not mean it was ignoring everything else. Whether it was Taigong Wang preparing his next attack, or the Magi of Flowers maintaining their noble phantasms to suppress the effects of the cosmic storm, ORT was keeping track of all of them. The same went for targets like Gilgamesh and Enkidu, whom it still had not managed to eliminate. More tentacles stretched out from the sides of the disc and lunged at Gilgamesh and Enkidu, only to be blasted back by the rain of noble phantasms pouring down from Gate of Babylon and Age of Babylon. But that created a problem. Gilgamesh and Enkidu could each only release one noble phantasm at a time. To ORT, Treasury of the King, and Wisdom of the People were little more than a scratch. They could not break the balance between ORT and Tiamat. That left only one answer. They would have to stop resisting ORT's pursuit and place a decisive weight on the scales for what came next. Enuma Elish. Enuma Elish, oh humans, let us restrain the gods. Heaven and earth changed color. Wind, clouds, and thunder roared. Even here in this underground world, a scene from the beginning of creation was unfolding. And yet, something existed within it that even this hell could endure. As expected of ORT. It's still nowhere near its limit. But King of Heroes and Enkidu likely can't keep this up much longer. Taigong Wang leaped down from Sabuxiang's back and slowly drifted toward Ort. Kunlun Mountain serves Yuanshi Tianzuan. Fishtail golden crown, crane-feathered robe, twin silk cords binding heaven and earth. Immortal grace and Taoist bearing, pure and clear in spirit. A blissful immortal enters the battlefield. Male and female swords in hand, 8 trigrams immortal robe upon my body, containing all geography and astronomy. I stand here as an immortal upon the field of battle. He chanted the profound incantation in a stern voice, and a crimson immortal formation slowly emerged. I am the embodiment of Yushu upon the earth. I am the executor of the function upon the earth. At this moment, beneath the decree of heaven, I break gods and guide the holy dynasty. Invader from beyond the heavens, type, Ort. In the name of the 3 sovereigns, the Queen Mother, and Lady Nuwa, I sever thy fate here. Great demon sublimation, investiture of the gods. Ort, already caught within the effects of Gilgamesh and Enkidu's noble phantasms, was now further suppressed by Taigong Wang's noble phantasm, and its output weakened even more. Ha! Taigong Wang could not help but laugh. So even going all out only amounts to this much. I adjusted it specifically to deal with Ort too, but in the end, it still isn't enough. Now. Morgandano. After one attack after another, each launched at the cost of risking the destruction of their spirit origins, the Unity God seized the opening and unleashed its strongest strike. Chaotic will. Shiomi and Morgan tried to shatter Ort together with the very phenomenon surrounding it. But the collapse of that phenomenon was far slower than expected. More than that, the amount of time the goddess Tiamat could remain in her dragon body spirit origin was limited, and the deadlock between the two sides was gradually beginning to reverse. Ort's output was starting to push back against Tiamat's noble phantasm. It's about time. Shiomi said quietly. Morgan echoed him. They had unleashed enormous attacks in rapid succession, never allowing Ort a moment to breathe, destroying the function that generated the cosmic storm, also they could prepare for this next blow. The storm border, which had been watching the battlefield from 2 kilometers behind the whole time, finally turned and lined up with Ort's position once Ort's advance slowed. Open the magical energy circulation to full. Stack the spectra over the blade at the bow. Maximum engine output. Romani stared at the screen. According to the plan they had drawn up earlier, the moment chaotic will began interfering with and breaking down the phenomenon surrounding Ort, suppressing the cosmic storm to its limit, would be the moment for the holy sword armament they had prepared for so long to finally be used. Hume Barrel Ray-Proof. The ultimate noble phantasm against threats to humanity, built upon the holy sword of Artoria Pendragon. The magical energy gathered at the bow transformed into golden light. The holy sword of the planet had originally been forged to deal with the threat known as the White Titan. But Ort was even more dangerous than those vanguards. The only thing that might compare to it was the predator of the White Titan itself. Fire. At Olga Marie's command, the light of the holy sword burst forth and in an instant closed in on Ort's true body. It warped. That strike, carrying all their hopes, twisted just before impact. Like a beam of light unable to escape a black hole, it bent away, unable to reach Ort's true body. The magical energy weakened within the distorted field, scattered, and could no longer lock onto Ort itself. It increased its own mass, created a new organ, and generated immense gravity. Merlin cried out. His clairvoyance let him instantly see exactly what had happened. It can still be maintained. Prepare the next shot. Morgan immediately called back to the storm border. No good. Even if we risk the engines exploding, the fastest we can fire again is 2 minutes from now. You won't last that long. Romani clenched his fists. This was the first time since becoming an ordinary human that he had wanted to reclaim his former power and fight beside them. If only he still had the power of the King of Magi. Prepare to support the doctor. Hold the line for the 2 minutes until the second shot fires. Olga Marie raised a hand, about to issue the order. The people on deck were already preparing to carry out another summoning ritual, planning to hold the line through sheer numbers. But at that moment, Olga Marie suddenly felt time slow down. Only her time had slowed, until it nearly stopped. Ha! That's my supreme authority. It isn't time stop. I accelerated your time instead, you said from behind her. You. Olga Marie turned around. 2 minutes is too long. While enduring a pincer attack, Ort forcibly generated a gravitational field to avoid your attack. You calmly analyzed the situation. If you can't fire immediately, then even if you still have strength left, all you'll do is repeat the same situation. What should I do? If it will help everyone defeat Ort, I'm willing to give up everything. Olga Marie answered without the slightest hesitation. As the original, you really are that foolish. It's embarrassing even for a fake like me. You frowned. You don't need to sacrifice anything. I'll tell you what to do. As she said that, she took Olga Marie's hand. Chapter 1018, Volume 12, Chapter 95, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C, 9. When her hands were clasped by Olga Marie, Director Olga Marie showed a look of astonishment. Yu's body began dissolving into spirit particles. At this rate, the former alien god would, at this very moment, transform into pure mana. What are you doing? Olga Marie asked in shock. The mana needed to load the main weapon that imitates the Holy Lance, Yu replied calmly, looking at the hands she was holding. If I convert all of myself into mana and pour it into the armament, the second shot can be fired immediately. That's not what I'm asking. Olga Marie frowned deeply. This is suicide. Didn't teacher say that after the battle with ORT ends, he still has something he wants to tell you? If we fail to seize this final chance to completely destroy ORT's true body, you said in a calm yet proud tone, then there will be no after to speak of. Olga Marie had no reply. I don't know the exact structure of your Holy Lance armament, you continued, but if it's you should be able to handle the mana I convert. She paused briefly. I'm sorry. I originally intended to return this body to you. Unfortunately, there's no time now. That kind of thing doesn't matter. Olga Marie couldn't bring herself to say anything else. She couldn't stop you, Olga Marie, from disappearing. Could you not look so depressed? It's making me restless just watching, you, Olga Marie said with irritation. I finally managed to acknowledge your existence. Seeing the exact same face constantly wearing that gloomy expression makes it hard for me to leave in peace. Just as she said, for the two of them now, the other was another self. Whether Olga Marie admitted it or not, you had already accepted that fact. She even regarded her as the true Olga Marie, the original. You're right. This is a once-in-a-lifetime grand fireworks show for Olga Marie. Being this gloomy really is. Olga Marie forced herself to pull herself together as she spoke. You showed a faint smile. By now, her body had faded until only the last thin outline remained. The mana conversion was almost complete. As the alien god, both her will and body would soon disappear entirely. Oh, right. There's one last thing. I feel like I should ask clearly. You stared at Olga Marie seriously. You like that person, don't you? The man you call teacher. Yes. Then, does he love you? Does he love Olga Marie Asmolite Animosphere? Of course. It wasn't an unexpected question, yet it was one that had to be answered head-on. Olga Marie felt grateful that she could stand tall and give her answer to the other herself. I see, so that's how it is. That's good. From here on, I'll leave everything to you, my other self. The words carried both relief and peace of mind as they left Olga Marie's mouth. From mortal enemies who once fought without mercy, to beings who could no longer remain enemies, and finally to this moment, without even time for a proper farewell, she chose, on her own, to give up everything so that her former enemy could win. The body, mind, and soul of the alien god turned into pure mana and gathered in Olga Marie's hands. For a human magus, it was an overwhelmingly vast amount of mana. Olga Marie knew she could control it only for this single moment. Romani. Immediately redirect the Holy Lance armament's mana input port to the deck. Time resumed its normal flow. Every second now was critical. Yes. Romani still had no idea what had happened, and neither did the others. All they saw was that time outside the storm border had temporarily come to a halt. But after fighting all the way here, everyone trusted Olga Marie's judgment. They also believed this was the best opportunity. This is all the mana provided by the alien god, Olga Marie said. Leave the firing timing to me as well. Olga Marie poured the mana into the Holy Lance armament base aboard the storm border. Massive mana charge detected. Holy Lance armament, human order theorem future-proof, loading sequence initiated, Nemo's voice rang out. Firing authorization is now transferred to Director Olga Marie. The immense weight of it all, where a single trigger would move everything, nearly made Olga Marie faint. But she held on. Clenching her teeth, Olga Marie stared fixedly at ORT in the center of the battlefield vortex. Olga Marie's superphoton acceleration enveloped the entire storm border, dragging the warship into a different flow of time. At this moment, the storm border existed on a different plane from ORT. This was the best chance to completely destroy it. This is the resolve of our new Chaldea, humanity's final will. Olga Marie swung her arm forward, aiming at ORT's silhouette. Holy Sword armament, Hume barrel ray-proof, fire. With power equal to the first strike, the Holy Sword armament discharged once more from the bow of the storm border. A sharp golden radiance tore through space, crossed time, and shot straight toward ORT. Even though ORT had already accelerated to its limit and managed to catch up with Chaldea in its superphoton accelerated state, it was still too late. The power of the Holy Sword armament struck ORT directly at its core. A massive mana reaction began swelling from within ORT, its mana fluctuations growing increasingly unstable. ORT's internal mana is expanding rapidly, estimated to produce an explosion comparable to a supernova. Everyone, brace yourselves and take cover. Romani's tense warning had barely finished when the explosion swept across the entire fifth layer of Mictlan. A tremendous shockwave spread outward in both directions, engulfing the fourth and sixth layers as well. Amid the devastating blast, the storm border was like a small boat tossed about in a violent storm. Simply maintaining balance and keeping the protective barrier stable required every ounce of effort. All radar systems failed, leaving the battlefield impossible to observe. The blinding light forced everyone to shut their eyes tightly. They could only press themselves flat against the deck to make sure they wouldn't be thrown off. Fortunately, the barrier itself helped anchor them in place. No one knew how long the storm of destruction lasted before it finally began to subside. The ship gradually steadied. Olga Marie forced her eyes open and saw a sky as dazzling as a cosmic nebula. Teacher. Mother. The next moment, startled cries erupted around her. Amid the shouts, Shiomi and Morgan, their fusion already undone, were pushed back onto the storm border by the lingering shockwave. Team A caught Shiomi, while Sakura and Bayaban Sith caught Morgan. I'm fine. Shiomi raised his hand, doing his best to reassure them calmly. Don't worry. Morgan was also simply kneeling on the ground. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a chilling sense of dread suddenly swept over them. Morgan and Shiomi both looked up at the same time. Chapter 1019, Volume 12, Chapter 96, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C. 10. Summoning. Who is it? Shiomi blurted out. Not us, Morgan said, glancing around at everyone. At that moment, a broadcast from Trismegistus echoed out. Improper use of mirror replicated proper human history. Summary of 300 million years of human history. Confirmation of the construction of a hypothetical heroic spirit using these records. Biological classification, 1 Radiance Thing. Grand Servant. Class, Foreigner. ORT has been summoned. The quantum calculation device delivered the result in a mechanical voice. The sky reproduced a magical formation similar to Chaldea's summoning array. It was something ORT had constructed by imitating Chaldea's data at the moment its true body was destroyed. By constructing a hypothetical future, it gained recognition as a heroic spirit. No, it summoned a version of itself recorded in the boundary record belt. Shiomi gritted his teeth as he forced himself to stand. This just never ends. But right now it's nothing more than a grand servant forced into manifestation, Morgan said as she walked to Shiomi's side. Even if its spirit origin scale is immeasurable, it still has limits. Looks like this is our final battle. Shiomi tightened his grip on Gungnir and Longinus. Too bad we can't merge into the Unity God for now. I'm not so fragile that I need to hide inside my husband's body. Morgan raised her magic spear. Besides, everyone has been waiting long enough. All we could do was summon servants and watch the battle against ORT while biting our nails. I'll take the lead. Melusine could no longer hold herself back. She rushed forward in a flash, transforming into her half-dragon form as she charged toward ORT, now manifested as a grand servant. Swift as a falling star, Melusine slammed toward ORT's body. But the solar storm radiating from it collided with her advance, preventing her from closing the distance any further. Behind her, the Valkyries took flight and hurled their spears toward ORT. With Melusine and the Valkyries' preemptive assault igniting the opening of battle, the warriors who had long waited on the deck, only tasked with summoning until now, rushed forward one after another. They clashed with ORT as it attempted to descend onto the storm border. Inflaming Divinity. Divine Spirit Water. Shiomi hurled Gungnir and Longinus. The two spears entangled ORT, creating an opening for Melusine and Bargus to attack. At the same time, Shiomi raised both hands. Flames burned in his left hand, while a perfectly round sphere of water formed in his right. Fire and water spread across the deck of the storm border at the same time, enveloping everyone on the battlefield. My injuries, and my strength. Scáthach stared at his own body in astonishment. His specialty was beast magecraft, and his standard magecraft was weaker compared to others. Yet under the protection of Shiomi's authority, not only had his power increased, he also no longer needed to worry about being eroded by the solar storm. My husband does not need you to sacrifice yourselves here. We have come this far because countless heroic spirits paved the road for us. Morgan raised her staff and pointed it toward ORT. If we were stopped now, would that not be a waste? Just as the Great Witch says. Kirsteria flicked his cloak. Heaven does not turn. Earth does not move. The star of great fortune, the guidance of the bright star, the omen of harvest. At this moment, they all become lights illuminating Chaldea's path forward. At this moment alone, Kirsteria was certain he could display power nearly equal to what he had achieved in the Atlantic Lost Belt. Back then, he had completed celestial magecraft. Now, however, he stood alongside his companions under the protection of a god. Magecraft itself was born from the miracles of the gods. All this was merely a return to that origin, a brief glimpse into a distant fragment of mystery. Still as formidable as ever, Kirsteria, Daybit murmured as he walked toward ORT. He continuously summoned entities from 13.8 billion light-years away. Yet even those beings, which had been troublesome enough to give the Unity God pause, were reduced to nothing under ORT's relentless solar storms. In the end, Daybit had no choice but to step in himself, joining the close-quarters battle against ORT. And so the battle reached a stalemate. ORT could not advance a single step, and no one retreated even half a step. The deck of the storm border groaned under the violent impacts of the battle, making it seem as though the ship might fall apart in midair. Scotty and Scáthach pushed themselves to the limit, further strengthening the barrier protecting the vessel. However, there was one problem. For ORT, whether it was Melusine, the remnant of the last dragon, Barghest whose power rivaled the Fong A-Ray, the Valkyries created by the great god Odin, or the Holy Lance goddess Artoria, none of their attacks could draw its attention or interfere with its movements. ORT's combat behavior was crystal clear. Its focus was Shiomi. It barely paid attention even to Morgan, only defending when her attacks came. Every attack and counterattack it launched was aimed at Shiomi, its large-scale attacks merely catching the others in the aftermath. You're paying a bit too much attention to me, ORT. I'm truly honored. Shiomi dispersed the black hole-like gravitational field pressing toward him, neutralizing it before continuing his pursuit. But ORT had no visible expression, no organs for speech, and no intention of communicating. Words like that could not shake it in the slightest. It was completely focused on Shiomi, regarding him as the greatest threat and seeking to eliminate him first. But this ORT was no longer the flawless original body from before. Everyone's attacks were steadily accumulating damage. Morgan suddenly clenched her hand. Chains, dense as falling rain, shot out from the void and bound ORT. ORT instinctively attempted to destroy the chains, but it failed to break free immediately. That brief moment of delay was all Shiomi needed. His 4 spears surged forward like a torrent. ORT's body was rapidly torn into scattered fragments, yet the missing portions regenerated at a visible speed. Do you really think I'll give you time to regenerate? Erigene Spiral Slash. Amid the storm of spears, Shiomi unleashed a vortex centered on ORT, tearing its body apart even further. Before the final blow fell, Morgan and Artoria stepped forward to stand at the very front. The Holy Sword and the Holy Lance released their true names together. Their power, combined with Shiomi's final strike, swallowed ORT's existence whole. The sensation of destruction clearly reached Shiomi and the others. ORT's body turned into light, continuously contracting until it finally vanished. Report. Collapse of the hypothetical heroic spirit origin detected. Warning. Invasive extraterrestrial life form detected. Anomaly records integrated into the spacetime continuum. Expansion phenomenon based on paradox effects confirmed. Invasive individual, planetary ruler cell. Occurrence interval redefined as observation interval, 14.6 billion years. ORT has appeared. Shiomi clicked his tongue. So this time it summoned itself from 800 million years in the future as a heroic spirit. This really never ends. No one had reached their limit yet. They were prepared to keep fighting until the very end. ORT hasn't been destroyed because part of its physical body still remains. At that moment, a calm voice filled with firm resolve spoke up. Leave it to me. You've all already done enough. This is my responsibility. Chapter 1020, Volume 12, Chapter 97, Decisive Battle in the Fantasy Tree C11. Kukulkan. The Lost Belt King who had remained on the sidelines ever since ORT appeared. For Shiomi and Morgan, her doing so had been understandable. After all, the battle against ORT was tied to the Lost Belt's very survival. If ORT were destroyed, Kukulkan alone would not be able to keep Mictlan in existence. But that was only a secondary reason. Kukulkan. Shiomi kept his eyes on ORT without looking at Kukulkan's back. You know what you're saying, don't you? I do. In fact, I went all the way to the observatory and asked Tepu, who was still there, just to make sure, Kukulkan said. The truth was, she had already understood it the moment she saw ORT, the moment she came into contact with its attacks. Even so, she had still wanted to confirm it more precisely. She was neither a god born from the Lost Belt, nor a human of the Danos or the Khan Kingdom. She was ORT's heart, dug out by Kamasat 6 million years ago. After the passage of millions of years, that heart separated from ORT and became a new sun belonging to this Lost Belt, belonging to Mictlan. Then, after faith from proper human history was introduced, the teachings of the sun were born from that sun. Kukulkan. You'll die. Morgan warned softly. Kukulkan only smiled and said nothing. She raised her right hand high and pointed it at Ort. You invader from the void, Ort, with whom we once shared a symbiotic relationship. You devoured the fantasy tree to extend your time of activity, while we used your heart to keep this world going. To destroy you here also means destroying this lost belt. But we cannot force the vision of the sun altar, the future seen by the smoking mirror, onto proper human history. Thank you for everything you've done. Even when facing an enemy with whom communication was impossible, Kukulkan still thanked Ort as though it were only natural. Even though sustaining this world had never been Ort's original intent. Then let me speak the overall will of the Maya. Mictlan ends here. Life nurtured for 66 million years, 66 million years of time, 66 million years of answers. This is good, but there are other ways. We have accepted that. We will stop the seeds on this planet from developing. Extinction comes equally to all things. No matter the environment, no matter the ecology, as long as it is life, there are no exceptions. That was both Kukulkan's own choice and the overall will of the Maya that she conveyed. At this moment, the two became one and formed the final reason Kukulkan stood here. Listen well. This sun is your heart, and also the embryo that created me and gave birth to me. My name is Kukulkan, one born from the sun. In other words, I am one with you. Now is the time to return my body to the sun and strike you down. Interstellar voyage heart, activate. Kukulkan's body began to burn. It was not an ordinary flame, but the blazing solar fire that had illuminated Mictlan for countless years. The wind comes from the sky, and stars fall from the cosmos. Only Ort can defeat Ort. The time for destruction has come, Ultimate One. The thing that devours this planet and all of us shall not be allowed to exist. Declaring that end in a ringing voice, Kukulkan transformed into a burning sun and charged at Ort. Ort had only just completed its manifestation and was in its most complete state, yet it had no way to withstand that strike. This was a power of the same root and origin as Ort. It was something that had belonged to Ort itself. Even if Ort tried to defend against it, it had never fought itself before. That meant it had no possibility of blocking this blow. At that moment, the sun in the sky became unstable, swelling larger and larger and larger. Then it exploded. The phenomenon that marks the end of a star is called a supernova explosion. Of course, the sun hanging in Mictlan's sky was not a real star. It was only an artificial sun with stellar-class output. A substitute created using Ort's heart. Its explosion swept across the whole land of Mictlan, burning away the sea of fantasy trees created by Ort's corruption, along with all the fantasy tree seeds that had not yet taken root. The blazing storm was so fierce that even high in the sky, its heat could still be felt. The storm border ran its engines at full power, doing everything it could to maintain its flight posture. The land of Mictlan was not set ablaze. Instead, within the flames of the sun's explosion, it returned to its original state. Ah. Not just Ort. Even the sea of fantasy trees has been burned away completely. Shiomi looked at Kukulkan, who could no longer maintain her existence. She had detonated Mictlan's sun and turned herself into the very weapon of attack, perishing together with Ort, which had manifested as a grand servant. Ort's spirit origin had simply disappeared first. Now that even its heart was gone, the Ort of this lost belt could never manifest again. I guess I got a little carried away and burned everything clean, Kukulkan said, sounding slightly embarrassed as she turned back toward them. But in the end, even though we were both Lost Belt kings, it seems we never truly fought each other. It was the sort of tone someone might take after pulling off a huge feat and suddenly becoming self-conscious under everyone's attention. Not exactly, Shiomi said. Back when we were on the surface, that one attack of yours was something even the Unity God couldn't completely block. That was done in the middle of the chaos, following the will of the Maya, to protect Mictlan, Kukulkan replied frankly. Still, even if it's just once, I really would like to fight the Unity God. Are you some kind of battle maniac? Then again, the Quetzalcoatl from proper human history was like that too. Morgan rubbed her temple. My husband, what do you think? We're pretty worn out too. But having a fight with Kukulkan, who also doesn't have much time left, wouldn't be a bad idea. Shiomi reached out and pressed his palm against Morgan's. Kukulkan looked at the Unity God and broke into a satisfied grin. You're not in a hurry to leave. The storm border will depart first. We'll stay and fight with you until the Lost Belt disappears, Morgan said. After all, we can manifest independently. I see. Kukulkan cracked her knuckles eagerly. Come to think of it, as a god, I only just debuted not long ago. Would this count as a rookie god's debut battle? If you want to think of it that way. Morgan clenched her fist. She and Kukulkan leapt away from the deck of the storm border. The others returned to the ship one after another, preparing to leave the Lost Belt through imaginary number dive. At most, 10 minutes, Kukulkan estimated by instinct. I'd like to see the sleeping Dainos off and welcome the end of this world together. 5 minutes. I'll make sure you enjoy it. As soon as Morgan finished speaking, she shot toward Kukulkan like a meteor. She collided with the dying embers of the sun, and the dim sky of Mictlan lit up once more. Chapter 1021, Volume 12, Final Chapter, The Last Guidepost. On the bleached planet. After the intense battle, the storm border landed on the surface to rest and regroup. This is the first time I've witnessed a lost belt disappear from the outside, Kirei said. The final storm wall has vanished. All 7 lost belts have now been cut away. Though one of them was handled by the alien god, Scáthach added. But still, in the end Olga Marie entrusted everything she had to the director in order to help us. Is it still too late to consider her one of our companions now? But the real issue is this, Ophelia said with a grave expression. If the information held by Kirei-sama and David is correct, then everything we have done so far, no, everything Chaldea has done until now has been within Director Marisbury's calculations. David quietly watched the storm wall as it gradually faded away. That's right. Cutting away the 7 lost belts was nothing more than answering the questions on the exam. If we want to restore the planet that was eroded by the bleached world, we have to go to the South Pole. That doesn't matter right now. Teacher and Lady Morgan still haven't come back. Olga Marie said, clutching her hands anxiously. No, they've already returned, Director, Kirei said. They are true gods. They wouldn't fall behind so easily. With the storm wall gone, a pure white figure could be seen flying low across the horizon, rapidly approaching the storm border. It was the Unity God. The moment everyone confirmed the figure of Unity God Morgan, they finally let out a collective sigh of relief. After reuniting with the group, Shiomi and Morgan separated from their fused state. Morgan looked slightly exhausted, and Bayaban Sith and Sakura quickly stepped forward to support her. Shiomi, on the other hand, appeared completely steady. Caren and Gray, who had intended to help, ended up just watching awkwardly since there was nothing for them to do. Shiomi slowly walked forward until he stood before Kirei and the others. Welcome back, teacher, Kirei began to say, but Shiomi raised a hand to stop him. Only then did everyone notice that Shiomi had been staring at David the entire time. Teacher Shiomi, if you have any complaints, you may speak them, David said calmly. If you intend to remove me from the roster and throw me off the storm border, I would not have any. Before he could finish, Shiomi's fist slammed into David's face, knocking the tall young man to the ground. I understand your reasoning, and I know the concerns you had about Chaldea's and even Marisbury's schemes. But emotionally, I'm still furious about such reckless behavior. Shiomi shook his hand lightly. This punch is your punishment. Heh. David let out a rare laugh. That punishment is rather light. That's because this time we almost had to gamble Chaldea's last remaining combat strength, Shiomi said. Anyone could have died. It was only because Kukulkan made her decision that we avoided large-scale casualties from a prolonged war of attrition against ORT repeatedly manifesting. It was an undeniable fact, and David knew it well. The others also understood that Shiomi was not simply venting his anger. What David had done truly warranted consequences. I'm not planning to impose any unnecessary restrictions. Once the storm border finishes its maintenance, we will depart immediately for the original Chaldea site in Antarctica, Shiomi said. None of us know what's waiting there, aside from Chaldea's disguised as a frozen sphere. But one thing is certain, Olga Marie said. What we will face is not only the culprit behind the bleached world, but also the Grand Order left behind by Father. New Chaldea will become the destroyer of the Animosphere Grand Order. She had already sorted out the chain of cause and effect. As a Magus, rejecting the mission her family had carried since before the Common Era was not something easily accepted. But as a human being with a conscience, as a student of her teacher, and as someone who had come to understand what love truly meant, Olga Marie believed it was necessary to reject the plan her father had set in motion long ago. There is one thing I should make clear beforehand, David said. Marisbury activated Chaldeas in order to complete human order preservation. But now that the 7 lost belts have all been removed, that means human order preservation has already been achieved. Morgan raised an eyebrow slightly. In other words, as the final location in proper human history that has not been bleached, the human order at the Antarctic Chaldea will become our enemy. Are you afraid? Shiomi asked with a teasing smile as he looked at Morgan. How could I be? I was born a fairy of paradise within a lost belt. My feelings toward proper human history are tied entirely to my husband and my family. Morgan gently stroked Sakura's hair. But what about the rest of you? Do you understand the worst possibility that might appear in Antarctica? She was not asking Shiomi. She was asking Kirei and the others, Olga Marie, Ritsuka, and the surviving companions who had fought together with them until now. That's hard to say, Da Vinci replied. If human order itself becomes something manipulated by Marisbury, then even if it qualifies as a proper compiled phenomenon, we still wouldn't bow our heads to it. And besides, Romani stepped down from the ship. Kirsteria also explained something earlier. If Marisbury's plan succeeds, humanity will become the most infamous life form across the entire universe spanning 13.8 billion light-years. What kind of human order preservation would make Marisbury willing to let humanity bear that kind of infamy? It was a question Romani had been thinking about ever since the planet was bleached. As more information came to light, and he realized how deeply everything was tied to his old friend who had long since died, Romani could not help feeling shocked and confused. When he was Solomon, Marisbury had regarded him as a friend, and he had felt the same. But Solomon had never investigated Marisbury's secrets. All he knew was that Marisbury was the kind of man who would sacrifice even his own life for the mission of a Magus. In fact, when I pointed a gun at Marisbury, he said, "There's no need to choose between Chaldeas and my life," and then he used the gun to end his own life. David revealed the final piece of information. What had happened in the final moment before Olga Marie's father died? It was an extremely typical Magus decision. Compared to the results of magecraft, even one's life was something that could be discarded at any moment. Antarctica. Romani said quietly, looking toward Shiomi. Shiomi was already looking toward the South Pole. The others followed his gaze. At that pole which still had not been bleached, at the former site of Chaldea. The thing known as Chaldeas was waiting for them. And New Chaldea would go there to stop it. Chapter 1022, Volume 13, Prologue, The Wall of Human Order, 1. After resting for 4 hours on the bleached earth and repairing the damage sustained in the decisive battle against the Sea of Fantasy Trees, the storm border set off toward Antarctica. According to Trismegistus's prediction, the Ark would reach the Antarctic Circle after 24 hours of imaginary time. That was with the storm border already flying at a reduced speed. After all, 4 hours of rest was still far too short, but staying behind for several more days would have created other problems. According to Daybit, the human order preservation that Marisbury had planned was already complete the moment all 7 lost belts were cut away. The longer they delayed, the worse it would be for New Chaldea. "So you're here." With only a short distance left before Antarctica, Shiomi stepped outside and stood on the deck to get some air. Then he heard Romani's voice behind him. "Why aren't you staying on the bridge? What are you doing out here?" Shiomi said, then suddenly narrowed his eyes at Romani. "Or rather, maybe you're not Romani at all. The real Romani is still on the bridge, and you're actually Goetia." "That joke isn't funny at all," Romani said, looking thoroughly exasperated. "Especially when you take Goetia's existence into account." "Well, that guy might really be watching us from somewhere even now," Shiomi said. "That's the trouble with clairvoyance that can see both the past and the future. I can't even tell whether that was praise or an insult." Romani slumped his shoulders. "Forget it. I came to talk to you about something else." "About the alien Chaldeas?" Shiomi asked. "After all, I'm one of the longest-serving people left in New Chaldea," Romani said. In the attack on the Antarctic Chaldea, almost everyone with more seniority than Romani had already lost their lives. And he was not bringing that up to boast about seniority. He meant it in another sense. "You mean you feel bad for not noticing what Chaldeas and Marisbury were really planning?" Shiomi asked. "Something like that." Romani nodded. At the time, he had believed that as long as humanity could be saved from destruction, then a certain amount of sacrifice was acceptable. Because of that, Romani had never voiced any objection to Marisbury's actions. All he had done was offer Mash some human compassion after everything she had gone through. Romani knew that did not erase the cold-hearted side of it, but as a human being, it was the most he had been capable of doing. Then there's no reason to dwell on it. Chaldeas and Earth, that enormous replacement magecraft swapped the fabric on the surface of the two, Shiomi said. If they wanted to hide it from you after you had already become human, that would have been incredibly easy. I understand the logic of it, Romani said. The difference in size between the celestial sphere and the planet doesn't matter. The key point is that the celestial sphere copied the planet's information volume and soul, then carried out the replacement without harming the planet. More importantly, if Goetia hadn't incinerated human order, then at the end of 2016 in real time, Chaldeas should have begun bleaching the Earth. A burned planetary surface couldn't be swapped out, Romani said. After all, the existence of the 7 singularities had already destabilized human order. So from the moment Singularity F was observed, Marisbury's plan had already been disrupted. Was it really only Singularity F? Shiomi murmured thoughtfully, then suddenly remembered something. Right. Did you ever tell Marisbury about where I came from? He was referring to Solomon as he had manifested as caster during the 5th Holy Grail War. No, I didn't, Romani answered honestly. Even Solomon himself didn't understand why, when he used clairvoyance to look into your identity, he saw a reason for your birth that resembled Solomon's own. A sudden whim. Shiomi raised a brow. Yes. Solomon envied you, someone born by the hand of a god yet still possessing human freedom. That's why he arranged the kind of decisive battle with Marisberry, Romani said, answering a question that had lingered for some time. At first, I only wanted to fight you. That was a personal desire that Solomon had never once felt during his lifetime. So he didn't know my origins, but he definitely wanted to. That's why, when the clock tower sent me into Chaldea as an observer, he didn't object. Shiomi continued thinking it through. But unfortunately, his death interrupted the preparation for something. The Grand Command spell, Romani said. Marisberry must also have considered that the appearance of the singularities could interfere with his plan, which is why he prepared the Grand Command spell. But Shiomi became the only master of the original A-team who was never engraved with a Grand Command spell. As for Hinako Akuta, by blowing herself up and reviving, she had used her nature as an elemental to free herself from the Grand Command spell. Then we're back to the same question as before. What was he doing all this for? Shiomi asked. Chaldeas existed for the sake of bleaching the earth, but what was Marisberry's purpose in carrying out the bleaching? What Goetia wanted was life and a planet without death. What Kirsteria wanted was the advancement of humanity as a species. To reach the root, Romani said. Marisberry once said that the Animosphere would achieve that goal in its own way. The three founding families of Fuyuki, who established the Holy Grail War ritual, also each sought to reach the root for their own reasons. Shiomi folded his arms. Was this meant to bypass the interference of the primates' counterforce? No one knew what would happen if someone actually reached the root. Would the Magus vanish? Would something happen to humanity as well? No one knew. The counterforce of the primates deemed it harmful to humanity, and so it put obstacle after obstacle in the way, forcing generation after generation of magi to exhaust themselves without ever reaching it. And then there's what David said, about, for the sake of humanity's honor, Romani said gloomily. Marisberry's wish would benefit humanity, yet at the same time it would stain humanity's name as a species. It's just too contradictory. That man would feel genuine joy at humanity's prosperity, and he truly looked forward to the growth of knowledge. He was a very pure Magus, Shiomi said, repeating the general impression others had of Marisberry. Otherwise, Solomon would never have answered his summons. So the real key is. Romani looked up at Shiomi. His instincts told him that the man standing before him might be the key to breaking through this deadlock. But Shiomi suddenly pressed a hand onto Romani's shoulder. There's a barrier. Brace for impact, Shiomi said, then spoke into the communicator. Ignore the deck. Keep moving forward. Once the bridge received Shiomi's response, they did not slow down. Instead, the storm border drove straight into it. Chapter 1023, Volume 13, Prologue, The Wall of Human Order, 2. However, unlike when it broke through the Pillar of Light in Fairy Britain, the storm border did not successfully drill through this barrier. Instead, it was thrown back. Thrown back by force. The bow itself had dimensional drilling capabilities and was extremely sturdy. After the Holy Sword armament had been installed, it had been reinforced even further. So in the end, neither side suffered any damage. The barrier remained intact, and the storm border was unharmed as well. As expected, they were never going to let us through that easily. After going up close to the barrier and examining it himself, Shiomi returned to the ship. Morgan and the others had already come out from inside, ready to see what was happening with their own eyes. There's nothing much to look at. It's a defensive structure similar to Galahad's noble phantasm, Avalon, Shiomi said. But this isn't meant to protect Chaldeas. It's a checkpoint, something that prevents foreign matter from passing through. A checkpoint? Morgan raised a brow. To be honest, I started thinking about this after Britain disappeared. Shiomi turned back to look at Morgan. Would proper human history really accept beings that were originally born in lost belts? But Morgan once went to the Fourth Holy Grail War, and even lived in proper human history as a servant for at least 20 years, Artoria said, unable to understand. Morgan did not see it that way. That was a special exception granted by the great god Odin in the name of the chief deity. He disguised my definition as that of the Morgan from proper human history and bypassed human order's judgment. And not just Morgan, or the fairies either. Scáthach looked at Scotty. It was the same in the Norse Lost Belt and the Atlantic one. We brought back beings that did not belong to proper human history. Beings that should have disappeared along with their lost belts. So this is really where the journey ends. Scotty pressed a hand to her chest. If you don't leave behind those of us who are foreign matter that does not belong to proper human history, then you won't be able to enter Antarctica, and you won't be able to reclaim the original proper human history. At that point, she lifted her head calmly. Then leave us here. If you do, you should be able to enter Antarctica. It was the answer that came immediately once the problem had been identified. Correct, and cruel. And even more so, it was not the answer Shiomi wanted. To be fair, Scotty's reasoning does make sense. We could even test it by leaving behind everyone who followed me out of the Lost Belts, including my own wife and daughter, Shiomi said, staring at the unseen barrier with his arms crossed, without even turning around. If we throw away the companions deemed unqualified like excess baggage, then maybe we really could pass through the wall of human order. Tenkei. Scotty felt her nose sting. She had not yet figured out what she should say as a farewell, and she had not immediately caught the meaning hidden beneath his words. But that's the mindset of trash. Shiomi turned around and made a slightly mischievous face at Scotty. The moment she saw that expression, Scotty, who had still been a little sad, suddenly felt like laughing, while also getting a little annoyed. I'm not trash, she protested angrily, thumping Shiomi on the chest several times with both hands. The wall of human order exists to separate proper human history from the foreign matter that does not belong to it, Shiomi said. I have no intention of abandoning things that are priceless to me just because of some so-called inspection. Morgan smiled at that, understanding him perfectly. She knew very well that Shiomi would never accept any condition that required throwing away his companions. Even if the one setting the condition was human order itself. I understand that you don't want to leave us behind, and the others on the storm border don't want to either, Scotty said. But that still doesn't solve the problem. How is New Chaldea supposed to enter Antarctica? Before she could finish, she saw Shiomi and Morgan clasp hands and transform into the Unity God. Though I don't know whether Lady Nuwa and the other gods accounted for even this outcome when they created me and set me on this path. The Unity God raised both hands, opening and closing its fists repeatedly to confirm its condition. Wait, who's in control of the Unity God right now? My beloved disciple, or Morgan? Scáthach cut in, looking deeply conflicted. Seeing Morgan's face but hearing my disciple's way of speaking is kind of awful, honestly. What's awful about it, the Unity God said, touching its chin. My wife's face is a once-in-an-age beauty. Artoria, surely you can understand that. To be honest, not really. Artoria also looked conflicted. Honestly, you people are so troublesome. My wife, you take over. As soon as those words were spoken, the Unity God's tone changed. To still be joking at a time like this, it seems my husband really is calm. Morgan let out a soft sigh, then turned to look toward the inside of the Antarctic Circle. The barrier blocking the ship's advance had vanished the moment the storm border backed away. As long as it did not continue forward, the barrier would not appear. If human order, no, if the wall of human order will not permit it, then we will. Morgan flew into the sky and stopped in front of the barrier as it manifested once again. The moment her hand reached toward it, the barrier naturally moved to stop it. But only for an instant. The Unity God's hand passed through the wall of human order as though slipping through the surface of water. A hole has been confirmed in the wall of human order. Even for the Unity God, how is this even possible? Da Vinci and Shaun's shocked cries came from the bridge, making the communicator burst into noisy chatter. Return to the ship at once and prepare for another breakthrough attempt, Scáthach urged the others back inside. Use the passage opened by that small hole and have the storm border begin imaginary number dive. Set the coordinates to the Antarctic continent on the inner side of the barrier. Yes. Captain Nemo, hurry. Possibility of imaginary number dive confirmed. Surfacing coordinates set to Antarctic continent, former Chaldea site. Nemo rapidly arranged the dive operation. Imaginary number dive will begin after hypothetical time 0010. Don't waste time. Begin the dive immediately. Morgan shouted the order. Following her command, the storm border used the opening torn into the wall of human order by the Unity God and found a viable path for imaginary number dive. In the blink of an eye, the massive ship vanished from the skies near Antarctica. Then we as well. After confirming that the ship had begun its imaginary number dive, Unity God Morgan used independent manifestation to enter the inner side of the wall of human order. From this moment on, we become true invaders of proper human history, Morgan said to Shiomi. I have no intention of accepting Marisbury's human order preservation. And I also have a duty to correct that mistake. As a god, and even more so as a human. Shiomi answered calmly. Not I, we. Right. Yes. We. Shiomi agreed with Morgan's words. Chapter 1024, Volume 13, Chapter 1, The Road to the Observatory, 1. After spending 4 or 5 years at the Chaldea Observatory, Shiomi's deepest impression of the Antarctic continent was the unending wind and snow. Clear, cloudless days stretching for miles were rare. A raging blizzard like the one now, fierce enough to make it almost impossible to keep one's footing, was already something he had seen countless times. Standing on a relatively flat stretch at the foot of the snowy mountains, Unity God Morgan ignored the violent Antarctic blizzard and gazed up at the sky beyond the outer slopes. Before long, the storm border emerged from the sea of imaginary numbers, ending its imaginary number dive and returning to the real world. Return to real number space confirmed. Beginning environmental scan. Location confirmed as the Antarctic continent, approximately 200 kilometers from the former Chaldea site. The communication from the storm border came through the communicator. 200 kilometers, Morgan turned and looked toward the mountain path ahead, its far end completely hidden by the wind and snow. Chaldea's was located on the snow-covered mountain at the pole. For the Unity God, that stretch of road was as easy as flat ground. And weather this harsh would not hinder the storm border's advance in the slightest. That was assuming the road ahead was only plagued by bad weather and treacherous terrain. Maintain low-speed navigation and use our route as a marker, Morgan proposed. Advance slowly toward the former Chaldea site and avoid running into any. Before she could finish, a thunderous roar came from the mountaintop. An avalanche crashed down the slope with the force of heaven and earth collapsing. Standing before such an avalanche, a human would seem infinitely small, like an ant that could be swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Even a squad of over 100 magi would turn pale at the sight of it. Without enough preparation in advance and the ability to adapt on the spot, probably only elites of color rank or above would survive. That was assuming the one standing there was only human. But the avalanche sliding down the mountainside met the figure of the Unity God and split apart down the middle, like a river forced to flow around a massive reef. Just like the miracle of Moses parting the sea. An avalanche, whether this is a natural phenomenon or deliberate is hard to say. Morgan gave a light laugh, treating the avalanche as nothing, and slowly continued up from the foot of the mountain. How about it? The wall of human order failed to stop us. Instead, it developed a gap and let us enter this place. As the Chaldeas that maintains this region of proper human history, if it couldn't observe something like that, it would be far too incompetent, Shiomi said. That's more or less what I thought too. Morgan brushed the snow dust from her clothes as she walked. Back in Orkney, she used to need a hood for warmth when going outside in winter. Now, she did not need one at all. There was something a little regrettable about no longer being able to feel awe at the harshness of the environment. Though it was only the kind of regret one might have over a missed bit of amusement. Come to think of it, why couldn't the wall of human order stop us? No, more precisely, why couldn't it determine whether or not it should stop us? Shiomi said. I am a god born for the sake of humanity. Even if I appeared in a human body, that transformation had been a fixed fact from the very beginning. In that sense, my husband and the alien god do have something in common, Morgan said with a teasing smile. She meant Chaldeas. The real, alien god. Not necessarily the same. Chaldeas is the achievement of the Animosphere, while I am Lady Nuwas Mercy, Morgan said, sounding a bit helpless. My husband really has become rather proud of being a god. Doesn't that make you happy too? By being immersed in my authority, your standing as a fairy has also risen to the level of a god, Shiomi said cheerfully, teasing her in return. If one ignored the harsh environment and the tension on the bridge coming through the communicator, it would not be an exaggeration to say they were treating a moment like this as a casual outing. I am happy, Morgan said, making no attempt to hide it. The problem is. To the wall of human order, I am something that can absolutely pass, while my wife is something that cannot, Shiomi said. And yet I am innocent myself, Morgan replied in a faintly aggrieved tone. Shiomi was briefly at a loss. Anyway, it has nothing to do with innocence. In any case, the problem created by becoming the Unity God is that our existence is something difficult for human order to define. We're a concept with blurred boundaries. In other words, a loophole program. Morgan suddenly came up with the description. My wife, that way of putting it is not Magus-like at all. Shiomi could not stop laughing. But it does explain the issue. In short, by using that loophole-like state, we managed to bring everyone into Antarctica before our classification could be clearly defined. So in other words, my husband solved the problem on instinct, and if it had failed, we would only have been able to wait for death on the surface of the bleached planet. Morgan continued teasing him. Not necessarily. Shiomi sounded rather confident. If I couldn't even overcome an obstacle on this level, then it would only mean I'm fundamentally unqualified, and that my trial is far from complete. My husband being this serious makes me look like the one who isn't taking things seriously enough. Morgan understood immediately, though her tone remained light. This has always been my wish, Shiomi said quietly. If even being with me isn't enough to let you relax, then I might really be finished. Something in the softest part of Morgan's heart felt as if it had been gently squeezed. Right now, she wanted very badly to undo the fusion and hold Shiomi for a while. Unfortunately, there was no time for that. Whether my husband is finished or not is not for me to judge. But this walk is over. Morgan raised her head. After the avalanche, on the still wind-lashed, snow-covered mountainside, ranks upon ranks of black hound hunters were standing there in dense formation. Ivan the Terrible's noble phantasm. No. Shiomi let out a cold laugh. So they're watchdogs created by imitating Ivan the Terrible's noble phantasm. Considering that the one who planned the planet's bleaching and selected the 7 lost belts was Chaldea's itself, the celestial sphere for the preservation of human order, there's no way it wouldn't know the state of the lost belts, Morgan said. Moreover, the Russian lost belt served as the vanguard force responsible for invading Chaldea. Or maybe these are things recreated after extracting the data from those hunters back then, Shiomi said. Either way, every one of those Black Hound hunters was equivalent to a low-rank servant. If this had been the 2 of them from before, then being surrounded and attacked under the leadership of an alien apostle would indeed have made escape difficult. But times are different now. Morgan raised a hand. From the avalanche behind them, which had still not fully settled, several frost dragons burst forth and roared as they flew toward the summit, launching an attack on the Black Hound hunters. If they still think creatures like these are enough to stop me, then they are underestimating us far too much. Shiomi voiced his agreement. Chapter 1025, Volume 13, Chapter 2, The Road to the Observatory, 2. The moment those Black Hound hunters caught sight of the Unity God and the storm border flying in the sky behind it, they immediately chose to open fire on Morgan down at the foot of the mountain. Countless bullets tore through the wind and snow, only to lose speed uncontrollably as they neared Morgan. Morgan did not even spare them a glance. She merely lifted a brow, and the bullets flew back the way they came, piercing through the Black Hound hunters' torsos and heads. As for the rest, before Morgan had even entered their firing range, they were already pounced on by giant dragons formed from ice and snow, then sent tumbling down the mountainside. From a distance, they looked like countless black sesame seeds scattered over white snow, rolling a few times before vanishing from sight. At this rate, even if they made it all the way to the observatory at the summit, no number of Black Hound hunters would be enough to stop New Chaldea's advance. Even so, neither Morgan nor Shiomi let their guard down. There was no question that these watchdogs were only the appetizer, part of a test to gauge the invaders' strength. Only after it became clear that even a force this large of Black Hound hunters could not hold them back would the next level of countermeasures be deployed. This was an unbleached region of proper human history, territory within Chaldea's reach. And once foreign matter from outside proper human history had invaded, it was not hard to imagine what kind of response that would trigger. The noble phantasms of a holy sword and a demonic sword were unleashed, and torrents of mana came surging down the mountain straight toward Morgan's position. This is, Morgan said, slightly surprised. Turnwheel Sword of Victory, and Rebellion against my beautiful father. Shiomi recognized the source of the flood of mana. Gawain and Mordred. The moment the shockwave of the noble phantasm subsided, Gawain and Mordred landed heavily in front of them and swung their swords down. Servants. No, this is. Morgan raised a hand, and the barrier she spread blocked both attacks. But she immediately realized that something was off about the 2 knights' condition. Madness enhancement. Shiomi noticed it as well. No, these are Spirit Origin Shadows. Spirit Origin Shadow was a technique Chaldea had gradually developed during the incineration of human order. Using recorded data as a catalyst, it allowed servants who had once formed bonds with Chaldea to manifest briefly once again and assist Chaldea's masters in battle. It was an extremely limited combat method. The servants had no independent will. They only fought according to orders, and they could not be sustained for long. Compared to Chaldea's actual combat strength, the reinforcements this technique could provide were somewhat underwhelming, so in the end it had been shelved and never put into use. So they chose to activate a discarded technique instead of directly summoning servants into manifestation. Morgan said with an amused smile. The answer was obvious. If they directly summoned servants with autonomous minds and had heroic spirits fight New Chaldea, it would almost certainly backfire and only further strengthen Chaldea's side. So after running the calculations, Chaldea's had chosen to use the Spirit Origin Shadow technique instead and summon restricted servants. The only slight difference was that Spirit Origin Shadows originally required mana supplied by a master, whereas now Chaldea's electrical system was directly being converted into mana. Their duration will be longer, Shiomi said. Then even more servants burst out from the chaos atop the mountain, and quite a few flying servants shot straight toward the storm border in attacks that were practically suicidal. After Mordred and Gawain, the servants came in wave after wave, surrounding the Unity God and launching their assault. After dodging one servant's attack, Morgan turned and took to the air, leaping out of the encirclement. Annoying. She raised her hand and fired a noble phantasm straight into the cluster of servants around her. The slope beneath them instantly gave way, leaving the servants with nowhere to stand. Unfortunately, they were servants after all. Their reactions were far beyond anything a human could match. Even while taking the blast head-on, they immediately sprang toward firmer ground. How is the storm border doing? Morgan asked in a brief gap between clashes, checking on the ship's status. Melusine and Bargast have already gone to the deck to engage the enemy. Scáthach and Artoria are on their way there now, Shaun answered. The storm border is preparing to activate the ley line blockade armament. Stay clear. No need. Tell Scotty to fire as soon as she's ready. We'll lure the servants into its firing range, Morgan replied instead. The ley line blockade armament was immensely powerful, but completely destroying the mountain structure of the Antarctic plateau was no simple matter. At the very least, it would require sustained, uninterrupted bombardment on a fixed point. A wide area strike alone was not enough to threaten the mountain range where the observatory stood. Otherwise, Chaldea would never have chosen this site when it was first built. You really do things the hard way, Shaun remarked. Still, if the gods themselves are saying so, then we'll trust your judgment. With that, the communication cut off again, and the Storm Border's armament began to power up. Then we can't afford to waste time either. As Morgan spoke, the mana swirling around her intensified even further. By raising her threat level that way, she forced the mindless servant shadows to prioritize the slowly advancing Unity God at the foot of the mountain as their primary target. One wave after another. Shiomi muttered, then suddenly had an idea. Wait. What if we push straight in like this? You mean Chaldeas would avoid bringing the battle inside Chaldea itself? Morgan guessed. But the celestial sphere is a copy of Earth's soul. Ordinary methods can't destroy it. Then let's test it. A battle is unavoidable either way. Even if we reach the place where the celestial sphere is, it will still respond, Shiomi said with certainty. Well, if my husband insists. Morgan swung her arm sharply, and the already ferocious blizzard suddenly intensified, spreading outward from her in all directions. The servants and blackhound hunters that had appeared on the mountain to block their path into the Chaldea observatory all fell into stillness within that storm, seized by absolute cold and frozen so thoroughly that they could no longer move. In other words, the servant shadows had become live targets. Of course, because the affected area was so wide, the freezing effect was weakened somewhat as a result. Some of the stronger servant shadows already began cracking the ice that covered their bodies after just 2 or 3 seconds. And just before they could break free, the Storm Border's ley line blockade armament finished charging and opened fire across the mountain slopes. The snow-covered mountain shook once more. This tremor was even more violent than the earlier avalanche, and it triggered a new one. Morgan had already left the bombardment zone by then. Now, standing only 1 step away from the observatory, she looked down as the servants were swallowed by artillery fire and snow. I never thought the day would come when we'd be the ones attacking Chaldea. Mistakes have to be corrected. That is our duty. Shiomi and Morgan spoke to each other in silence. Chapter 1026, Volume 13, Chapter 3, Chaldeas, 1. The Chaldea Observatory looked exactly the same as it had when they evacuated it. None of the damage caused by the battle and the attack had ever been repaired. Time here seemed frozen on that first day of 2017. Everything that came after, including the bleaching of Earth, felt as though it had nothing to do with this observatory. And in truth, that was exactly the case. Although this was the last place untouched by the bleaching, if one looked at it from the other side, then on the replaced planetary surface, the Antarctica where Chaldeas existed was in exactly the same state. Which meant there was no real distinction to be made about whether it had been replaced or not. The Unity God has entered Chaldea's interior. Storm Border, can you land safely? Morgan asked, contacting the Storm Border. Through the broken windows along the corridor, they could still see the Storm Border fighting outside. In addition to the servant shadows that had survived the earlier avalanche and bombardment, many newly manifested servant shadows had appeared as well. Chaldea's power system had most likely been restarted by Chaldeas, which was now using Spirit Origin shadow summoning technology to continuously reproduce usable servants for battle and prevent new Chaldea from drawing near. I'm afraid landing won't be possible. If we want to ensure there is no interference, we first need to cut Chaldea's power supply and sever the mana support going to the Spirit Origin shadows, Shaun's voice came through the communicator. So making contact with Chaldeas will be left to the two of you. If communications can be maintained, please do not disconnect. Understood, Morgan replied. The Storm Border clearly still had enough strength left to deal with the encirclement by the servant shadows. But if it landed and allowed the people on board to disembark, it would create a major opening and put the non-combat personnel in danger. So the task of going ahead and investigating first was best left to Morgan and Shiomi, their strongest fighters. Leaving the line open, Morgan started walking toward the control room. The doors that should have opened automatically did not respond. Left with no choice, Morgan broke them apart, brushing away the dust with one hand as she continued deeper inside. Once she passed through, she was met with an unpleasant sight. The Chaldea staff who had failed to evacuate in time during the assault were lying in the corridor, their bodies still marked by the single bullet holes left by the blackhound hunters. Blood had pooled beneath them, then frozen solid and formed a layer of white frost. Fortunately, the internal heating system had already shut down, so all of the remains had been frozen by the Antarctic cold of several dozen degrees below zero. In another sense, the entire Chaldea facility had become a natural morgue. At least there was no smell of decay. More than 100 employees died that day. People like Anastasia and Kodomine Kirei dying just like that was almost letting them off easy, Shiomi said quietly. What about Koyanskaya? If my husband wants to settle accounts with her now, that would not be impossible, Morgan asked. What's already been decided doesn't need to be changed, Shiomi answered. Besides, Koyanskaya also contributed in Miklin and made her atonement. The same still applies now. So in my husband's words, her head stays on her neck for now. Morgan asked. That's not wrong. Shiomi smiled. Still, this really is gloomy. Dead Chaldea staff everywhere, all killed horribly, and the lighting isn't great either. Does it make you uneasy, my wife? No, I'm fine. Morgan shook her head. Though she was venturing deep into Chaldea alone, she was not truly fighting alone. Her husband was with her at every moment. Shiomi answered softly. The path from the corridor to the control room was not very long. But when Morgan approached, only the control room door slowly opened on its own. So this door is still intact. Morgan raised a brow. We didn't run into a single enemy all the way here. Looks like Chaldea's is waiting for us too, Shiomi said. That said, can that celestial sphere really communicate with us? We'll know soon enough. Morgan could not answer, so she simply replied with a faint laugh. Passing through the final door, what appeared before Morgan was Chaldea's, sealed inside a thick mass of ice. According to Scáthach, Anastasia, who led the Blackhound hunters in the attack, personally froze Chaldea's. And supposedly that was done under the orders of the alien god, Shiomi recalled. But judging by the result, that was really just a smokescreen, meant to keep even the cryptors in the dark, Morgan said as she examined the ice. Even if we had never intervened, once the 7 Lost Belts finished competing and a victor remained, Chaldea's would have had you Olga Marie descend, destroy the final Lost Belt, and complete the last step of the plan. In other words, Chaldea's frozen dormancy had only been an illusion. Even now, the celestial sphere of human order preservation wrapped in ice was still operating. Even without us, Kirsteria would still have failed in the end, Shiomi said flatly. From the communicator came Kirsteria's relaxed teasing, saying Shiomi's assessment was far too harsh. After all, once Shiomi completed his 6,000-year pilgrimage in Britain, no cryptor could have stood in his way any longer. To keep it simple, let's see what Chaldea's intends to do. Morgan swept her sleeve through the air. A gentle spring breeze passed through the control room. The ice encasing Chaldea's was ice magecraft created by Anastasia through her contracted spirit. So it had to be dispelled through magecraft or something beyond it. That breeze, mild on the surface, instantly melted the thick ice covering Chaldea's. It turned into cold water, fell to the floor, and flowed away toward the lower levels. How long has it been since I last looked at Chaldea's operating as if nothing were wrong? After undoing the fusion, Morgan spoke to Shiomi. My wife knew from the beginning that something was wrong with Chaldea's. Unfortunately, because of causality, you couldn't say it out loud. Shiomi let out a light sigh. Are you angry? Morgan asked with a smiling expression. Asking a question when you already know the answer again. I understand the hardship you were under, so how could I be angry over that? Shiomi wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Morgan gave a slight nod and raised her head to look at Chaldea's. Then, now that it has been thawed and restored to operation, next. At that moment, a series of steady footsteps sounded from behind them. My apologies for not being properly prepared to receive guests. As the only one in this Chaldea that has yet to begin operation, and the only one here who can welcome visitors, I sincerely welcome your arrival, last god of humanity, and god who was once a fairy. The familiar tone and manner of speaking came from behind them. Shiomi turned first, moving to shield half of Morgan's body behind him. Morgan also turned at the same moment. And when they clearly saw who had spoken, both of them were slightly taken aback. Marisberry Animosphere. Chapter 1027, Volume 13, Chapter 4, Chaldea's, 2. Once the appearance of Animosphere was confirmed through the communicator, a stir spread through the Storm Borders Bridge, which was already busy dealing with the assault. Marisberry Animosphere. The former director of Chaldea, whose death in his own room had already been confirmed back in 2011. Olga Marie's father. And, depending on how one looked at it, Shiomi could, in a certain sense, call him father-in-law. What is going on? Father is supposed to be dead. Olga Marie cried out in shock. In the world of magi, death was almost irreversible. Most magi chose to prolong their lives so they could continue pursuing magecraft indefinitely. The director of the clock tower was one example. The second magic user was another, having lived from before the Common Era all the way to the present, just like the disciples who inherited the teachings of the magecraft King Solomon. But once a magus truly met death, resurrection was basically impossible unless one sought a miracle on the level of the Holy Grail. Even in the case of someone like Tuko Aozaki, whether that truly counted as resurrection would turn into an exhausting philosophical debate if examined too closely. And yet now, Marisberry was standing before Shiomi and Morgan. His appearance, expression, and clothing were almost unchanged from the last time they had met at the end of the Fifth Holy Grail War. You're not the real Marisberry. You're just a form recreated to imitate that man and appear before us. Shiomi's star eyes lit up, seeing through the other party's true nature. Am I wrong, Chaldeas? As you say, I am not the real Marisberry, but a materialized personality projection recreated from the records stored within, Marisberry replied, still smiling without the slightest emotional fluctuation. Under Marisberry's original plan, Olga Marie Animosphere was the most suitable candidate. But that possibility had already been destroyed. Chaldeas originally intended to discard the old plan and draft a new one. Until Morgan stared coldly at Marisberry. Olga Marie gave up the Animosphere body. That is correct. Originally, everything about her, including her mind and soul, was an element that had to exist within the grand order called human order preservation. Even with only the body remaining, it was still enough to serve a purpose, Marisberry said. But judging from the final result, it was an incomplete piece after all. An ending like that was only natural. Before he could finish speaking, a blast of attack magecraft punched straight through Marisberry's body and slammed him into the wall. Even with a large hole blown through his abdomen, there was no blood. Marisberry simply rose from the floor with the same unchanged expression. The hole in his stomach gradually repaired itself, along with his damaged clothes. So you really aren't a living being. It wouldn't be wrong to call you an object created through projection magecraft, Morgan said, sounding momentarily at a loss. Shiomi had not attacked out of anger alone. He had also wanted to test the strength of this Marisberry standing before them. The result seemed clear. This projection was not meant for combat, at least, not for a fight against two gods. So then, what exactly does Marisberry's so-called human order preservation exist for? Shiomi asked. You went so far as to replace Earth's surface with the celestial sphere's surface, bring down the seeds known as fantasy trees, and create 7 lost belts. What kind of human order preservation are you trying to achieve, and what sort of future are you seeking? There was one point he hated admitting. If not for Marisberry's long chain of secret schemes, he might never have met Morgan at all. From that angle, he might even owe the dead Marisberry some measure of thanks. But that was one matter, and this was another. Shiomi had his own way of repaying such a debt, and he had no intention of mixing unnecessary personal feelings into this. On that point, I would think you already understand most of it by now, Marisberry said calmly. Ever since humanity parted from the age of gods and entered the common era, the very foundation of human order has been unstable. Even now, after more than 2,000 years of the age of man, that has still not changed. I already know that much, Shiomi said. Human order has its own reasons for being unstable. Aren't the mysteries still active in the shadows of the world one of the causes of that instability? The Mages Association, the Holy Church, and the many mystery-based organizations that stood apart from those two great institutions. As well as forms of life beyond human understanding. The remnants of phantasmal species left on the planet's surface, and even beings like the dead apostles. So that is your view. Marisberry spoke lightly. There was not the slightest emotional fluctuation in him. Even the real Marisberry, back at the end of the Fifth Holy Grail War, had shown an obvious obsession with his objective. Chaldeas could reproduce his personality and knowledge, but it could not reproduce the faintest stir of emotion. If you have a different opinion, then state it, Morgan said. We came here not only to stop Marisberry's plan, but also to uncover the truth behind what we still do not know. I would not call it a different opinion. Marisberry looked at the two of them. Your view does contain a certain degree of truth, but it is not enough to solve the problem. Of course. Marisberry was dealing with a problem that belongs to the future, Shiomi said. If the incineration of human order by the king of magecraft Goetia was the final problem the age of gods left behind for humanity, then the Animosphere Grand Order is an attempt to draw a navigational chart for humanity's future. And that so-called chart was human order itself. Because it was not stable enough, it needed to be maintained, and perhaps even fundamentally stabilized. The monster that slept in the South American Lost Belt, Marisberry said, and the ORT that likewise exists in proper human history in an even stronger form, is a destruction device meant to descend after the end of this planet arrives. And Morgan kept her attention fixed on the condition of the celestial sphere itself. The celestial sphere that had turned gray half a year before during the incineration of human order now showed a normal blue color and continued predicting the planet's future. This means that no matter how stable human order becomes, the ending of destruction cannot be avoided. That is a possibility Marisberry could not accept. If human order is to be preserved forever, then the means cannot be questioned. Even if the energy of the entire universe must be taken away, human order must be guaranteed to continue eternally in perfect stability. The moment Shiomi heard that particular fact from Marisberry, his brow tightened sharply, and he stared fixedly at the men before him. I sincerely hope what I just heard was a joke, but unfortunately, the Marisberry standing before me does not tell jokes. Chapter 1028, Volume 13, Chapter 5, the so-called Human Order Preservation. Astromancy, the most profound and ultimate magecraft of astrology, had been passed down from the Chaldeans, the originators of stargazing, into the modern age. It gathered the mana that filled the earth and sky, then drew together the cosmic mana from beyond the heavens into a single stream, like a miracle of stars linking planets together. Or rather, astromancy in its original form was a magecraft system built on drawing power from the universe itself. It was only with the passage of time and the decline of mystery that it gradually became centered on predicting the future and observing celestial bodies. As the lord who presided over the department of astromancy, Marisberry understood that fact better than anyone. Kirsteria had already displayed his mastery of astromancy in the Atlantic Lost Belt, turning the mana of the heavens into a weapon. In the modern world, there were very few magi capable of standing against him. Even if Shiomi had not intervened at the time, Morgan or Scotty could still have neutralized it if they had gone all out. But that had only been astromancy used as an offensive tool. Conversely, what if astromancy were used as a method of gathering mana and applied to an even greater objective, such as human order preservation? The universe allows for limitless possibilities, and so it gives rise to countless parallel worlds and histories that branch in different directions, Shiomi said slowly after sorting out his thoughts. For example, a King Arthur who chose the Holy Sword as a main weapon and one who chose the Holy Lance would have differences in their experiences, but in the end they would still arrive at the same destination. But possibilities without limit would exhaust the lifespan of the universe itself. So at a certain point in time, exceptional worlds that deviate from the strongest and most stable path must be pruned away to prevent improper waste of energy. Morgan raised a hand. All 7 lost belts fall into that category. They were originally branches that had already been pruned from the tree of time. The universe itself is unstable by nature. What keeps its past, present, and future stable are precisely pruning and the record belt. That the two of you understand the current situation in that way is a result I could only welcome, Marisberry said with a smile. It was perfect, utterly devoid of feeling, a smile that was false in every possible sense. Human prosperity itself is an extremely unstable thing. After seeing the 7 lost belts, you should already understand that whether humanity becomes too weak or too prosperous, it loses possibility in the end and becomes a pruned phenomenon. Of course, a history in which humanity never came into being in the first place is another outcome altogether. So, Shiomi said. Chaldeas predicted that that human order itself would inevitably head toward destruction. That outcome runs contrary to the Animosphere Grand Order. It was something Marisberry could not accept. That is only one side of the matter. Marisberry's wording grew noticeably more cautious. Morgan immediately caught the change. Up to this point, her fairy eyes had been able to tell clearly whether the simulated Marisberry personality was lying. But limited truth was not the same as complete truth. Depending on how the listener interpreted it, it could expand into something that deviated from the proper answer. That was an important lesson Morgan had learned through her time with Shiomi. Or perhaps there is another possibility, Morgan said, voicing her own hypothesis. Proper human history may originally have had a far more distant and lengthy future ahead of it, enough time to face its own destruction. But the birth of something may have drastically shortened the lifespan of human order. Marisberry maintained his smile but said nothing. In response, both Shiomi and Morgan felt a clear surge of hostility. The answer is the final completion of Chaldeas. Morgan pointed at the celestial sphere itself. By defining Earth as an existence with a soul, then creating a copy of its model, the final result was a miniature replica of Earth itself, the Human Order Preservation Celestial Sphere, Chaldeas. Though the Human Order Preservation Celestial Sphere seemed to exist right here, in truth it occupied a phase completely different from that of humanity. Human perception and human knowledge could only grasp its outer appearance. They could not observe the details inside the celestial sphere itself. That was why Chaldea used the near-future observation lens Sheba to observe the surface of the celestial sphere, the city lights on its land. Because its reference point was set 100 years into the future, Chaldeas also meant the Earth of the future. So which was it? Shiomi asked. Did the completion of Chaldeas shorten the lifespan of proper human history, or did proper human history only have a little over 100 years left to begin with? What do you think, Marisberry? Of course, that question received no answer. Chaldeas would not respond. It concerned secrets on an even deeper level. In any case, the destruction of proper human history could not be avoided. And so Chaldeas, acting in accordance with Marisberry's expectations, formulated the plan known as the bleaching of Earth, Marisberry said. By exchanging the surface of the planet with the surface of the celestial sphere, all of proper human history up to 2017 would be frozen in place. Then, on the bleached planet, the seeds known as fantasy trees would be planted. Through the branches of those fantasy trees extending into the universe, energy would be gathered from the cosmos. Because a human history that prospers forever without destruction might be judged by the universe as a history that had lost its possibilities, and thus be classified as a pruned phenomenon and cut away. So the final conclusion was to seize all the energy within 13.8 billion light-years of the universe and use it to preserve the human order of this planet. Shiomi's face had already gone pale. That was the choice Marisberry had made for the sake of human order preservation. To a Magus, the goal would always matter more than life. That was why, when faced with David's gun, Marisberry had chosen to kill himself before David could. Chaldea's had already been completed. From that point on, everything would unfold beneath Chaldea's gaze, along the path Marisberry had anticipated. Originally, the bleaching of Earth was supposed to be carried out at the end of 2016. But then an unexpected accident occurred, Marisberry said. That was the incineration of human order brought about by the man who called himself the King of Magecraft. Through the great undertaking of the incineration of human order, Goetia destroyed the quantum time lock, in other words, the foundation of human order, and thereby achieved the total negation of human history. Because Chaldea's existed, Chaldea itself was protected from being directly destroyed by the incineration of human order through its special magnetic field. Of course, if Chaldea had then failed to stop Goetia's incineration of human order, Chaldea's would have been reduced to ash along with everything else. However, the surviving Chaldea proved just as outstanding as Marisberry had expected. Even without the other masters of Team A, the surviving personnel alone succeeded in restoring human order, allowing his plan to proceed smoothly, Marisberry continued. Even though there was no emotion in him, Shiomi could still sense a mocking undertone from that false smile. Chapter 1029, Volume 13, Chapter 6, The Choice. The so-called bleached Earth was an enormous plan devised by Marisberry in order to achieve human order preservation. Judging purely from the outcome, it was indeed beneficial for humanity. Even if New Chaldea did nothing, once the fantasy trees finished growing, Chaldea's would dispatch you Olga Marie. With overwhelming power, she would harvest the 7 lost belts. All of that energy would then be gathered by Chaldea's to complete the ultimate form of astromancy magecraft. By seizing the energy of the observable universe within 13.8 billion light-years, the foundation of human order would continue permanently. It truly was a great undertaking. It truly was for the sake of humanity. But doing so would effectively strip away the right to exist from any other life that might exist in the universe. It would even erase the possibility of other worlds that might have existed. It would make this world, the human order of this single planet, the only prosperous existence within 13.8 billion light-years of the universe. A universe drained of its energy would no longer be able to prune this world in return. You're trying to tell us that everything is already settled. And that we, the remnants of Chaldea and survivors of the old proper human history, should lay down our resistance and submit now. Only then would we have the right to go to Chaldea's and take part in the new proper human history you plan to create. Morgan stared coldly at the celestial sphere, not even sparing Marisberry a glance. Exactly so. You should understand your own position, King of the Britannia Lost Belt. Accept this result, and you may continue to exist as part of the new proper human history. Marisberry spoke calmly. According to our projections, allowing you, who have already obtained divinity, to rule the new world would be extremely beneficial. The same goes for that Nordic goddess as well. Marisberry, or rather, Chaldea's, was offering an extremely generous condition. There was no deception in it. If they accepted, sacrifices could indeed be avoided. Then how do you plan to clear humanity of the disgrace of being called the most notorious life form within 13.8 billion light-years? Shiomi demanded. Humanity will be the only life form that exists and prospers within the observable universe. As the new foundation of human order develops, the observable universe will continue to expand, Marisberry replied. Morgan let out a cold laugh. So you never cared about that reputation from the beginning. That really is the kind of thinking only a Magus would have. There's no need to continue this discussion. And there's no need for you to keep imitating human behavior just to negotiate with us here, Shiomi said. Besides, whether it comes from your calculations or from the side effects of simulating Marisberry's personality, the attitude you just showed has revealed one fact. Oh. Marisberry responded lightly. If your so-called plan were already complete, then the most rational course would have been to erase us, the new Chaldea group, the moment we arrived here. That would be the fastest and most efficient outcome. Shiomi pointed directly at Marisberry. But you didn't do that. Which means the final stage has only just begun, and we are the ones most likely to interfere with it. Morgan, meanwhile, kept her eyes fixed on Chaldea's. What human senses could not reach was not necessarily beyond the perception of a god. That is an extremely foolish conclusion, Marisberry said calmly. Even after entering an entirely new phase, whether human or fairy, once one becomes a god, the inertia of the past cannot be erased. As he spoke, Chaldea suddenly began to emit abnormal fluctuations. That was not negotiation. It was a rational judgment based on the preservation of human order. Humanity, having lost its gods, wandered for 2,000 years without finding the most stable path. If guided by gods born in this new era such as yourselves, the preservation of human order would gain an unshakable guarantee. Shiomi immediately grasped Morgan's hand. The two merged into the unity god. Since you know we have already become gods, you should also understand that Chaldea's is within reach. Morgan's eyes glowed with a deep azure light as she prepared to halt Chaldea's actions. You may indeed be capable of opposing Chaldea's and this new human order. But the others cannot. Marisberry raised his hand. Eliminate the unstable elements that threaten the foundation of human order. Complete the preservation of human order. A new chapter of human history begins at this moment. The simulated personality had been reproduced to an unsettling degree. Both Shiomi and Morgan felt a faint sense of discomfort. Marisberry lacked humanity to such an extent that it felt less like Chaldea's speaking, and more like listening to the Magus himself delivering his declaration. But at this moment, such details hardly mattered. Just as Chaldea's had announced, the Unity God could maintain its own existence. But their companions aboard the storm border could not. The entire Antarctic began to destabilize. The replacement between the celestial sphere and the Earth had already begun. Those remaining in Antarctica would be fixed onto the celestial sphere during the exchange, unable to escape. Shiomi could not be certain whether the Unity God possessed the ability to freely move between the celestial sphere and the surface of the Earth. Even if it were possible, this was not the place to gamble on it. No one knew what might happen during the replacement process. The celestial sphere was right in front of them. Detected drastic fluctuations in the foundation of human order. Spatial values abnormal. Temporal observation anomalies. Imaginary number submersion impossible. Dimensional drilling cannot be deployed. An emergency alert echoed from the bridge of the storm border. The attacks from the shadows of servants ceased instantly, replaced by an even more unsettling development. The unstable trembling felt as if the world itself were shaking. This time, there was no way to evade it by diving into the sea of imaginary numbers like before. All personnel on deck returned to the ship immediately. Morgan issued the order at once. Next, the Unity God would transfer the storm border along with them. Using the ability known as independent manifestation. Koyanskaya had once been able to carry individual cryptors back and forth between lost belts. The Unity God could naturally accomplish something far more extreme. They would treat the storm border as a single enormous individual, while considering everyone inside as components of that individual. Conceptually compressing the interpretation of manifestation. But, where should they go? The bleached earth? Or the sea of imaginary numbers? That alone would not solve the problem. Chaldea's could interfere with imaginary space. Even if they escaped there, the outcome would not improve much. Was there anywhere left that could serve as a refuge, and a base for counterattack? The inner sea of the planet? Would it even allow so many outsiders? The moon. Go to Mooncell. Just as Morgan was racking her brain for a solution, Tenkei Shiomi calmly voiced his decision. That place shouldn't have. Morgan began to voice her doubt, but suddenly understood. Right now. This might be exactly the right moment. Chapter 1030, Volume 13, Chapter 7, Mooncell, 1. Mooncell, the colossal quantum computation device dormant within the moon. According to legend, in ancient times, an extraterrestrial civilization visited Earth before humanity had even been born and placed this supercomputer inside the moon. Its original purpose was to record information about Earth, but thanks to its immense internal computational power, it gradually became something equivalent to a boundless Holy Grail. In the first place, Shiomi's birth itself had been planned by the goddess Nuwa. With the help of the foreign pantheons that supported the plan, she made contact with Mooncell and handed management of the plan over to this quantum computation device. As BB said back in the Seraphix offshore oil rig Singularity, Shiomi had not yet reached the point where he could visit Mooncell at that time. Ever since the bleached world began, neither BB nor Mooncell had appeared again, but Shiomi could feel that Mooncell had been watching everything happening on the planet all along. Chaldea had entered its final stage. In order to thwart the plan Marisberry left behind while keeping their companions safe, Shiomi and Morgan took a reckless gamble. A gamble called independent manifestation to the moon. Light swallowed up their vision, and every detection device and radar system aboard the storm border lost the ability to receive signals. Even the engines inside the ship came to a complete stop. When the light faded from view, the people on the bridge found themselves surrounded by darkness. No instruments would start up, and even the lighting system was unusable. Fortunately, for Magi, light was hardly difficult to produce. Led by Kirsteria, the masters who were Maguses used magecraft to create sources of light, and the bridge was temporarily illuminated by starlight glows of varying brightness. It looked like the incandescent lamps from the dawn of the electrical age. Compared to the ship's usual brilliant lighting, it felt dim, like the early darkness of human civilization. Is everyone all right? The figure of the Unity God appeared on the bridge as Morgan addressed the group. We're fine, but the storm border. Olga Marie answered first, unable to hide her concern. It won't start. It's as if something is forbidding it, Captain Nemo said gloomily. The ship itself hasn't suffered any damage, but it just won't start or move. We can't even determine where we are. At that, Shaun pushed up her glasses. The ones who brought us here were Mr. Shiomi and Lady Morgan. Then the two of you presumably know what this place is. As Shaun asked the question, Morgan undid the fusion. We more or less know, but before we get off the ship to investigate, we wanted to confirm everyone's condition first, Shiomi said with a sigh. For humanity, no, for human civilization, this is still an unopened domain. Morgan and I were actually prepared to fail. On the way here, the Unity God had used its powerful perception to inspect the entire ship on its own. Only after confirming that everyone aboard was safe did it finally return to the bridge. That's right. Even with the ability of independent manifestation, neither the Earth Mother Tiamat, the Demon King Goetia, nor the beast larva Koyanskaya would try leaving the planet for the nearest celestial body in theory. Then a voice rang out in the darkness. Everyone instinctively turned to Sakura. Because it was Sakura's voice. But Sakura looked blankly back at them. Huh. Everyone, but I wasn't the one talking just now. Now that you mention it, Sakura is right beside me, but that voice didn't come from over here, Caren said thoughtfully. Everyone looked at each other, assuming it was some abnormal phenomenon caused by this unknown and unfamiliar environment. The first step of an abnormal phenomenon was to disguise itself as an ally and stir up panic and confusion. The group, who had built deep trust with one another, immediately thought of that possibility. Everyone except Shiomi, Morgan, Scáthach, and Artoria followed the voice toward a corner that the starlight did not reach. I know this is reckless, but I had no other choice. Shiomi's voice carried a trace of apology. The voice, identical to Sakura's, merely let out a sigh. I'm not blaming anyone. I'm praising you. Without Muncel's permission, independent manifestation could never have found the right path. Indeed. Koyanskaya stared at the figure in the shadows. She understood better than anyone else that this outcome would have been impossible unless the destination itself had actively guided them. Because Koyanskaya had already realized where they were. Still, this is different from the original plan. Mooncell only intended to receive a handful of people, including Dad, but now you've brought an entire ship. Just filing an emergency request for temporary access took quite a lot of effort. Calling Shiomi by a startling title, the figure stepped out from the shadows and into the starlight, revealing her true appearance. Sorry for causing you trouble, BB, Shiomi said sincerely. The fact that Shiomi knew the girl in front of him quickly became the least important thing, as startled exclamations broke out all around them. Eh? Me. Sakura thought for a moment that her eyes were playing tricks on her. The girl standing in the dim starlight had a face exactly like hers. If there was any difference, it was that she was a little shorter, like Sakura herself just after turning 16. Members of New Chaldea, this is our first meeting. As Muncel's upper-level AI, I welcome you as the first humans to arrive on the moon, no, more precisely, in the Spiritron virtual world se.ra.ph. Holding up her skirt, BB gave them an elegant curtsy. Her refined manners made her look just like Sakura, only smaller in every way. Of course, except for the fact that her hair was more than twice as long as Sakura's. Who exactly are you? Sakura, now beginning to feel a crisis of identity, asked with visible caution. And why are you calling my dad Dad? Compared to the others, who were gradually relaxing after sensing no hostility, Sakura's reaction was perfectly natural. This really is our first time meeting like this. BB raised her head and answered gently. I'm an upper-level AI created by Mooncell using you as a template and simulated data. If I've frightened or unsettled you, I'm sorry. Ah. Sakura was left awkwardly suspended by the sheer sincerity of that response. With her naturally gentle personality, there was no way she could actually get angry. An upper-level AI. So you're not human. Da Vinci moved closer. Da Vinci-chan crowded in too. As expected, your composition is different from a human's. Your body is a spirit origin entity made entirely of spiritrons. The two of them immediately started poking and squeezing BB's arms and shoulders, in a way that was hard not to interpret as taking advantage of their status as women to harass another girl. As a result, they were jointly punished by Romani and Olga Marie. Chapter 1031, Volume 13, Chapter 8, Moon Cell, 2. After a brief spell of confusion, BB, clearly not feeling offended, calmly said it was fine. Anyway, let's get this ship running again first. Raising her pointer and flashing an adorable smile, BB continued. Originally, all of you, this ship included, were forbidden existences to Mooncell. The moment you arrived here, you should have lost consciousness and been temporarily frozen together with the vessel, pending further processing. With a light wave of the pointer in her hand, the Storm Border's engines resumed operation. Once the power supply returned to normal, light filled the ship again, and everyone had to squint against the sudden brightness. Everyone, head back to your rooms and get some rest. We'll hold a full meeting shortly to explain the current situation. Shiomi immediately made the suggestion. A few of us staying here will be enough. With the bridge so crowded, it really was inconvenient, so most of the group left and returned to their rooms to rest. Only those especially close to Shiomi remained, along with Romani, Shaun, and the Da Vincis. Even Nemo went off to rest. They had just come through a brush with death, and now that the tension had finally eased, exhaustion naturally began to catch up with them. Even the ones who stayed behind were a little worn out. Each found a place to sit and waited for the explanation to begin. Caren and Sakura gathered around BB, tentatively feeling her face. BB only responded with a sweet, well-behaved smile, acting like an obedient little sister. She even started explaining why she called Shiomi Dad. That girl. Tuko said, handing Shiomi a cup of hot coffee. She's from back then. Yeah. Shiomi smiled. Caught you off guard, didn't it? Compared to what we're probably about to learn, this is nothing, Tuko said, adjusting her glasses. Besides, you, Morgan, Scáthach, and Artoria all know BB, don't you? It's a long story, Artoria said, shaking her head. By all rights, it should have followed the rules of imaginary number phenomena and been completely forgotten. So it was classified as an imaginary number phenomenon. Tuko said, sounding mildly surprised. Scotty, who had been listening to them, tugged lightly at Shiomi's sleeve, a little displeased. Tenkei, what exactly is moon cell? You mean the Norse gods don't know about it? Shiomi asked, genuinely surprised. Could it be that only Odin and the moon god Mani knew? At least, I didn't, Scotty said. Shiomi was just about to explain when he heard Shaun discussing the very same question with Romani and the Da Vincis nearby. Moon cell. Romani said. It's an ancient relic that existed inside the moon even before humanity was born. Even Solomon, with that clairvoyance that saw both past and future, only knew that something like it existed on the inner side of the moon. It said that not even the gods ever reached its interior. That's not quite accurate, BB said. To be precise, all chief gods across the various mythologies know about moon cell, and they can access it as well. It's just that the gods have no need for moon cell's power, and at the same time, they all judged that humanity, still in its infancy, was not yet ready to come into contact with it. Their reasoning may have differed, but they all arrived at the same conclusion. At least, that's how it is in proper human history, where events were compiled, Shiomi said. As for how things worked in each lost belt, there's no way to know. That isn't something you need to worry about. BB sat properly in her chair. Everyone here should already know. Know what? Olga Marie asked, stunned. Morgan raised a hand in indication. What BB means is the reason for my husband's birth, his true past, and the fact that he is now a god, mainly those matters. One after another, the others nodded. After all, Shiomi had never tried to hide it. Once a human had obtained such immense power, there was no way to conceal it forever. Rather than keep trying to bury it, it was better to be open about it. Then the rest becomes easy to explain, BB said. Put simply, Mooncell has always watched over Father's journey as its observer and guide. It monitored his path, evaluated that journey, and judged whether he possessed the qualities needed to save the world. So, that's how it was, Sakura said blankly. Well, even if I call it guidance, in reality Mooncell simply created me, an upper-level AI, and had me carry it out, BB said. As for the result, it's obvious now. Father becoming a god matched Mooncell's judgment, Caren said. That's basically it. BB lightly hopped down from her chair. He traveled across the bleached earth and cut away 6 lost belts. In destroying those 6 worlds, he also saved many others. That compassion, a compassion that even surpassed event pruning, was exactly what was needed. But Earth is now being subjected to that mistaken human order preservation through Chaldea's, following Father's, no, Marisbury's plan. We don't have time to waste on the moon. We have to get back to Earth as soon as possible. Olga Marie urgently voiced her wish to BB. Please don't worry. The flow of time inside Mooncell has been temporarily set to 1/10 of normal, so there's no need to rush, BB said. Besides, even if you returned now, you'd only repeat the same failure. Those words left Olga Marie with no choice but to slump back into her seat. Without a way to oppose Chaldea's, there is no stopping the human order compilation that has already begun, Scáthach said. My beloved disciple chose Mooncell not only because it is safe enough, but because there is likely a method here as well. Mooncell, or rather, the moon itself, was a boundless holy grail. And if Mooncell, which had not yet been open to humanity, was now allowing Shiomi in, then the answer was perfectly clear. There was one and only one person qualified to obtain the right to use it, Shiomi, who had become a god and yet still stood firmly on humanity's side, wielding that power from a human standpoint and making the right choice. As expected of Master Scáthach. You're absolutely right, BB said. So even with the slower flow of time, Father needs to prepare himself and come with me to the central core, where he will face Muncel's heart directly. Only me. Shiomi had already prepared himself mentally for that. Morgan can't go. Mother is naturally an exception. She has already become one half of the Unity God, an existence that shares Father's qualifications, BB said. As for the others, the Queen of the Land of Shadows, the wielder of the sacred sword of the stars, the last goddess of the north, one of the peaks of modern human magi, and the last descendant of Animosphere. If they aren't afraid of what they may see, they may come as well. Shiomi's fingers twitched for a brief instant. The names BB had chosen felt almost deliberately pointed. Those titles were only there to sound impressive. The real reason was that every one of them shared an especially close bond with Shiomi. Still, he waited for their answers. Chapter 1032, Volume 13, Chapter 9, Spiritron Imaginary City. Although Storm Border had been unsealed, restarted, and returned to normal operation, the radar and detection systems could confirm only one thing: the entire ship was currently within the Sea of Spiritrons. No further useful intelligence could be gathered from the surrounding environment. In other words, the whole ship had performed a ray shift. Its destination was the Spiritron-based fictional city inside the moon, se.ra.ph. Storm Border now rested at the edge of that city, suspended over the void yet seemingly drifting in a sea of Spiritrons, as if docked at port. After stepping off the ship, Shiomi and the others were all stunned by the strange scenery of se.ra.ph. Compared to the counterfeit se.ra.ph formed from the sunken Seraphix, the true Spiritron fictional city possessed an incomparable grandeur and mystery. This is se.ra.ph, short for Serial Phantasm, the third imaginary world. It's the lunar circling city engine, created by Mooncell, which expanded to enormous scale over countless years in order to operate itself. Walking at the front, BB gave a brief introduction to everyone entering se.ra.ph. In other words, it's Mooncell's additional engine, added records, and added layers. As she said this, BB turned around and began walking backward. From bacteria to humans, life memories numbering in the trillions or even quadrillions are all stored within se.ra.ph. So this is basically a computer world? Shiomi asked. It is a computer world, BB replied with a proud expression. But compared to the supercomputers or organic networks developed by human civilization on Earth, it exists on an entirely different dimension. A normal computer world would exhaust its resources and crash just trying to reproduce a single heroic spirit. But the Spiritron world can allow more than 100 heroic spirits to exist at once. At that moment, Morgan spoke a single phrase. The Moon Holy Grail War. I remember you saying it was a massive Holy Grail War where 128 servants and 128 masters fought one another. That's right. But please don't worry. se.ra.ph currently has no plans to host such an event. Earth's greater source has not yet vanished, and both the human world and human order are developing toward a future filled with limitless possibilities. There is no need for an unrestricted Holy Grail to save them. That was also why Mooncell continued to observe Earth while keeping its gates closed to humanity. Perhaps one day, humanity on Earth would discover Mooncell on its own. When that time came, the path to se.ra.ph inside would naturally open. Rather than like now, where under special circumstances it only allowed special guests limited access. I don't know what the rest of you are seeing, but all I can see is endless light. It's not quite blinding yet. Toko said at that moment, glancing back at the warship in the harbor. She was wondering if she should simply give up her qualification and return to the ship. After all, you entered here as a human. Unlike the others, who possess perspectives beyond humanity, you can't properly interpret the information here. BB nodded. At that moment, Shiomi extended his hand toward Toko. Only then did Toko notice that Olga Marie had been holding Shiomi's hand the whole time. Once Toko grasped Shiomi's hand, everything in her field of vision changed. Shared vision. Through the connection of magic circuits, what Shiomi saw overlaid their own vision, allowing them to perceive the information here from a higher dimensional perspective. No wonder you specifically called for Master and the others, Olga Marie said. But why can human magi like Ms. Toko and myself also? As I mentioned earlier, you are the last descendant of Animosphere. BB's gaze grew deep. According to Mooncell's calculations, if everything ends smoothly, Animosphere will end with your generation. Olga Marie fell silent. She more or less understood what BB meant. If she continued following her teacher and became a special human with eternal life, there would no longer be any need or desire to have children. From a personal perspective, that was certainly something to be happy about. However, Animosphere would probably dissolve even more thoroughly than Elmeloy. She needed a little time to process that foreseeable future. What about me? Toko asked, her eyes filled with amusement. Looking at the candidate chosen to accompany Shiomi to Muncel's core, it was hard not to suspect that the selection criteria involved whether someone had a physical relationship with him. As a grand puppeteer who has grasped part of the mysteries of the soul, Muncel sees you as someone it may invite in the future, BB said. If humanity ever reaches this place, Muncel would ask for your assistance in operating it. Toko's amused expression quickly turned into helpless resignation. So in the end, it's because I'm excellent potential labor. If you don't want to get involved, you can just refuse when the time comes, Shiomi said with a smile. Besides, you love wandering the world. If someday you could step beyond the planet under your own name, that wouldn't be a bad thing. I'll think about it. Toko was pleased that Shiomi understood how she felt. The others also responded with gentle expressions. Meanwhile, BB turned around and resumed leading the way. We've drifted a little off topic, Morgan said. What exactly is the central region Muncel allowed my husband to enter and intends to host him in? That is Muncel's true core, and also Muncel's main body, BB replied. As I mentioned earlier, SE.RA.PH is only an additional structure Muncel created for its development. Since it hasn't officially begun operation yet and hasn't created more higher-level AIs, it's essentially an empty city. No wonder it feels so quiet, Artoria said in realization. It's just like my holy city. If I ever get tired of living on Earth, could I move my family here? Shiomi joked. BB suddenly stopped walking. It's possible, she said. But even as a god, if father made that choice, it would mean becoming the de facto administrator of Muncel. In my opinion, that would be an even greater responsibility than saving the world right now. Her voice was unusually calm and rational, clearly warning him about the seriousness of the matter. Sorry. Looks like I was taking things too lightly. Shiomi shook his head helplessly and quickly changed the subject. Though now that I think about it, it's a bit of a shame. I should have asked Sakura and the others if they could come too. If you're talking about them, BB said as she resumed walking forward, revealing something rather astonishing, they're currently synced with my vision through VR. Chapter 1033, Volume 13, Chapter 10, Heading to the Central Core. As Shiomi and the others followed BB toward the core, Sakura and Caren synced BB's vision through VR on the bridge of Storm Border. The VR equipment was probably another limited item provided by BB. The others also linked up to Muncel's monitors through the screens, watching the whole trip unfold live. So this is basically a live moon travel show. Shiomi muttered, nearly slipping as his footing faltered for a moment. Scotty studied the structure of the Spirit-Ron fictional city with clear interest. This is a rare opportunity. Even if we'll be forced to forget it afterward, being able to witness it with our own eyes is still a worthwhile experience for humanity. Her tone was gentle. Speaking from a goddess's perspective, she gave the whole matter a positive judgment. When you put it that seriously, my dear disciple doesn't really have anything left to say, Scáthach commented with a smile. Hee hee. Scotty laughed as well. BB smiled calmly. Let's continue the earlier topic. Muncel's core was originally an absolute forbidden zone, a place only the final victor of the Moon Holy Grail War was allowed to enter. So what I'm getting right now counts as special access through the back door? Shiomi asked. Strictly speaking, it should be considered the reward Father deserves after meeting all of Muncel's preset standards, BB replied. Father now possesses the qualifications to decide the foundation of human order. If the bleached earth hadn't happened, Tenkei wouldn't have needed to make this detour to come here, right? Artoria asked. You can think of it that way, BB explained. For a universe that requires infinite possibilities, the authorities of creation and continuation are both extremely important. Originally, the latter was something Muncel intended to grant, but Father obtained it on his own. A bit of a loss, then, Shiomi said, pretending to sound disappointed. Under BB's guidance, the group soon passed through SE.RA.PH and arrived at a special area. From there, they could take a special elevator to Muncel's core. The core is the brain that operates the moon, observes Earth, and gathers both past and future into itself. It records an almost infinite number of future possibilities, observing and calculating branching fates second by second, then sealing them away in the form of light within a one-eyed box. Light. Olga Marie looked thoughtful. Something like the lights on the planet's surface observed by Chaldeas. Not the same as Chaldeas. BB shook her head. The core is a system tree that can lay fate bare at a glance. Light is information capable of replacing and rewriting physical laws. It is a crystalline body that seals away light spanning hundreds of millions of light years and operates using that light. From BB's explanation, everyone understood one thing: Muncel's performance surpassed Chaldeas. Then if we use the core, does that mean we can negate Chaldeas's human order preservation? Shiomi asked. In terms of the final result, yes. But when facing fate with countless branches, in what form does Father intend to deny Chaldeas's actions? BB asked in return. Shiomi fell silent. It was an important question. Should he deny Chaldea's very birth from the beginning, or simply stop Chaldea's as it was now? These are the things father has to think through and decide when standing before the core, BB said seriously. Chaldea's has already entered its final stage. Simply denying it head-on is not difficult. But as for what kind of effect that would have on proper human history trapped on the surface of the celestial sphere, only Mooncell knows the answer. What a complicated question, Morgan said. If, together with Chaldea's, the planet's surface were completely rewritten through Mooncell, erasing Chaldea's and even all records that had ever existed, then the proper human history they knew could be overlaid onto the bleached earth in a form where Chaldea had never been born at all. In a sense, the problem would be solved. But would that really be the most correct choice? Even if it wasn't false, and in the end only the people of Novian Chaldea knew the truth. No one else would ever know that they had once abandoned proper human history. The new world would only be an absolutely real replica. What do you think, BB? Shiomi suddenly asked. BB clearly hadn't expected him to throw the question back at her. Regrettably, I'm only the higher AI responsible for guiding father, an information life form born from Sakura's data. So. But you have your own soul. You are Sakura, and you aren't Sakura. Shiomi looked at her seriously. BB, what kind of choice do you hope your father will make? BB put on a troubled expression. You're really going to do this, huh? But her eyes remained bright and sly. Of course I hope the final decision will be one that leaves Dad with no guilt or regret, even after a very long time. Then that's fine. Shiomi smiled. Morgan nodded as well. My husband, you just wanted to compare answers with BB, didn't you? Call it a parental instinct, Shiomi said with a laugh. On that point, Sakura and Caren probably understand best. BB looked thoroughly unhappy. That's exactly why this is such a headache. Anyway, we're about to reach Mooncell's core region. This is where the journey ends for the rest of you. You can only watch from the entrance. Beyond this point is a place only father and mother are permitted to approach. After a short ride, the trackless aerial elevator stopped in a special area. Even before stepping out, Shiomi could already feel the gravity that held the entire computer space together. It was the foundation that allowed the Spirit-Ron fictional city to exist. So in the end, we just get front row seats to watch Morgan and my dear disciple do their thing. Scáthach said with a shrug, looking mildly dissatisfied. Master. Shiomi said, not knowing how to respond. Morgan stepped out first and glanced back with a faintly smug expression. It can't be helped. Right now, I'm the only one who can assist my husband in battle. I do feel somewhat sorry toward all of you, but I ask for your understanding. No wonder you're always so unconcerned, Tuko said thoughtfully. Because she understood just how special her own position was, Morgan never minded how many partners Shiomi had by his side. Who can say? Morgan replied with an elegant smile. Scotty pressed her lips together, her expression serious. From here on, only the two of you can deal with what comes next. Be very careful. We'll wait here for you, teacher, Olga Marie said. Just make the choice you believe is right, Tenkei, Artoria said, gazing deeply at the two of them. Scáthach also gave them a silent, gentle look. Shiomi nodded softly in response to their encouragement. Then, holding Morgan's hand, he walked toward the core that awaited them. Chapter 1034, Volume 13, Chapter 11, The Gate. A vast room. No, at this scale, Shiomi wasn't even sure it could still be called a room. Knee-deep water covered the floor of the space. All around it stood marble pillars, some collapsed, some still rising upright, making the whole place look like some kind of ruin. And yet, for all its size, there was very little here. So the first thing that entered the eyes of the unified god, Morgan, was the foreign object floating at the center of the space. A single-eyed object, hovering there in plain sight. Its shape was not especially bizarre, yet it gave off a clear sense of alienness. That alien quality came from the fact that it embodied a different set of concepts, an ancient relic from an unknown civilization. Without question, this was the Mooncell core BB had spoken of, and also the one-eyed box that was Mooncell's true body. It floated in the air like a perfectly assembled high-order cube. One corner facing them was partially open, revealing a transparent interior and the light, sealed inside, unable to escape. It's even simpler in structure than I imagined, and yet there's no way to grasp its concept at a glance. Shiomi said softly. The alien civilization that left this on the moon, just what kind of? Morgan thought for a moment. There is no way for us to know exactly when Mooncell was left here. Perhaps, for Mooncell itself, that is its deepest secret. But perhaps that alien civilization was even more advanced than the 12 machine gods of Greece. Or perhaps that civilization, too, has already vanished into the universe. Forget it. If that answer is ever uncovered someday, we should leave it to the humans who open a route into the sea of stars. Shiomi let out a soft but certain laugh. Our task is to make sure humanity can reach a future like that. To watch over the cradle called a planet, when you think about it, it really is an extraordinary job. Morgan felt the same as she looked at Mooncell. In that case, the core was still some distance away from the unified god, too high to reach while standing on the water's surface. If they wanted to touch it, they would have to fly up and approach it themselves. Just as Morgan confirmed that there was no abnormal gravitational field interfering and was about to take flight, transparent steps began extending from Mooncell's center toward where the unified god stood. Stairs. Is it opening a path to us on its own? Shiomi grew tense in a way that was rare for him. Morgan understood why. After all, this was the mind of a god not yet open to humanity, the boundless Holy Grail that originally could only be reached after 128 masters were eliminated one by one until a single victor remained. Go. Shiomi said it to Morgan, confirming their shared resolve. Morgan nodded, slowly stepped forward, and climbed the stairs one level at a time, gradually drawing closer to the center of the space, Mooncell's core, the seraphic gate. Until it was within arm's reach. The light sealed inside Mooncell kept flickering, without the slightest change. The massive cube itself showed no reaction either. It was like something that simply existed by nature, there for anyone to touch. Morgan studied that light for a while before withdrawing her gaze. Neither fairy eyes nor star eyes could see through the mystery within it. Even layered together, they still could not. Shiomi and Morgan let out a silent sigh in perfect unspoken understanding. Then, as the one taking the lead within the unified god, Morgan reached out her hand. The light, seemingly untouchable and yet right before them, connected their consciousness to Mooncell for real, turning them into something almost unified with it. Vast amounts of information. Concepts unlike anything human. An information storage system edited into patterns like intricate textures. This was not a body of knowledge meant for human use. But as the unified god, as beings who had reached the domain of the divine, they were able to decipher fragments of it. Following the torrent of information, they searched for the answers useful to them. Mooncell had indeed recorded everything faithfully. From the dawn when humanity still lived in ignorance, when they did not even understand the principles of heaven and earth and could only live sheltered beneath the wings of the gods, it had faithfully recorded everything on this planet. It observed and calculated, gave birth to intelligence several times in the course of its record-keeping, then dismantled it with its own hands, continuing to exist as a mere observer. Below lay the world where humanity lived. No matter what happened on Earth, the moon accepted it all, merely watching from the sidelines. But after hearing the great demon king's plea, a certain compassionate Earth Mother Goddess placed a plan to save humanity before Mooncell. After performing extremely thorough calculations, Mooncell agreed to carry it out. The supercalculation device that should have quietly waited for humanity to discover and make contact with it instead made a small intervention toward Earth. All in order to wait for the one who had been granted permission to arrive at this threshold of heaven. The amount of information here is staggering. If an ordinary human or Magus had touched this instead of us, they probably would have been swallowed by the torrent of data, Shiomi said quietly. No. It may be that because we are the ones making contact, Mooncell is presenting the information more directly, without any restrictions, Morgan replied. That could be it. Shiomi nodded. Then the question is, how exactly do we correct Marisbury's blind ambition and the rewritten human order created through Chaldea's plan? As Shiomi spoke, Mooncell began reorganizing the enormous flow of information. It categorized everything, removed unnecessary data, and gradually narrowed the scope. For such a massive plan, even something like the Grand Order, which continued for thousands of years and began before the Common Era, must still have a true starting point, Morgan said as she processed the immense amount of information. She could feel that less than a second had passed in physical time. Yet the overwhelming volume of data stretched a god's perception, making it feel as though more than 10 seconds had passed. The starting point, the Fifth Holy Grail War. Then Mooncell presented the answer, along with the solution they needed. When they saw the result, Morgan and Shiomi both fell silent at the same time. And yet, they also understood why it made sense. Singularity F, Fuyuki City, Shiomi said quietly. How ironic. Marisbury was only able to complete Chaldea's because he won the Fifth Holy Grail War and obtained the immense wealth granted by the Holy Grail. It seems the Singularity F that was supposed to disappear still contained a problem we overlooked, Morgan said. And in truth, it never disappeared. It's time to go, Shiomi said softly. The unified gods slowly severed their connection with Mooncell, preparing to turn and leave. Chapter 1035, Volume 13, Chapter 12, Savor. However, when Morgan turned around, the steps they had climbed were nowhere to be seen. Instead, she found herself standing in a completely white world. The form of the unified god had dissolved. She now stood beside Shiomi. My husband. Morgan immediately noticed something was wrong. This has nothing to do with Mooncell, Shiomi said calmly. Before we head to the final battlefield, a certain saber cast a glance here. Morgan understood at once. I see. There was no sky, no ground, and no sense of time or space. From the light, a figure clad in emerald and red slowly appeared before them. All phenomena are empty in nature. They neither arise nor perish, neither defiled nor pure, neither increase nor decrease. The figure sat cross-legged upon a green lotus seat, eyes lowered. Yet within those lowered eyes, endless compassion could be glimpsed. In that case, benefactor, you have already resolved yourself to save all living beings. It is not salvation, Shiomi replied, bowing slightly. I simply cannot stand by while actions done in the name of protecting human order leave all living beings stained with an eternal stigma. I only wish to walk this path myself, so that I may reach the true road to salvation. All living things must perish. The suffering of sentient beings will inevitably cycle through rebirth. Humanity has already parted ways with the gods, yet you have taken on the form of a god to walk the path of redemption. The figure spoke calmly. The world should not be created by any one being. Rather, the world itself should give rise to all things. That alone is the proper way, Shiomi said, voicing his conviction. What we are doing is simply returning everything to its proper course. Even if it is seen as obsession, that is fine. There is more than one path. Human good and evil hold no inherent value. Whether it is the unified God or Chaldeas, neither will change the way the world itself exists. The figure continued. You, young God who bows your head to save the world, this is not humanity's salvation. It is your own salvation. No, Morgan replied in Shiomi's stead. It is precisely because humanity will be saved that my husband will be saved. The figure kept its eyes lowered, expression unchanged, calm as still water. If that is so, then go. Continue onward together with the future you wish for all living beings. As those final words faded, endless light once again filled Morgan's vision, forcing her to close her eyes. But just before the light swallowed everything, she saw Shiomi raise a hand toward that figure and perform a Buddhist gesture of respect. When her sight cleared again, Morgan found herself standing in the water beneath Mooncell alongside Shiomi. The brief encounter felt almost like a dream. For a moment she even wondered whether the torrent of information had affected her mind, making her see an illusion when their connection was severed. Are you all right? Shiomi asked with concern. I'm fine. Morgan shook her head. But, what exactly was that just now? A human who attained enlightenment on their own, freed from all suffering and reaching awakening, Shiomi said with a helpless smile. They have no intention of interfering with anything. In the Buddha's eyes, the decline of humanity on Earth or any crisis it causes is only a somewhat larger fluctuation. A natural calamity that is simply part of the cycle, nothing worth intervening in. Then why appear before us? Morgan asked, clearly bothered by it. She could tell that the Buddha had merely cast a glance at Shiomi's current state. Probably because, on the path of saving humanity, I still haven't truly understood the essence of what that means. Shiomi smiled modestly. In the Buddha's eyes, someone like me might easily become trapped in obsession and accumulate heavy karma. Morgan understood, and her tone returned to its usual relaxed elegance. Buddhism advocates cutting off the 7 emotions and 6 desires. From that perspective, someone like my husband would indeed be seen as burdened with deep karmic sin and countless emotional debts. Shiomi's shoulders instantly slumped. The tension he had felt after contacting Mooncell and learning what must be done next was completely washed away by the exchange. All he could do was grab Morgan's hand with a slightly sulky expression and lead her away from Mooncell's core. If you simply made a wish directly, the problem would be solved, wouldn't it? Morgan asked. That's exactly what obsession means. Refusing to rely on others or outside forces, insisting on doing it personally. Shiomi scratched his temple thoughtfully. The Buddha probably sympathizes with me quite a bit, but there's nothing they can do about it. After all, Shiomi had no desire to free himself from that obsession. And so the Buddha had no reason to interfere. Meanwhile, because only their perception of time had been stretched during the contact with Mooncell, only a single second had passed in the physical world. To Scáthach and the others, it looked as if Shiomi and Morgan had briefly vanished into the depths of space, and then suddenly walked back out again. Did it fail? Scáthach looked at Shiomi carefully, checking whether he seemed discouraged again. Shiomi responded with an upbeat smile. No. It's already settled. We didn't go there to make a wish, just to obtain the solution. Though when we head to the final battlefield, we'll still need to use Mooncell's functions. Artoria let out a small sigh of relief. That's good. So next we return to Storm Border. Time is precious. We don't have the luxury to waste it here. Shiomi turned toward BB. Thank you for helping open the path and guiding us to Mooncell's core. I only did what I was supposed to, BB replied with a cute, slightly mischievous smile. Then, teacher, where are we going next? Olga Marie asked the question that mattered most. Singularity F, Morgan answered. Tuko couldn't hide her surprise. Singularity F. The first singularity Chaldea observed during the incineration of human order. But didn't it already? We've misunderstood something from the very beginning, Shiomi said. Singularity F wasn't created by the king of magecraft. In truth, it was the origin point of the bleached earth caused by Chaldeas. However, during the incineration of human order, the king of magecraft realized this and took advantage of it. He had the demon god Floros place the Holy Grail there in order to eliminate any master who had slipped through the net. In the end, the Holy Grail of Singularity F was taken by Floros. After Shiomi and the others returned, it disappeared from Chaldeas and was replaced by the 7 singularities used to ignite human order. Then came the sub-singularities, along with investigations by the Mages Association, the Holy Church, and even the United Nations. Chaldea never had the chance to properly re-examine the matter before the bleached earth occurred. But all of it had been faithfully recorded by the Moon's Eye, Moon Cell, something even Chaldeas could not completely conceal. Right now, Singularity F can no longer be observed. If we want to return there and overturn Chaldeas' human order compilation, we'll need Muncell's capabilities, Shiomi said. Right, BB. That's true, BB replied. But just like when we sent Father to the Britain Lost Belt, Singularity F exists on the celestial sphere. It's an extremely special origin point. This trip will also be a one-way ticket. I understand. Shiomi nodded. I'll leave it to you, BB. Honestly, what am I supposed to do with you? BB sounded helpless, but her answer came without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 1036, Volume 13, Chapter 13, Singularity F returns, 1. The polluted city of Fuyuki burns. At the end of 2015, a singularity appeared within Chaldeas and was designated Singularity F. Having lived in Fuyuki for more than 10 years, Shiomi inevitably felt a certain attachment to that place. Back then, Singularity F had been dealt with swiftly and decisively. Yet soon after, like a chain of detonations, it led to the emergence of the incident known as the incineration of humanity. What everyone believed had vanished along the river of time after the repairs were completed, Singularity F, in truth concealed far deeper secrets. Those secrets had been carefully hidden away by Chaldeas. Still burning endlessly, just like before. You can't sense a single trace of life. Standing at the Shinto harbor of Fuyuki City, Shiomi looked out over the city engulfed in flames and sighed quietly. With the support of Muncell's functions, Storm Border, the final stronghold of Neo-Chaldea, had carried out a one-way ray shift. Their destination was this hidden Singularity F. Actually stepping onto this land makes the abnormality feel far more real, Morgan said with one hand on her hip. But it is a singularity, after all. If there are enough anomalies piled together, they can easily cover up the most fundamental one. Especially beneath the great hollow under Ryuta Temple, where the Holy Grail exists. The Holy Grail placed within Singularity F by Floros had become the perfect camouflage, hiding the truth beneath layers of irregularities. Then let's proceed according to the plan and begin the final investigation. Shiomi spoke while glancing at Morgan and the others accompanying him. Singularity F was now utterly silent. Not even the faintest presence of a servant or monster could be sensed. Storm Border's radar continuously monitored the conditions throughout Fuyuki City, yet Trismegista showed no response at all. Everyone ready? Morgan asked, checking the condition of the investigation team on Shiomi's behalf. Although it was called an investigation team, it was really just the usual group. Scáthach, Artoria, and Scotty. Storm Border's ley line blocking armament had temporarily been handed over to Babe and Sith, while Captain Nemo assisted with operations through the ship's systems. I don't really like this stifling heat, Scotty said as she lightly fanned herself with her hand. But since the whole place is burning, I suppose it can't be helped. Condition, good. Scáthach summoned her crimson spear, spinning it lightly in her hand a few times before gripping it firmly. The issue is that Fuyuki City isn't exactly large, but it isn't small either. Where should we start investigating? Fuyuki City has 4 ley line points suitable for the Holy Grail's descent. Artoria projected a map. First is the Fuyuki Church on the outskirts of Shinto. Second, the Fuyuki Civic Center in the city. Then Ryuta Temple in Miyama Town. And finally the residence of the Tosaka family, the land stewards of Fuyuki. Should we split up? Scotty glanced at their numbers. I can have Storm Border send down the Valkyries and the Fairy Knights. No. Shiomi shook his head. We can leave the Shinto side for later. There's somewhere I want to go first. Where? Scáthach asked with a smile. Your own home. Shiomi almost lost his composure. Rarely losing patience, he reached out and lightly knocked his teacher on the head. The Tosaka family. Oh. Morgan smiled faintly. At that time, I was the only one in Chaldea. The rest of you joined later, so naturally you never went through the detailed repair records of Singularity F. Morgan's slightly teasing tone left the three of them looking rather speechless. In short, when we investigated Singularity F back then, whether it was the church in Shinto, the civic center, or Ryuta Temple, even after being burned down you could still tell what used to stand there, Shiomi said. But the Tosaka family was different. Not only were there no ruins left after the fire, the entire residence itself vanished. That mansion backed against the suburban mountains and sat on the best ley-line land in all of Fuyuki, yet both the house and the land it stood on disappeared together. What remained was only a massive crater, more than 10 meters deep and dozens of meters across. Even some of the surrounding land that didn't belong to the Tosaka estate vanished with it. That was why the moment Shiomi returned here, the first place that came to mind was the former site of the Tosaka residence. Even in a singularity, the Magus family responsible for managing the land disappearing together with the land itself, that alone makes it worth investigating. Scáthach had just begun speaking when a faint gust of wind passed by. As the group walked along the road toward Fuyuki Bridge, planning to cross into Miyama town, a subtle sense of unease spread through them. Clang. Scáthach swept her spear in a wide arc. The blade struck a flying dagger that was gradually phasing into spirit form, sending bright sparks scattering. Assassin. Shiomi glanced around. And there are quite a lot of them. Every one of them wore skull masks. All were Hasans, yet none of them were Hasan of the 100 Faces. Instead, they were shadows of the spirit origins of Hasans from different eras. Among them were even types Shiomi did not recognize. Shadow servants again. Scotty held her wand in hand. Just like when the observatory was attacked. No wonder we couldn't sense their presence, Shiomi said, letting out a cold laugh. Actually, it has nothing to do with presence concealment. These guys. Morgan raised her hand. A magic spear manifested in the sky and fell toward the assassins' positions, setting off a chain of explosions. Her sharp gaze swept across the assassins. They were just summoned. They were planning to ambush us. There's no time to waste dealing with these fake heroic spirits. Scotty stepped forward and lightly pressed her foot against the ground. A massive ice magecraft was completed in an instant and spread outward. Frost rapidly expanded across a radius of several hundred meters, covering the surrounding area. Even the nearby Mayan River froze solid in a single moment. The assassin-class shadow servants had misjudged the range of Scotty's magecraft. In an instant they were trapped inside the frozen field, sealed in ice and unable to escape. Move, Scáthach called out. Shiomi had already wrapped an arm around Scotty's waist, helping the goddess who was not suited for long marches. Together with the others they leapt forward. After landing briefly on the frozen surface of the Mayan River, they crossed to the opposite bank. The false silence of Singularity F had been shattered. Shiomi and the others had no choice but to speed up, heading toward the southwest of Fuyuki City where the Tosaka residence was located. Along the way, new shadow servants constantly appeared to attack them. Each assault was repelled or eliminated through their flawless coordination. Even more shadow servants attempted to approach Storm Border, but the defenses there were even tighter. For Chaldeas, which was trying to obstruct them, both sides were equally difficult opponents. What exactly does Singularity F mean for the bleaching of the earth, or rather, for Chaldeas' re-editing of human history? While fighting, Artoria could not help but voice the question. The answer Mooncell showed us, Shiomi said calmly, is that this place is the origin of everything. When they were only one intersection away from the Tosaka residence, Shiomi suddenly stopped. He turned around and deployed a barrier behind them. Chapter 1037, Volume 13, Chapter 14, Singularity F returns, 2. Shiomi had grasped the reality marble, and now that he had become a god, his barrier arts had likewise reached the divine domain. Compared to the barriers Magi used to monitor their surroundings and ward off enemies, Shiomi's barriers could isolate irrelevant outsiders with ease. All of the shadow servants chasing after them were stopped outside the barrier, unable to break through. Unless, of course, one of them had a noble phantasm they could release. But clearly, every shadow servant that had fought Shiomi's group up to this point had incomplete spirit origins and lacked the ability to unleash a noble phantasm. At its current scale, the barrier was more than enough to hold them back. And even if a noble phantasm did appear, Shiomi could immediately strengthen the barrier and reduce any unnecessary interference. So this is the Tosaka residence. Scáthach looked at the house in front of her, puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be gone, with nothing left but a huge crater? No one can guarantee that this Singularity F, which also took place in 2004, is the exact same Singularity F we repaired back then, Morgan said. If there's some discrepancy, that wouldn't be strange. Is something like that really possible? Olga Marie's voice came through the communicator. Things were not yet critical on Storm Border's side, so she had been following Shiomi's movements through their open line the whole time. If it's Chaldeas, it may well be possible, Shiomi said. Or else. He reached out and pushed open the gate to the Tosaka family residence. As the weathered gate moved, it let out the groan of old decay. So it's not an illusion, Scotty said. Then could this be? Then she recalled something that had happened in Mictlan. Shiomi turned back and exchanged a keen, knowing smile with Morgan. My wife, come here a moment, he said to her. The two of them merged into their united divine form, signaled for the others to step back a little, and then Morgan triggered the collapse of the phenomenon. The Tosaka residence, which had looked completely real before their eyes, shattered in an instant like a work of glass. As that false phenomenon vanished, the massive crater they had seen before reappeared in front of them. So the phenomenon really was replaced. Artoria frowned. Only this house and this plot of land showed the least sign of having been burned. It was obviously something hidden here afterward. Then what exactly was Chaldea's, or rather Marisberry, trying to accomplish by doing all this? Scáthach asked as she looked at the two of them after they separated. Shiomi crouched beside the crater and examined what lay inside. After the Fifth Holy Grail War ended, Marisberry personally offered me a huge sum of money to bribe me. He wanted me to help cover up the result of the Holy Grail War and publicly declare that the winner was Saber, not Castor. Because the King of Magecraft existed, the outside observers monitoring the Fuyuki Holy Grail War had already been removed one after another after Marisberry arrived there. And he was not the only one doing it. Clock Tower Magi sent there, such as Bazette, also turned around and cleared out the Mages Association's surveillance. A Holy Grail War meant Magi fighting each other, which inevitably exposed their hidden cards. For Magi, that was unacceptable. Once their methods of observation had been erased and could no longer be restored, the others had no choice but to swallow the loss in silence. At first, I thought Marisberry just didn't want people to know that the Lord of Astromancy had won the Holy Grail, Shiomi said. But looking at it now, Marisberry was clearly thinking much further ahead. Are you sure it wasn't just my beloved disciple seeing money and losing his head? Scáthach teased. Morgan shook her head. That may have been part of it, but with only the information available during the Holy Grail War, how could my husband have guessed there was a conspiracy of this scale behind it? Shiomi found that very convincing. At the time, he really had only thought that Marisberry was acting like a typical magus, trying to erase traces of his own activities. So what exactly was this crater meant to hide? Go on and tell me yourself, Land of Fuyuki. Then, as though speaking to himself, Shiomi fixed his gaze on the crater. As he spoke, time around the crater began to twist. This was not turning time back. It was tracing back what had happened here, confirming what had taken place in Singularity F before they arrived. This is... Scotty nearly lost her voice. A vast phantom gradually emerged. Roots and branches spread over the crater, almost completely overshadowing the group, while a tree trunk rose straight into the clouds. There was only one possible explanation. A fantasy tree. Scáthach's expression turned grave. Then Singularity F is. Morgan stared at the traced phantom of the fantasy tree. Now that I think about it, the plan to bleach the earth was carried out far too cleanly. It began with no visible preparation at all. Compared to the King of Magecraft, who planted 7 anchor points throughout human history and even personally sent the 7th Holy Grail into the past, it was far too lacking in thoroughness. And now, the reason it had seemed so lacking was finally laid bare here. Marisberry had not merely followed the inherited grand order of his family, completed Chaldeas in his own generation, and raised his daughter into a vessel for the alien god's will. To ensure the bleaching of the earth would proceed smoothly, he had used Chaldeas to create Singularity F upon the celestial sphere. Unlike the singularities created by the King of Magecraft, this singularity existed for the sake of cultivating a fantasy tree. It was precisely because the King of Magecraft had seen that truth that he ordered the demon god Floros to place the Holy Grail inside Singularity F and set this singularity ablaze as well. Originally, the moment Singularity F was discovered by Chaldea, the plan to bleach the earth had already begun to advance. The incineration of humanity happened to interrupt that process. Even though it was ultimately stopped, it still forced the bleaching of the earth to be postponed until the first day of 2018. Come to think of it, Goetia himself admitted that he only prepared 7 singularities. But because of Lev Laner's betrayal, and because he was in fact the demon god Floros, we ended up overlooking that point. With a wave of Shiomi's hand, the phantom of the fantasy tree vanished. Only the giant crater remained. Fuyuki City was the birthplace of the Holy Grail War, and it possessed Japan's second greatest ley line after Misaki. And the land where the Tosaka family residence stood happened to be the very best of the 4 most concentrated ley line points in Fuyuki. As a place to cultivate a prototype fantasy tree, it could hardly have been more suitable. As for whether the fantasy tree here had been destroyed by Goetia's incineration of humanity, or recovered by Chaldeas and used as a template for the full-scale plan, there was no way to know. Simply learning the true nature of Singularity F isn't enough to solve the problem. Shiomi raised a hand, and 4 crystal objects appeared in his palm. We need to turn the existence of the singularity itself against them and use it to destroy Chaldeas' re-editing of human history. Morgan, Scáthach, Artoria, and Scotty each took one. It was time for them to split up. Once Storm Border moves over here, Artoria will take the Fairy Knights to the Civic Center in Shinto. Scotty will take the Valkyries to the Fuyuki Church. Master, stay here and wait for support from Storm Border. Shiomi turned to Morgan. As for me, Morgan and I will head to the Great Hollow beneath Mount Enzu. Chapter 1038, Volume 13, Chapter 15, The Great Hollow. Singularity F covered only a small area, existing on the foundation of Fuyuki City, the site of the Holy Grail War ritual. Yet it was the cornerstone Marisberry used, with Chaldeas at its core, to advance the plan to bleach the earth. Unremarkable on the surface, but crucial. And so, if they wanted to turn around and destroy the re-editing of human history carried out in the name of preserving human history, they first had to seize Singularity F itself. That made the 4 ley line points within Fuyuki especially important. Even in a Holy Grail War, no servant or Magus would ever think of completely taking control of all 4 ley line points in order to carry out some insane plan. This was the plan Shiomi and Morgan had refined after making contact with Mooncell. They would strip Singularity F away from Chaldeas, then use it in reverse to eat away at the re-editing of human history until it was finally destroyed. Like a row of dominoes, once the first one fell, the rest would collapse on their own. Whether those 4 ley line points in Singularity F could unleash their full effect depended on the strength of the one executing it. That was why Shiomi, using the authority of the United God, had created 4 crystallized fragments of power to serve as the foundation stones of the ritual. Scáthach and the others are already in position one after another. They're protecting their respective locations now. As they move through the underground cavern leading to the Great Hollow, Morgan confirmed the situation. They're all fast. Shiomi smiled. Once the ritual begins, have Master and the others return to Storm Border. By then, all of Fuyuki will turn into a hollow. The United God had to maintain the entire ritual while also protecting Storm Border. And during the process, they would also have to face Chaldeas' counterattack. Keeping everyone together was the safest approach. Wait. Suddenly, Morgan called out to Shiomi. I see it. Shiomi nodded, quickly moving closer to Morgan, his expression aligning with hers. Beneath the Great Hollow, atop the platform where the core of the Greater Grail had once stood, there was a figure. It was none other than Marisberry. There is no longer any need for us to speak with you, Morgan said coldly as she rose into the air until she stood at the same height as Marisberry. At this point, there is no reason to keep wearing that man's appearance. Chaldeas is a replica born from the assumption that the earth possesses a soul, the celestial sphere for safeguarding human history. Marisberry stood there as he spoke. It does not possess the ability to communicate with the outside world on its own. All information can only be analyzed by the near-future observation lens Sheba before being presented to the people of Chaldea. The one before us is nothing more than a terminal of Chaldeas, Morgan said. There is no longer any need for us to speak with Chaldeas. Since Chaldeas refuses to stop, then we will erase everything from the beginning and return time to January 1, 2018. I understand. Marisberry smiled broadly and spread his arms. Singularity F is the cornerstone of the entire plan. It does not matter how you manage to reach this place. For Chaldeas, it is enough to stop you before the plan is completed. The flow of wind within the Great Hollow began to change. One servant after another manifested from the void, their spirit origins taking shape. The record bands of boundaries engraved onto human history had been completely stripped of free will and manifested as weapons for battle. That was Chaldeas' power. Singularity F existed upon Chaldeas itself. For Storm Border to force its way in here was no different from charging straight into the enemy's stronghold. On December 31, 2016, the Chaldea Observatory, acting as a vessel, came into contact with the King of Magecraft's Temple of Time and launched the final battle over the incineration of humanity. On that day, countless heroic spirits responded to your will and appeared within the Temple of Time as a meteor shower from the highest heavens. Marisberry recounted the fact in a calm, even tone. The reason was simple. At that time, the enemies of the demon god King Goetia and the 72 demon god pillars were the heroic spirits who had manifested to protect human history. Then and there, just like here and now. The only difference was that the side standing against those countless heroic spirits had changed slightly. You mean to say that you summoned that meteor shower from the highest heavens just to erase us? Morgan's gaze swept across the overwhelming mass of servants. They are nothing but puppets bearing servant spirit origins. Chaldeas knows perfectly well what would happen if they regained free will. Before she had even finished speaking, a poisoned arrow came flying straight at her. Morgan caught it in her hand. Robin Hood's poisoned arrow, Shiomi said. If you want to ambush us, that level is nowhere near enough. Morgan casually tossed the arrow aside. Marisberry lowered his head as well. There was no emotion on that face. He was not looking at where the arrow had fallen. He was simply confirming something. Confirming the fact that his body had been severed. Without even the time for a single blink, Morgan had already cut apart the fake Marisberry fabricated by Chaldeas. Still, no blood flowed. Inside the severed body, there was only empty darkness and a hollow void. An empty puppet shell. Human methods cannot kill a terminal. At most, they can only destroy its language function, Marisberry said. Even gods are swayed by emotion and carry out meaningless actions. In terms of efficiency, you should learn from the Greek machine gods. Just as Marisberry said, using the opening strike to bisect a terminal with no boundary between life and death had been an unnecessary move. At the same time Morgan, as the united god, made her move, the shadows of servants packed together like mountains and seas launched their encirclement. Swords, spears, blades, and halberds, countless noble phantasms that existed as weapons, became deadly killing implements in the hands of their wielders. They wove together into an inescapable net and descended upon the united god all at once. A formation worthy of being called certain death. Morgan tilted her head slightly and glanced at the flashing blades behind her from the corner of her eye. All of those weapons stopped at a fixed point, unable to move even half a step farther. Their wielders were stopped outside along with them. An absolutely impenetrable domain. The realm of a god. The conceptual defense that belonged to the united god alone. And that impenetrable domain was still expanding, knocking away the servants that kept descending and carving out an empty stretch of ground atop the platform at the center of the Great Hollow. Ordinary attacks would never work. More and more magical energy began to swell. Even stripped of free will, the servants could still use their noble phantasms. With such an overwhelming number of noble phantasms before them, even the united god found it somewhat troublesome. So simply standing there and taking the blows was not an option. They had to wipe out the enemy before them in one sweep. Earth Mother's Feast. Facing the hundreds upon hundreds of servants below the Great Hollow, Morgan opened her right hand. In an instant, a power capable of overturning heaven and earth filled the entire space beneath the Great Hollow. Chapter 1039, Volume 13, Chapter 16, Angel. The Great Hollow beneath Mount Enza had originally been prepared as a special site for extracting mana from the ley lines and bringing about the Holy Grail's descent. Even the possibility of battles between servants had been taken into account. Even if all 7 servants of a Holy Grail war were to erupt into a chaotic melee there, unleashing their noble phantasms together and colliding head-on, the Greater Grail would still be able to endure it. But only that much. Just as the 3 founding families who created the Holy Grail War could never have imagined how far that war would one day be twisted, they also could not have foreseen what kind of wish a Magus would hold when the Holy Grail finally manifested and granted it. And so, there was no way they could have predicted that beneath this Great Hollow, a god would one day fight against a host of servants. A battle, moreover, that had become completely one-sided. Directly above the Great Hollow was the pond in the back garden of Ryuta Temple. Under the effects of Earth Mother's Feast, the mountain mass split apart completely and collapsed. The water stored in the pond poured downward. A tremor that could be felt throughout all of Miyama town erupted from Mount Enzu. The pond water seeped into the depths of the Great Hollow, soaking evenly into the collapsed boulders. Morgan stood atop the raised platform, looking at the heaps of rock piled all around her. The collapsing mountain had failed to bury the united god alive. Instead, it had been forced back, piling up around the base of the Greater Grail and ultimately forming a depression like the mouth of a volcano. Without a single drop of water touching her, Morgan lifted her head and looked up at the sky. The presence of the many servants had completely vanished. The only one still standing there was the united god. After confirming that silence had returned to the surroundings, Morgan turned around. The pedestal of the Greater Grail was right in front of her, but that was not what mattered. After all, this singularity could not activate the Holy Grail in the first place. And even if it could, that level of power would not be enough to solve the problem. What mattered was that the ley line node was right before them. Morgan let out a silent sigh. Looks like even when it's right within reach, there's never a shortage of obstacles, Shiomi said softly. The dark sky was lit up by holy radiance, but Morgan did not bother looking up again. A countless horde of shadow servants had failed to stop them. Grand servants were special spirit origins granted only by the counter-force. Chaldeas had no way to control the counter-force. Fabricating a false grand spirit origin or a beast to deal with the united god would still carry the risk of failure. Even Morgan and Shiomi had been wondering what would appear in the end to stop them. The answer was finally revealed the moment that holy radiance shone down over the collapsed Great Hollow. Descending within that sacred light were 4 archangels. The angels hovered above the crater-like collapsed pit like 4 wedges, surrounding Morgan from 4 directions. So it's angels. Shiomi let out a sigh. Morgan laughed instead. Didn't my husband already start wondering about the question during the incineration of humanity? The one even the king of magecraft could not answer. If the Mages Association and the Holy Church came from the same root, then why had the two remained in conflict and strife for 2,000 years? What meaning had that conflict ever held? It seems not only the incineration of humanity, but the re-editing of human history as well, is the same sort of thing. Shiomi sighed faintly. To overturn the will of the universe as a whole and become the one who directs that will. Is Earth the domino meant to shatter that balance? Save the reflections for later, my husband. Morgan gripped the pure white holy lance. There are 4 archangels waiting for us right now. Michael, Gabriel, Raphael, and Uriel, was it? In any case, are these seraphim really waiting for us? As though answering Shiomi's mockery, the sky lit up once again with an even brighter radiance. The angels attacked without the slightest hesitation. It was divine punishment. A special power wielded jointly by the 4 seraphim, capable of punishing every enemy upon the earth and erasing them completely, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. That's dangerous indeed. If you reach storm border, our important companions would be thrown into a desperate battle in an instant. And yet the united God withstood that tremendous power, rising rapidly into the sky and stopping far above the seraphim, looking down on the angels and the followers at their command. Behind the angels, countless flying servants appeared one after another. To have the 4 great seraphim lead servants. Morgan said in a low voice. A truly elegant calculation, Chaldeas. Chaldeas alone could never manage something like this. For Chaldeas, being forced to face an enemy it had no choice but to face here in singularity F already exceeded its original calculations. Its greatest mistake was failing to measure my existence. With that, she swung the holy lance in her hand. A power that tore through space spread outward, instantly cutting apart most of the servants who failed to evade in time. Only the seraphim and a portion of the servants escaped that fatal blow. There were no words, no exchange. The angels, some expressionless, some smiling, some stern, some touched by a trace of pity, charged at the united God with swords and spears in hand. Flame, water, gale, earth. The power symbolizing the 4 great elements gathered in their hands and transformed into destructive force, surrounding the united God Morgan. This was not merely elemental power gathered from the great source. It was holy judgment cast down in the name of angels. Against heretics and foreign gods alike, it held an affinity advantage. It was power that existed to subjugate the enemies of the Lord. My court cannot be entered. My domain cannot be invaded. My will cannot be destroyed. Morgan and Shiomi's voices overlapped like a duet, echoing through the force of the 4 elements surrounding the united God. Those endlessly surging powers gradually began to slip beyond the angels' control. My existence admits no enemy. Vanish together with your miracles, divine arrowfall. Arrows of light seeped out from the powers of fire, water, wind, and earth, spreading across the sky and becoming another all-encompassing net that swallowed the servants in the air and the 4 great angels along with them. Servants were struck in vital points one after another and fell from the sky. Only the 4 archangels endured the assault and launched a sudden attack with the blades in their hands. If even the elemental powers of heaven and earth could not harm the united God, then the weapons in their hands would become the final edge. And the most effective edge. As expected of seraphim, the order said to stand at the highest rank. They can't be brought down with a simple blow, Morgan said. There are 4 angels, Shiomi said with a smile, and I have 4 spears. Let's drive those spearheads through their throats and complete the final node setup. Indeed. Everyone is waiting for us. Facing the angels rushing toward them, Morgan summoned Shiomi's 4 spears and launched the final counterattack. Chapter 1040, Volume 13, Chapter 17, Fallen Angel. Unlike servants, angels possessed a completely different kind of toughness. They could not be dealt with easily. In overall strength, they stood shoulder to shoulder with the very top tier of servants, yet they still could not truly overwhelm a genuine god. Much less when the one facing them was the unprecedented existence known as the united God. They really are tenacious. I can feel my patience starting to wear thin, Morgan sighed inwardly. Shiomi understood how she felt. It can't be helped if you're getting irritated. We have something far more important to do, and these angels keep dragging us down. Compared to those puppet servants, these 4 angels practically feel impossible to kill. No, not impossible. Just not easy to kill, Morgan said, putting her feelings into words. After all, she was the one leading the battle, while Shiomi supported her from within so their power could be brought out as naturally as moving an arm, even beyond its usual limit. Seraphim are the highest-ranking angels directly under Yahweh. Like Yahweh, they are beings that do not belong to this planet, Shiomi said softly. Yahweh had not been born from a planet, but from the will of the universe as a whole. Put simply, it was the counter-force of the universe itself, projected onto this planet and intertwined with human faith until it took shape as a concept. It was both the cosmic counter-force itself and, from Earth's perspective, the representative of that cosmic counter-force. As the blades of Yahweh, it was only natural that the seraphim possessed extraordinary power. In a sense, they're beings beyond normal limits. If they hadn't run into us, they probably would already have caused a major disaster. My husband, can you feel it? This singularity is starting to become unstable, Morgan said. The gravitational sphere at the boundary could collapse at any moment, and in the end it will start to contract. Like what happened back at the sixth singularity, Shiomi said, immediately understanding. Then in the end, only the 4 ley line anchor points will remain. Or perhaps only this one. Chaldeas is trying to overwrite singularity F and erase the anomaly here from the result itself. Morgan looked at the angels, covered in wounds that kept healing over and over. Their task is to hold us here. If they don't, the balance of the universe, no, the balance between Buddha and Yahweh within the universe, can't be broken. Shiomi sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, in Buddha's eyes, even the disaster that would arise from this planet and bring harm to the universe is only an inevitable trial. A trial may be unavoidable, but it can always be overcome. Looking at the angels, Morgan suddenly smiled in realization. Perhaps in Buddha's eyes, we are precisely the reason that this trial will be kept at the planetary level and overcome there. So that glance Buddha had cast toward them at Muncel's blazing heaven barrier had not been without reason. Everything had already been set in place somewhere beyond sight. All of that is too vast for me, Shiomi said with a smile. I'm not at the point where I can think from the perspective of the universe. It's enough for us to solve this from the perspective of the planet and humanity. After all, we are gods who belong to this planet. Morgan released the holy lance in her hand. At that same moment, the 4 spears that had been attacking during the battle flew back and circled around the united god. The cutting wind in the sky seemed to freeze for a single instant. The 4 angels sensed the change as well. At that very moment, in Singularity F, in Fuyuki City, where a starless night had stretched on without end, countless stars lit up across the sky. The stars glittered like the eyes of gods, looking down upon the earth below. We declare this here and now. From this moment onward, your god no longer has the right to interfere with this planet. Angels, withdraw. From this day forward, this world belongs to humanity. Morgan and Shiomi's voices intertwined as one. O stars that shine in the heavens, become here the light that drives away the endless night. Morning star, Lucifer age. The night changed in an instant, flooded with light until it was as bright as day. Sensing the sudden shift, the 4 angels immediately gathered together and raised a defensive concept founded on divine law to resist the newborn star falling from the light. They truly were worthy of being called the highest-ranked seraphim. Even under such absolute power, those 4 angels held their ground. That much even surprised Shiomi and Morgan a little. Their toughness had clearly exceeded expectations, which meant this strike alone had to create the opening for victory. Bearing the descending light of heaven, the 4 angels were forced lower and lower as they maintained their defense, until they were pressed down to only a few meters above the ground. And yet, they still endured that near-apocalyptic blow. The force spreading outward nearly flattened the entire Mount Enzu area. Seen from Miyama town, the mountain wilderness that had once stretched across the horizon had, after that one strike, become a scorched wasteland like land ravaged by wildfire. All that remained was the collapsed Great Hollow and the high platform base still lingering at the bottom of the enormous crater. At last, the light of destruction ended, and darkness gradually returned to cover the sky once more. The angels, who had only barely withstood that strike, did not even have time to check the situation before Uriel and Raphael died first. After exhausting nearly all their strength resisting Morning Star, they had entered the most fatal moment of all. 2 cursed crimson spears pierced the hearts of the 2 seraphim. The curse of death spread at once, turning into thorns inside them and bursting outward from within their bodies. Then came Gabriel. He had barely turned his head when the light of Longinus pierced straight through it. The magical energy spreading from the blow split his body apart down the middle, tearing him in half before he fell. As the last remaining seraphim, Michael immediately took flight and charged at the united god. Waiting for that final angel was the inevitable Gungnir. Like a meteor crossing the heavens, the divine spear left behind a beautiful and merciless arc in the night sky before piercing straight through Michael's body without appeal. Carrying the light of Gungnir with him, Michael fell directly to the earth like a bird stripped of its wings. No wonder they kept their mouths shut and had no intention of delivering any divine revelation. After landing lightly on the ground, Morgan looked at the angels' remains. Their angelic forms were already fading, revealing identical homunculus faces beneath. So it really was a descent, just on a scale even greater than the descent of divine spirit servants in other singularities and lost belts. A special case that could only exist in Singularity F. Shiomi understood at once. As an obstacle and a final safeguard, it was actually more than adequate. But then they ran into us. Morgan calmly turned and walked toward the center of the ley line. The plan that had been delayed for at least half an hour by the servants and angels had finally reached its last step. After confirming that Scáthach and the others were ready on their side as well, Morgan followed Shiomi's instructions and placed the final cornerstone at the ley line node. At the 4 places where Fuyuki's ley lines converged, pillars of light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 1041, Volume 13, Chapter 18, The Final Hour. The bridge of storm border was the first to detect the change. Gravity around the singularity has disappeared. Romani immediately reported the latest readings. The shadow servants that had been attacking non-stop until just now have all retreated. What exactly is happening? It feels like the end of the world is closing in, Da Vinci said quietly. And those 4 pillars of light that just appeared. Olga Marie was about to ask for more details when 3 convergence mirrors suddenly appeared inside the bridge. Scáthach, Scotty, and Artoria stepped through the mirrors, which vanished the moment they arrived. This isn't the end of the world, Artoria said. The boundary of the singularity is collapsing. As someone who had once summoned the end of the world with the Holy Lance, her words carried particular weight. What's the difference between the two? Olga Marie asked quickly. Singularity F is the cornerstone Chaldeas uses to carry out the re-editing of human history, Scotty explained. But here, there is neither a Holy Grail nor a fantasy tree. Scáthach continued. In simple terms, the way Singularity F exists is different from any previous singularity, or even a lost belt. Because of that, methods used before, such as seizing the Holy Grail or cutting down a fantasy tree, simply would not work. Fortunately, Singularity F had been built upon the foundation of Fuyuki City itself. And the ley lines that sustained the city and the land beneath it were something Shiomi understood perfectly. With the Mount Enza ley line, the one with the highest spiritual rank, as the central axis, detonation points were set at the other 3 ley line nodes, effectively killing the land beneath the city. Normally, such destructive acts would trigger interference from the planet's counterforce. But this was not a real planet. It was a celestial sphere replicating the soul of a planet. Even the arrival of Neo-Chaldea had failed to stop it. Chaldeas had already exhausted its means of interference. Those 4 pillars of light were proof of that. Singularity F was collapsing. The very origin point that had set everything in motion for Chaldeas was turning into a void. But if the singularity is completely destroyed, Storm Border can't escape through imaginary number diving or ray shift, won't it disappear along with Singularity F? Tuko asked. She was not worried about herself. She was worried that Shiomi and Morgan had decided to smash the pot and drag Chaldeas down with them in mutual destruction. Tuko herself had no objection. The problem was that there were others on board. Don't worry, Artoria said. No matter what happens to Singularity F in the end, Storm Border will be safe. Seeing the others' puzzled expressions, Scáthach gave a helpless smile. You could say, the protection of a god is with us. Though that particular god happens to be someone everyone here knows very well, Scotty added, shaking her head lightly. However, the concepts of time and space were about to collapse as well. Storm Border would soon be unable to perceive anything that followed, as if frozen inside a gap between time and space. Scáthach and the others chose not to mention that. Even if everything ended up lasting only the blink of an eye, the uncertainty of how long or short that instant might feel in the unknown would only bring unnecessary fear. Neo-Chaldea had already done everything it could. What remained could only be entrusted to Shiomi and Morgan. Time and space are disappearing. Soon, we'll be the only ones still able to move. Shiomi spoke softly to Morgan. Doesn't my husband find it rather romantic? Morgan said with a smile. If this becomes the final eternal moment of the world, then it will be the 2 of us, husband and wife, standing together. That's exactly what I meant. If this truly is the final moment, then facing it with you makes me happy. In that happiness, we are the same. Walking through the sky as though on solid ground, the 2 communicated through their hearts without reservation. They watched as Singularity F vanished, leaving only the 4 pillars of light from the ley line nodes still standing, slowly freezing in place as time itself came to a halt. Your actions, these inexplicable acts of destruction, have indeed created irreversible flaws in the operation of Chaldeas. A voice echoed around the united god Morgan. It sounded like Marisberry, yet carried the cold tone of a machine. Why deny the safeguarding of human history? Humanity, which will inevitably face destruction, can only allow human history to continue forever by reaching the root together and becoming a higher order of existence. Continue, continue, continue. Then the voice began to break apart like a malfunctioning machine, repeating fragmented words. Error, human history, continuation, error, correction, human history, continuation, error. Clearly, those words had been Chaldeas' final attempt to correct something. And it had failed completely. Magi truly never learn, Morgan sighed. Over countless generations of inheritance, they completely twisted the relationship between purpose and process. In order to reach the purpose, any process becomes acceptable. The Magi of the clock tower were like this. And Morgan of proper human history had once been the same. It was a conclusion Morgan had reached after witnessing countless acts of foolishness. In the end, after the age of gods had already faded, trying to forcibly preserve mystery, insisting on proving the existence of the 5th imaginary element, twisting the forms of magecraft and mystery just to keep them alive, that itself is a massive mistake. That was Shiomi's judgment. So in my husband's view, for the future of human history, For the future of proper human history, mystery should continue to diminish until it disappears entirely from the world, Morgan said, understanding. The King of Heroes and the King of Magecraft both followed the flow of the era, letting humanity part ways with the gods and walk the earth on their own 2 feet, Shiomi said. But Magi have always refused to let go of mystery. So we'll just have to make the choice for them. A second decline of mystery. Morgan laughed softly. But it won't happen overnight. 1,000 years. Give Magi another 1,000 years to accept that what will guide humanity to the stars is science, not magecraft. Will it really be that easy? Morgan shook her head. Her gaze turned toward Storm Border, suspended motionless in the void. Whether it's easy or not doesn't matter. This is our mission, my wife, Shiomi said. It's time to go. In the dark void, a faint glimmer of light appeared in the distance. What is that? Beyond the horizon of causality. The edge of heaven and earth. And what awaits us there? Perhaps battle. Perhaps something else. With that quiet response, the united gods slowly tilted forward and flew toward the faint light shining in the distance. Chapter 1042, Volume 13, Chapter 19, The End. Unlike Singularity F, where even the concepts of time and space had collapsed into nothingness, this was a special place that seemed able to see through every concept. Even the passage of time itself had become clear. Everything within space stood out in perfect detail. As they walked there, the wreckage of a planet lay beneath their feet, while a brilliant river of stars spread overhead. It was almost impossible to tell up from down, left from right, and yet they could still clearly sense that their feet were touching a boundary. That is. Morgan stared ahead in astonishment. On what might have been the remains of a dead planet, something stood on the horizon. Then the form of the united god dissolved, and Shiomi stood beside Morgan, gently taking her hand. I think I know what that is, Shiomi said. So we need to go and take a look. Shall we? Morgan understood at once. She looked back over her shoulder. All she could see was the boundless universe. She could not even tell where the planet was, yet somehow she still knew the way back. That was the strange nature of this place. There seemed to be no road in or out, and yet the true path was already engraved in their hearts. Why did you dissolve the united god form? Morgan asked. There won't be any more fighting, Shiomi said, shaking his head. And there's no need to remain as the united god any longer. You and I already stand as beings of equal status. My husband, Morgan called softly. What is it? If the world can no longer be saved, and destruction is inevitable, then we would become the last husband and wife, Morgan said in a slightly playful tone. Shiomi thought for a moment. If it really came to that, I would be in great pain. But I would still recreate the world with you and compile everything anew. You're taking it too seriously. Morgan looked at Shiomi with affection. But that is just like my husband. You always think through every possibility. Looking back now, it really has been a long journey, my wife, Shiomi said softly. Yes. An incredibly long one, Morgan said with feeling. They continued talking like that as they walked across the remnants of the ground, hard as steel. It's an unpleasant feeling. Is this what a planet becomes after it dies? Morgan asked. Shiomi shook his head. Who knows? Maybe this is just a fragment of some barren asteroid that could never give birth to life. Or maybe, it's the remains of a battlefield. A battlefield. Morgan repeated, turning the word over in her mind. It was too silent, too empty. Their voices were not loud, and yet they sounded unnaturally clear against the stillness. But there was no echo. Their voices spread outward into the distance and vanished without a trace. At the very least, it should be a battlefield. Shiomi stopped walking. They had already arrived before the object that had been standing on the horizon. It was a gigantic stone statue of an angel, with 12 wings spread behind it. Half were feathered angel wings, and half were demonic bat wings. Each claimed one side of the back, opposing one another. This is. Morgan had already guessed the answer. The remains of the great demon King Lucifer. Shiomi reached out and touched the remains. It's completely hollow now. Its power, its soul, all of it is gone. Then this place is actually. Morgan had only just begun speaking when she saw Shiomi's fingertips touch the petrified remains. The stone figure, several people tall, collapsed with a crash and crumbled into fine dust. There was no wind, and yet the dust still drifted away in every direction. So what exactly is this place? Shiomi said slowly. This is the end of heaven and earth, the far side of the horizon of causality, a boundary that humanity can never reach. That is correct. A third voice rang out. Morgan slowly lifted her eyes toward the place behind where Lucifer's remains had stood. A man had appeared there. Goetia, still maintaining the appearance of the king of magecraft. It seems my husband was wrong. Morgan raised a hand, ready to strike at any moment. It seems the demon god king, as a loyal believer, intends to stand before us in person and settle this on behalf of his lord. Not so. This time, the voice that sounded behind them was a gentle and compassionate woman's voice. Shiomi glanced back slightly. Standing in the light was a woman, or rather, a monk. And you are? Shiomi asked, somewhat surprised. Leaning on her Sakura staff, the woman raised one hand and gave a slight bow. I am Xuanzang Sanzang. Under the Buddha's guidance, I have come here as Sandalwood Merit Buddha to serve as the final witness. I stand in the same position as the king of magecraft over there. A witness. Morgan arched a brow. I see. They had already come this far. A new god born for the sake of the planet and humanity had severed Chaldea's plan and arrived here. The result was already clear. The 3,000 great thousand worlds, that is to say, this universe, are all Buddha's land, Shiomi said. And yet the universe itself also has a will, or rather, a counter-force that exists so the universe as a whole may continue. MHM. Xuanzang Sanzang nodded lightly, her tone as easygoing as ever. Since you two have made it this far, I imagine you already understand what sort of being the Lord worshipped by the King of Magecraft truly is. Then in the end, the original balance has returned to its original course, Shiomi said. Yahweh intended to take control of the counter-force of the universe, yet could not ignore the existence of Buddha. The incineration of humanity and the bleaching of the earth that occurred on this planet were both dominoes pushed over to break that balance. The Lord merely showed me compassion and revealed to me not only the future of the planet and humanity, but also the future that belongs to the universe, Goetia said calmly. But your existence was something even the Lord could not openly reveal. Because if it were openly revealed, it would break the original rules, Xuanzang Sanzang said. To Buddha, who rules the will of the universe carries no meaning at all. If the universe as a whole has no objection, then naturally there will be no interference. And if that would bring about a chain of destruction, then that too is merely a trial this universe must undergo. Even if one were to seize all the energy in the universe solely for the sake of continuing human history, that too would still be just a trial. Shiomi asked. It is humanity's trial, so it can only be resolved from humanity's standpoint, Xuanzang Sanzang said. You never abandoned your standpoint as a human, even at the very end, and you fulfilled the expectations Nuwa placed upon you. That is truly worthy of praise. The gods of every mythology in proper human history loved humanity in their own ways, Goetia said. That is why they allowed someone like you to be born, and to climb step by step to the seat of a god. And so, the collapse of all this in the end became inevitable. Amitba. Xuanzang Sanzang smiled faintly, her tone calm and unhurried. Causes give rise to what is born, and effects are what is born from them. From the moment certain seeds were planted in the beginning, the corresponding fruit was already destined to appear. Chapter 1043, Volume 13, Chapter 20, The Light That Illuminates the Future. I have no interest in your theories of cause and effect, Goetia said flatly. I only appeared here because I lost to this man and his companions in the Temple of Time, and even lost the 10 rings and blessings the Lord granted me. So you're dissatisfied and planning to get a little revenge here? Shiomi asked with a smile. A boring guess. Goetia remained unmoved. As I said before, both I and the monk over there are here only to witness the result. Shiomi folded his arms. Only to witness. With your clairvoyance, you should know what I'm about to do. To let mystery on this planet decline completely, so that humanity can break away from mystery and, in a healthier state, leave behind the cradle called a planet under the guidance of science and set out for the sea of stars, Goetia said lightly, stating the facts as if they were obvious. My husband intends to tear out everything your Lord Solomon created by the roots, Morgan said. 1,000 years from now, there will be no magi on this land, and no holy church either. Magecraft and miracles will become nothing more than paper legends sealed away in old texts. And so what? Goetia said. If you believe happiness lies in humanity continuing to repeat birth and death, bound by brief lives, then do as you please. The boundary record bands that already existed would not disappear. The heroic spirits already engraved upon the throne would not disappear. And of course, the gods who already existed would continue to exist, still looking down upon that tiny planet in the universe. Perhaps similar things would happen on other planets where life existed, but that had nothing to do with Goetia, and nothing to do with Yahweh either. Once detached from Earth as its anchor, Yahweh would return to the essence of the cosmic counter-force, rather than continuing to exist in this state as both a part and the whole at once. But the decline of mystery did not mean the disappearance of faith. Earth, as the anchor point, would continue to exist as proper human history continued to flourish. The only difference was that the seeds cast down by Yahweh would never again take root and sprout. So you chose to erase mystery from the planet completely. Xuanzang Sanzang slowly stepped forward. And not by forcing it through all at once either. You're leaving those who still seek mystery 1,000 years to accept its decline. This is the direction my husband intends to continue writing. No, the direction he has chosen for the planet's voyage, Morgan declared quietly. In the name of the paradise fairy born in the inner sea of the planet, I will walk beside my husband and see it through to the end. That is a fine choice as well. Xuanzang Sanzang smiled in understanding. Perhaps you fought all this way only so humanity would not have to bear a false stigma, but you have indeed protected the many lives in this universe that have yet to meet humanity. There was no stinginess at all in the praise Xuanzang Sanzang gave to Shiomi's compassion. Even if Shiomi himself did not think of it as compassion. He had only done what he could do, and what he ought to do. At the end of the day, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't accept myself and the people important to me carrying a stigma we never caused. Shiomi shook his head. Xuanzang Sanzang shook her head as well. What a pity. By all rights, since you were able to become a god, even setting aside the favor Nuwa bestowed on you, your insight is extraordinary. You can spare us any attempt to persuade my husband to enter the Buddhist path. Morgan could not help laughing. For my husband, the 7 emotions and 6 desires are far more beautiful than emptiness. And those are exactly what allow him to remain human at heart. A lay disciple would also be acceptable, Xuanzang Sanzang added, still trying to preach. The atmosphere was so relaxed and free that Shiomi was left somewhat speechless. He had never really interacted with eminent monks before, so he did not quite understand the temperament of people in the Buddhist order. Fortunately, monks did not tell falsehoods, but they also knew better than to force anything. Shiomi had no intention of converting to Buddhism, so Xuanzang Sanzang wisely stopped there. Then Xuanzang Sanzang slowly stepped back. The rings on her Sakura staff gave off a crisp sound as she retreated, until she came to a stop on the opposite side, at roughly the same distance as Goetia. Morgan and Shiomi glanced from side to side and understood that the two really had come only as witnesses. If Shiomi had not taken the initiative to speak, Goetia probably would not have wanted to say a single word. Xuanzang Sanzang, on the other hand, had taken the initiative to chat a little more. It's about time. It wouldn't be good to keep everyone waiting any longer. Shiomi crouched down, picked up a pinch of sand, and slowly let it fall through his fingers. In that place where changes in time and space can't be felt, it won't really seem like they've waited long, Morgan said softly, gently stroking Shiomi's back to reassure him. Shiomi nodded deeply. His gaze passed over Goetia, then over Xuanzang Sanzang. Then he drew his eyes back and raised his voice. Although this differs somewhat from my original intention, I'm grateful to both of you for appearing here as witnesses, to witness the curtain rise on the next era of humanity. That was true for both Goetia, once his enemy, and Xuanzang Sanzang, whom he was meeting for the first time. Goetia only turned away with a cold expression, then seemed to remember something and added, at least pass along a message for me to that man hiding in a human body, the one who abandoned his identity as the king of magecraft, tell him to enjoy his life as a mortal. It sounded full of displeasure, and yet it also carried a certain blessing. Goetia clearly knew something. That left Shiomi feeling rather helpless. For his sake, I'll pass the message on, Shiomi said. Perhaps because Goetia had spoken his final words as a farewell, Xuanzang Sanzang thought for a moment and then added one more sentence. At the Camelot Singularity, I had originally wanted to help your Chaldea, but it seems there was no need for me to step in after all. So I trusted the Buddha's words and watched your battle from afar until the end, Xuanzang Sanzang said with a trace of apology. Morgan looked somewhat surprised, and Shiomi did not know what to say either. It took him a while before he managed a response. Ah, right. Please don't worry about it. After saying that, Shiomi turned around and clasped both of Morgan's hands in his. Light began to envelop the place. To return the fabric that was originally displaced onto the celestial sphere back to the planet, Mooncell really is necessary, Shiomi said. It's already prepared, isn't it? Morgan said. What remains is our shared will. Shiomi looked into Morgan's eyes. From here on lies the world I promised you. Let's go. Morgan looked back into his eyes and answered softly. Endless light engulfed the place, until in the end even the two of them were completely swallowed by it. The demon god king and sandalwood merit Buddha also withdrew one after another into the light. A new world full of infinite possibilities, and at the same time the original world itself, was waiting for them. Chapter 1044, Volume 13, Final Chapter, Part 1. Final Chapter, Part 1. March 2018, London, Clock Tower. Olga Marie Animosphere had just finished the full meeting of the Department of Astromancy. Letting out a small, weary breath, she walked through the broad corridors of the clock tower. Gray followed beside her as her escort. You've worked hard, Olga Marie. Gray said. I'm not the director anymore. Olga Marie smiled. Just call me Marie, like Sensei does. Gray still was not used to calling her that. Will you be staying in London much longer? There's no helping it. This concerns the future direction of the Department of Astromancy. Olga Marie said, even if the title of Lord is going to be handed over to the Wodime family, just getting the Animosphere side fully aligned has already taken a lot of effort. But Shiomi-sensei said before that this is the best possible time, didn't he? Gray said. That part is true. Olga Marie sighed again. 3 months earlier, the catastrophic incident of the bleaching of the Earth had come to an end. The Chaldea Observatory in Antarctica had returned to the state it had been in before the attack by the alien apostles and the cryptors, and was now waiting for investigation teams from the Magus Association, the Holy Church, and the United Nations to enter. The bleached Earth and the casualties of January 1, 2018, had all been reset to zero. It was as if only the incineration of humanity had ever happened. No one remembered any of it. Except for everyone aboard Storm Border. When they came back to themselves after Singularity F vanished, they discovered that everything had already returned to its original course. A different kind of re-editing of human history. History, once thrown into disorder, had been sorted out again. The evil consequences created by Chaldeas had been removed, while the truly important parts were left behind, reorganized, and preserved. Kirsteria and the others awoke from cryogenic suspension in their coffins as usual. Chaldea received personnel from the association and the church and began undergoing a complicated inspection process. But with El Meloy II's help, along with the support of the Democratic faction, the problems Chaldea faced were not too severe. The real issue came when Olga Marie publicly revealed that she had lost her inherited magic crest. Once that became known, the Department of Policies immediately tried to strip Animosphere of its position among the lords and place one of its own Magus families in control instead. And yet, right in the middle of all that chaos, when even Olga Marie herself was starting to feel overwhelmed, the Department of Policies, or rather, Bartholomew, the family that ruled over it, became history overnight. The highest-blooded family in the world of magecraft was wiped out in a single night. Any Magus with even the slightest trace of Bartholomew blood died without exception. The Department of Policies was thrown into leaderless panic. Even the Clock Tower director, who normally kept deeply secluded, and the retired former wizard Marshal Zelrich, had to step in and take charge of the situation. Rebuilding the Department of Policies became the Clock Tower's highest priority. The inspection of Chaldea, the assessment of Animosphere, and the future of the Department of Astromancy all became secondary, allowing Olga Marie to deal with matters in a much more stable way. It would still take time, but the pressure was no longer as crushing as before. I heard from Miss Reynes that even if the Department of Policy spent 100 years on it, they still wouldn't recover, Gray said, bringing up something she had heard. It doesn't matter how many years it takes. It has nothing to do with us. Olga Marie said. She knew that attitude was irresponsible, but right now she only wanted to get as far away from this mess as possible. She had no desire to keep dealing with this pile of nonsense. There was no hard proof, but Olga Marie knew exactly what had happened to the prestigious Bartholomew family, annihilated in a single night. Shiomi-sensei had returned to the clock tower and dealt with it personally. The reason was simple. To protect her. When Olga Marie heard the news, she had been almost instantly certain of it, and yet she felt no fear. Maybe that was just the kind of disposition bred into her by being raised as a magus, she thought. Something that allowed her to face that result with colder composure. But in the end, as the family that produced the current Wizard Marshal, Bartholomew would never have accepted a future in which mystery had begun to accelerate toward decline and would disappear completely within 1,000 years. When that day came, the disaster such an ancient magus family might unleash would likely rival anything the Animosphere family could ever cause. In a way, it was also an act done for the sake of safeguarding human history, severing magi who had strayed from the human path. But no matter how she tried to explain it, Olga Marie knew those were only excuses to set her own mind at ease. G.A. Marie. Olga Marie. Gray's voice pulled her back out of her thoughts. Sorry. I was thinking about something. Olga Marie said. Shiomi-sensei sent an email. He wants to know how things are going. Gray held up a phone she still was not very used to using. I've already explained pretty much everything that needed to be handed over to Kirsteria, Olga Marie said, telling Gray how to reply. I might come back later to help deal with smaller matters, but it shouldn't be long before the clock tower officially recognizes Kirsteria as the new lord of the Department of Astromancy. As for the fact that mystery would inevitably decline and vanish 1,000 years from now, Kirsteria had taken it even more calmly than expected. If that is the outcome Sensei believes will benefit humanity more, then I choose to accept it calmly. That is the duty of the defeated. That was what Kirsteria had said at the time. The new Department of Astromancy would center around Lord Wodime, with Ophelia and Scáthach both entering the department to become Kirsteria's right and left hands. Daybit would assist from the Department of Lore. Peperoncino had set off on a journey as he always did, while Hinako Akuta had gone to some ancient land where no one could find her. After all, that was a matter for 1,000 years in the future. No one knew how far the world would have advanced by then. When Olga Marie and Gray stepped out of the clock tower building, they saw a group of magi hurrying across the courtyard toward the building where a meeting was being held. Among them were lords from various departments of the clock tower. Their voices rose and fell one after another. It sounded as though they were still arguing about all sorts of things even while rushing to get there. "Ah, Sensei says his car is parked by the roadside," Gray happily told Olga Marie. "That's great." For some reason, Olga Marie suddenly felt the pressure that had been weighing on her shoulders lift all at once. Her whole mood became lighter too. Come to think of it, where are we going next? Like we talked about before, to the orphanage outside the city. Gray thought for a moment. The people brought back from the Scandinavian Lost Belt are all there now. We're supposed to have dinner together later. I see. As they passed through the gate, Olga Marie spotted the car parked by the street. She turned back and gave the clock tower building, so familiar it hardly needed saying, one last look. Get in already. If you keep standing around, we're going to get a parking ticket. Shiomi, sitting in the passenger seat with the window rolled down, greeted them in an unusually cheerful voice. Chapter 1045, Volume 13, Final Chapter, Part 2. Final Chapter, Part 2. No matter how many times she saw it, the streets of London beneath that dim sky, where old and new stood woven together, always felt impossible for Olga Marie to look at enough. She had once almost believed she would never see it again for the rest of her life. By the way, why is Ms. Morgan the one driving? Olga Marie asked from the back seat, a little curious. Shiomi leaned against the passenger side window. Do you even need to ask? She just got her license and bought a new car. She's basically a child who's just been handed a new toy. That's not quite fair. Morgan turned the wheel with practiced ease. My husband is usually the one driving. I'm only doing this to spare him the trouble. Yes, that too. Holding back a laugh, Shiomi agreed with Morgan's explanation while at the same time leaning away from the hand she kept reaching over with. Eyes on the road, eyes on the road. Even if the people in this car aren't afraid of a crash, at least think about everyone else. After Shiomi said that, Morgan had no choice but to give up trying to pinch him and put her hand back on the wheel. A driver's license. Olga Marie murmured thoughtfully. Maybe I should get one too sometime. Once she was no longer living as part of the Magus aristocracy, having a few more practical life skills would only help in the days ahead, living together with Sensei. If you want to learn, there'll be plenty of time later, Shiomi said with a quiet smile. If anything, we have more time now than we know what to do with. Olga Marie answered, her face full of anticipation. The car soon left central London behind and sped along the quiet roads outside the city. Olga Marie lowered the window and looked out at the scenery passing by. The clock tower hasn't been making things difficult for you, has it? Morgan asked. The clock tower has too much on its own plate now. Olga Marie shook her head. With Bartholomew gone, the weakening of the Department of Policies is a settled fact. Not long ago, the director and Zelrich came to visit me together, Shiomi said lightly. They obviously know who did it. What Shiomi meant was the extermination of the Bartholomew family. But I didn't hear anything about any unusual fallout, Gray said. Of course you didn't. Shiomi shook his head. They may have come with some purpose in mind, but the moment they saw Shiomi, they understood that some things could neither be reversed nor denied. So in the end, there was not even a conversation. They simply exchanged a distant glance across the street, turned around, and left, making it clear that they had no intention of disturbing Shiomi ever again. After all, if things continued that way, Shiomi could begin with the aristocratic faction outside of El Malloy and Wodheim, then move on to the neutral faction and the democratic faction, and keep killing until the clock tower itself could no longer function. When it came down to it, choosing between a peaceful transition into an age where humanity no longer needed mystery, and a rapid collapse, was not a difficult decision at all. The Wandering Sea would only retreat into an age Shiomi could not reach. Atlas had already more or less withdrawn from worldly affairs, and Shaun, as its representative, stood on his side as well. To be honest, I already felt a year ago that this should have been dealt with that way, Shiomi said. Unfortunately, at the time, on the one hand, his body had not yet fully recovered from the effects of divine punishment. And on the other, the power in his hands was still not enough to guarantee the safety of the companions who had fought beside him if war broke out with the clock tower, or even the Mages Association itself. But things were completely different now. Even the second magic user was no longer something he needed to worry about. That was why Shiomi had been able to let loose and act without restraint. After Singularity F disappeared, when we came to our senses again, we found ourselves back in Chaldea before the attack had ever happened, Olga Marie said. It didn't just resolve the bleaching. It even erased the bad outcome itself. Exactly. For everyone else, it was only an instant. For us, though, it was quite a long process. Morgan kept her eyes on the road ahead, turning the wheel slightly as the road curved. But even Chaldeas. Gray said. In a sense, what you all experienced was a kind of recreation of the world. Shiomi smiled. Just a limited one. Everything that happened on January 1, 2018, was completely corrected, and the fact that Chaldeas had ceased operation was fixed into place ahead of time. All of it rested on the destruction of Singularity F. You never told us any of that, Sensei. Olga Marie puffed out her cheeks. Only Master and those three knew, right? There just wasn't time to explain. Shiomi smiled helplessly. At that, Olga Marie and Gray both laughed too. It was not that they wanted to complain. They only felt a little left out, as though victory had arrived while they were still dazed and confused, leaving them with a faint sense of emptiness. Come to think of it, where are Master and the others? Olga Marie asked. It's not just the few of us, is it? Well. Shiomi lifted a finger and pointed to the left side of the road. Olga Marie turned and saw Tuko Aozaki driving her convertible sports car, with Scáthach and the others packed into the back, overtaking their sedan at a slightly faster pace. We're heading on ahead. Don't be too slow and keep everyone waiting. After tossing out that line, Scáthach's group sped past as Tuko accelerated. Morgan immediately stepped on the gas and gave chase. Thanks to that, they ended up arriving about half an hour earlier than originally planned. Honestly, why were you driving so fast? The weather's this nice for once. When he got out of the car, Shiomi laughed as he teased Morgan. Morgan undid her seatbelt. It's been 2 months since everyone last saw each other. With the orphanage officially opening today, it seemed like a good chance for everyone to catch up. That's true. Shiomi nodded in understanding. After all, aside from their own family, the people from Chaldea had all gone their separate ways after that. Chaldea itself had been handed over to Gordolf, who had originally acquired half the authority. Romani had left Chaldea and was now helping run the orphanage that had taken in the survivors from the Lost Belts. Mash and Ritsuka were attending ordinary school in London, and came by to help out whenever they had time. The other staff who had taken part in resolving the bleaching of human history had remained with Chaldea. Shaun had returned to Atlas. Da Vinci had chosen to step back, leaving Da Vinci-chan with Romani instead. As my husband said just now, we have plenty of time. Morgan gently closed the car door, walked around the front of the car to meet Shiomi, and took his hand. Whether slowly or quickly, we can savor every day that comes from here on out. Yes. After everything we've been through, this is the ordinary life we finally took back. Shiomi looked at her with quiet warmth. This time it won't be 20 years. It'll be far longer. Morgan nodded. She was just about to answer when they heard their daughter shouting from the entrance of the orphanage, calling for the two of them to hurry over. Oh dear, looks like we're being rushed. Shiomi said with a smile. That's your fault, Morgan replied, smiling sweetly. How is it my fault? Because you insisted on talking to me. What kind of logic is that? I am the logic. Her Majesty the Queen is terribly unreasonable. And His Majesty the God King is hardly any better. Still trading light-hearted barbs, the two of them walked toward the family waiting for them at the entrance to the orphanage.